Welcome, everyone, and thank you for joining us live here at RE+. I'm your host, Kellie Macpherson, and we're coming to you from the Power Up Live stage at RE+ 2025 in Las Vegas. The Power Up Live stage is presented by Wärtsilä Energy Storage. I'm so excited to be recording this episode live of Navigating the Grid with my wonderful guests here today. Amy Norstedt is the marketing director at TrueGrid. If you're not following her content, you need to be. She's incredible. And Kimberly Sintera is the president and CEO of TerraPro Solutions. And she's taken names and numbers and has incredible content on LinkedIn that we really enjoy following. And I'm so excited today talking about women leading the future of grid modernization, the challenges, the innovations, and the empowerment. So thank you so much for joining me today, ladies.
Yeah, thank you. And oh my goodness, what an intro. Like she she knows how to hype us up.
Yeah. You guys are incredible. I'm just grateful you said yes, so thank you.
Yes.
Well, I wanted to talk today, when we're thinking about grid modernization, what does the future look like for you? Like, where are the biggest opportunities for women to expand? You know, we have so much ahead of us as an industry, but I think as women, you've both built incredible careers and you're out there being bold about your leadership and changing the industry. So what are you guys thinking about? What are the opportunities for women? Go ahead.
Yeah, I'll start with you.
Oh, thank you. Yeah. And thank you, Kellie. So excited to be here. So I think women, you know, part of what I'm hearing at the conference is that we need a new perspective and we need a fresh perspective. And I think women have the ability to bring that. I think ideas, collaboration, all the things, all of our strengths are things that are really needed right now, because we've seen what division does. We've seen what the current environment does. So I think we want to flip that, and we want a new narrative.
Yeah.
And I think women are key for that, because you know, we're always the creators. So bringing that collaboration, I think, is super exciting.
I love that. That is the unique perspective that women bring, for sure. And I love the collaboration. What about you, Amy?
Yeah, so I'm going to come out right away with a hot take.
Oh, I love it. Let's do it right away. First thing.
I know. I'm a firm believer in, as a woman, not victimizing myself, right?
Yeah.
Like, I don't want to say, like, I've been discriminated against, and just coming into, like, the way that our industry is going and knowing, hey, we have seats at the table. We are valued, and understanding that we have power to help these companies move forward, and not have that mindset that, okay, I have to tackle something. Because if you are positive and you're thinking about, hey, I can do this, you can change things in that.
Absolutely.
It's a big mindset.
Yeah, definitely. And I think you've both taken different paths into your leadership, into your roles. And what gave you that confidence? Like, where did that come from? Was there a mentor? Was there just a book you read? Like, what helps you keep that mindset to be confident every day? You both are out there blazing trails. So what do you in the quiet moments of your day, what's helping you?
Yeah. So I kind of took a weird way in getting into this industry. So this isn't my home industry, but it's where I landed, and I love it so much. So I started out as a broadcast television newscaster.
Okay.
So this feels like home, sitting at a desk. It's great. And so one thing that I really learned in that role is how to be bold. Okay. So when I came out of college as a 22-year-old, 5'0" woman, talking to people at, the police station, talking to the mayor, talking to the governor, all of those things, is knowing that you need to be bold in a lot of situations. And so that's something that I've really grasped onto. I'm 5 feet tall. I like to say I'm short, but I have a tall personality, because you kind of need that in the boardroom. You need to be able to make decisions. You need to be able to go out there and chase after what you want.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah.
And I love what Amy said, and just building on that, there isn't a rule book.
Yeah.
Especially if you're a CEO founder like myself, and like Amy, I kind of fell into it. It was one of those things where I had to make a choice. Do I go the conventional route of a job, which I was interviewing and I was negotiating, but I started to hear this inner voice that said, maybe there's a different way. And what if we look at something new and different? And so I really challenged myself. And what I said was, why not me?
Yeah.
Yes.
You know,
Yeah.
why not? What if? And I think it's a great question, especially for women to ask themselves, what if? What if I do this?
Yeah.
And I really did not know that I was going to be creating a multi-million-dollar company with all these fabulous people. I just really had this idea, and what would it look like if I created this? And I still ask myself that question.
Yeah.
You know, what would it look like? I'm the visionary. So, you know, that's one of the things that we get to do. And I think when there isn't a rule book, it can be freeing.
Yeah.
Right? You get to make the rules.
Yeah, I love that. What do you do with skepticism when you were building your company and growing in that? What did you do with the skepticism or negativity that was out there?
Right. I mean, it's still there today, right? Yeah. I think for women especially, we have to build good communities. And it's a consortium. So I have wonderful communities that I'm surrounded with that includes men and women that are my peers. I have cheerleaders. I have a lot of different people that I can call to help support me. And I think very important. That's what you want to do. You need to have that.
I love that. What about you, Amy? What do you do?
Well, I don't own a multi-million-dollar business. I have not started that, so I very much look up to that. But yeah, I would just say in my adventures where I have tried to, you know, pursue the next level and keep going is kind of like what you said, have that community, find those people who are there to mentor you all along the way in the different steps. And not just people in your realm either. So people who can challenge your thoughts from outside of maybe, you know, a peer industry or somebody who's in a way different field within your industry, so you can understand the different points that everybody needs to know to make the world go round, right? You know, if you look at CEOs, they aren't the marketing specialists. They aren't the commercial specialists. They aren't the engineering specialists. Right. They have all of these different people, and they're getting all of that context from all around. And context is so key.
I love that. So thinking about going into next year, what are you guys excited about? What innovations, like what's exciting about next year for you guys in both of your spaces?
I mean, for my organization, we focus on energy storage and solar, and energy storage is probably the winner when it comes to solar and wind right now.
I told someone last week, I was like, if you're looking for a job in renewable energy, I would certainly be looking at storage companies.
Yes, yes, yeah. So, you know, it's not all, you know, perfect for energy storage companies, but there is a lot of opportunity there. And what we're hearing from a lot of the conversations that we've had here at RE Plus this week is that people are really excited about energy storage. And people, you know, you want to capitalize on all of the energy that wind and solar are making right now. And we need all of that energy, right? If we can't get the solar and wind generation as much as we could before, or as easily as we could before, energy storage is there. We can capture it, and we can meet our goals that way. And you know, this industry is all about pivoting. Every couple of years, you got to pivot somehow, and energy storage is getting its day.
Yeah, absolutely. What about you, Kimberly? What are you excited about?
Yeah, I think we love to learn, and these conferences are a great place to sit in those conversations, to be part of them, and also to be listening. And I think a lot of what we want to do here is our focus is to listen and hear from our clients, because we need to meet people where they are. Yeah. And so I believe in part of our team, we can both respond to trends and create trends. So I think looking into next year, we're excited about data centers. I think we're seeing a lot happening with that. And also, you know, other ways, you know, we're looking at innovation, you know, other things that are happening in the marketplace. How can we better serve our clients? We're really looking at AI as well, as I know a lot of companies are.
So tell us real quick, I know you're really excited, coming out soon. You guys have an ebook that you're publishing. Excited about that. You have a baby you've birthed in an ebook.
Yes, you know, we did, coming out of last year, we really saw a lot of trends around M&As, mergers and acquisitions. And we wanted to be able to help inform our clients, like what are some best practices around that. And so we put together a series, and we actually spoke on 13 different topics, really all of the different pieces that we've seen as part of our business, where it makes sense to really be smart. And so from all those webinars, and we have this fabulous ebook, and really kudos are to my team and the awesome job of, you know, taking all those thoughts and turning it into something that is so amazing and informative. And we're just about ready to release it, just putting the finishing touches on it. But we're super excited to get that out there for people.
Can I maybe ask a follow-up question? I know I'm not the host of this,
please.
Kelly.
I mean, okay, so we did learn that technically you're the professional at this table, so please.
I'm curious if you have like a nugget about those M&As, that, like, you know, something in there, one thing that you can just, you know, steal out of there for us to know.
Some wisdom on us today.
You know, so many things, right? I mean, I think time is super important. I think one of the things that I think is so key for like the next 24 months, this window of time that we have to really monetize our projects, is to really know that there is a best practice. There are really some key ways to really pursue things, and to really make sure that you are aligning yourself with really good stakeholders. We're not going to meet these deadlines unless we are really looking into our communities and the people that support us, and making sure on the project side that we are really carefully selecting, because the rubber is going to hit the road, and we're not going to have time to reverse. We're not going to have time to change tracks. So, and I've learned, I closed $1 billion project one time, and it was crazy. And I literally had to drag some of my keys. You know, they were falling apart at the end. And I said, you've got to hang in there with me. You've got to get, we're almost to the finish line. We're so close. We're just, a few feet from the goal line. And so, but that was important because it's key. You've got to get there. And that's the kinds of things that we're going to be facing.
Absolutely. I love that. And we need to be really intentional about our time and what we're doing and where we're spending it. I feel like we have really limited time. I'm going to, little off the cuff here. You both are moms and a grandma. And, time is a hard thing as a woman striving into leadership. How do you manage your time? How do you prioritize and all the things? You guys both have incredible careers and incredible families. How are you managing that?
Oh, well, I'm not the expert to ask about that for sure, but I can share what I do. So first of all, find yourself a very loving and supportive spouse. I mean, hands down, I could not do my job without a husband that loves me and supports me the way that he does. Second of all, it's family integration, work-life integration. I know people like to say work-life balance, but I had my family here for a few days. We came a day early. We, did some family stuff, and my son was helping me set up meeting rooms and get everything prepared. So any way that you can get your family on board with what you're doing and involve them in certain ways. Obviously, not the fun, the fun stuff. I am not going to have him sit in a board meeting or anything. But just finding ways to bring everything together. Our CEO got to meet my husband and son this week, which was really, really special. So just finding those opportunities. And I always like to say the phrase, go where you're needed most, right? So sometimes you're needed most at work, and that can be tough. But when you can find ways to prioritize your family over work sometimes, there is that ebb and flow and the give and take.
I love that. Definitely.
Yeah, it's so funny. I'm almost not the one to ask, because I came from that generation of women that we thought the only way that we could succeed was really, really prioritizing our career. And I would say I've tried to flip that completely with my business. Yeah. And when someone comes to me and there's something happening with family, it's always first. And they know that I support that. Yeah. There's a lot of things we can get back, but time we never get back, And so, for me, it's been a blessing now at this stage. And I learned too, somebody said once when I was afraid to take a vacation when I was creating my business, and they said, Kim, the world's not going to fall apart. Your business is not going to fall apart if you take a week or you take some time. It's going to be okay.
Yeah.
And it was reassuring to hear that. And I will hear that voice in my head sometimes. It's okay. It's okay if I work in my grandkids' classes last year.
That's so
I have 3,
awesome.
they're all in elementary school. And I thought, I want to work in each one of their classrooms. And so I was there, but, and I think also that time is precious, and what you learn, slowing down sometimes, we're at that fast pace. So it's just, it's been wonderful.
I love that. It's so great. I keep telling my kids, I'm like, my goal is to be a grandma. So hopefully you're on board with me on that. I love that. Well, okay, so this is like the cheesy question that always gets asked, but I feel like I always get so many good nuggets. I have a LinkedIn Live series that I do with women that are in the industry doing amazing things. And I just like to know, like, what's that piece of advice for women that are really stepping into leadership? People that are, maybe they're like the analyst associate level, wanting to step into managers, or managers really wanting to step, into that VP level, right? Like really elevate themselves, like truly motivated to elevate. What's like the advice you have for them?
I'd love to hear Kimberly first.
Oh, well,
so much more wisdom than me.
Yeah, thank you. It's such a great question, and I think there's a couple of things. First of all, you need those allies.
Yeah.
So you've got to really find those allies, either within the organization that you're at or outside of it. Also, I would say, I think one of the reasons why I was able to excel in my career is that I was always willing to take that opportunity that was in front of me. Mm-hmm. So I would say get really good at making a difference in where you are right now.
Love that.
What opportunities are in front of you? Because when you're thinking about moving up in leadership, it's really about creating opportunities, turning challenges into opportunities. It's about doing that right where you are. And you don't always have to be the leader of the team. Mm-hmm. You don't always have to be the one that's, it can look a lot of different ways. It can even be that maybe you're the one who's really great at building coalitions. And so you're able to get people together.
Yeah.
And if you have good management and good upper leadership, hopefully they notice those things. Mm-hmm. They notice that you're trying to make a difference. And that's all part of leadership. It's not just about excelling technically. Mm-hmm. It's about understanding people and really being able to work with people. And I've learned that requires a lot of intentionality and just starting where you are. And that's really how I got to where I am today.
I love that. So many good nuggets there. We're going to be pulling quotes for days out of this.
Yeah, from my perspective, when I started out as a manager, I had a really tough time being a manager, if that makes sense. So I still wanted to be everybody's friend. I still wanted to be the colleague that, we could talk to about things. But then you find that way that you step into it and you have to realize, okay, there has to be a little bit of separation. But for me, I don't know if you're a Clifton Strengths person or not, but I have woo. That's you want to be friends with everybody. Mm-hmm. You want to make everybody get on board.
That's why you're the marketing person.
Right? It's funny how that works out, right?
Yeah.
And so finding the way to still be able to nurture those relationships with the people who are on your team, but just in a different way, and find that guidance. Also, making sure that you're not afraid of the situation. It can be intimidating to start getting into some of those higher up meetings, right? Mm-hmm. And imposter syndrome can really creep in. But telling yourself, I'm a big fan of positive thinking, and what you tell yourself can become reality. If you tell yourself, I'm not meant to be here, I'm not meant to be here, these people are smarter than me. No, it's not necessarily that. It's you are there for a reason, and understanding that you have power and you have influence. And everybody in that room probably felt that way at some point. And then you find which place you have value and where you are, everybody in that room, somebody's smarter at something, no matter what. You're smarter than, person next to you and right of you at something, right? And that's why you're there, and understanding that.
Yeah, I love that. I think, too, I think your experience, right? Like you each have your own unique experiences that you bring to the table that are different than other people. And that's important and valuable for sure. Well, let's wrap up today. One last question. Looking ahead 5 to 10 years, what's a bold prediction you make about the grid, but the role that women play in that?
Ooh.
Because I'm with you, Kimberly. I think you set us off in a really great tone earlier. Women have a different perspective that they bring, and I think that collaboration and, you know, some of this change that we're going to see, I think, is going to be built on the back of women, you know.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think access to power is so important.
Yeah.
You know, it really has to do with, you know, even just justice, right? You know, and that's really compelling for me personally. And so I'm really excited to see how things are going to change, because I think one of the ways that we can respond to what's going on right now is it's certainly not business as usual. And renewables has never been about business as usual. I think stepping into this industry is, you know, it just lends itself to that. But certainly as we're going forward, I think it's going to look very different than it is today, and I think in a really good way. And I would love to see everyone have a seat at the table, and, you know, it to be something that everyone has access to. And so those changes coming about, I think, are going to be really important. And I think, you know, again, you know, women and men together really collaborating in new ways. And I think that's something I'm really passionate about, is creating these new conversations. And again, a little bit of throwing out maybe the rule book. We get to make new rules.
Yes.
And so let's do that. Let's make sure that it looks different. You know, I won't see all these changes necessarily. It'll be for my kids and grandkids. But, you know, that's super important. And I think it's a challenge, really, for all of us. And you said intentional, and I'm a huge believer in that. We have to be intentional about really creating something different.
I love that. Absolutely.
Yeah, when it comes to my bold prediction, I think that when we're sitting in our bubble here at RE Plus, we're with our friends, we all have the same ideas, and we all, love renewable energy. And I think that with the way that, to bring politics into the situation, with the way that OB3 has impacted energy, it's going to eventually trickle down to the average American, Canadian citizen, that type of thing. And so my prediction is that community members, the average person, will get more involved with energy, because they're going to start to see the impacts of OB3 and how it goes. And we've already seen that with community solar. Now that, big changes are coming there, the average person is getting more vocal about energy. And when we see this crunch, when we see energy prices rise over the next few years, I think that we're going to slowly get more advocates for our industry. And I'm excited about that, to see that. And, women play a huge role in that, whether it is, I think that this is well known, but RE Plus, a lot of women work there.
Yeah.
This wouldn't be possible without a lot of women. So just so much power in that, and seeing the communities come out. That's my prediction.
Love it. Oh my gosh. Well, thank you so much, Amy and Kimberly, for being here and sharing your insight. And thank you to everyone here at RE Plus for joining us in this episode. And if you'd like to keep the conversation going, connect with all of us on LinkedIn. The content is amazing. And we're going to be sharing this, posting this next week. And, just want to wrap up and say that together we can build not just a smarter, more resilient grid, but to be more inclusive and more innovative in the energy future. So thank you all for joining the conversation, and thank you all for being here.
Yeah, thank you, Kelly.
All right, party people, welcome. It is day 2 of RE Plus 2025. If you're watching us here in the Caesars Forum, you're probably staying over in Harrah's or the Link like we are. If we're up on the Jumbotron in the Venetian, hey, thanks to everyone who took photos and sent them to us. It's so sweet.
I know.
They're like, oh my God, you're on the Jumbotron. That's right, we are. My illustrious co-host, Lisa Ann Pinkerton, how well did you wake up this morning?
Hey, I got some good sleep last night, and
I am so happy for you.
And refreshed.
I did not get good sleep. I'm sipping my mint tea because I was at fight night for far too long. We're going to get started with an amazing lineup today, and before we have our first guest on, we want to talk about all the wonderful things that you can find here at RE Plus on day 2. But we got Steph Bosh coming up, we got Daniel Deuce coming up, we got Molly Bales from Wood PLC, and we've got Dean Solon. So stick around, it's going to be a fun show. Lisa Ann, why don't you kick us off with some of today's announcements?
Well, if you haven't downloaded your RE Plus Connect app, you are way late to the party.
I literally downloaded it on the way to the stage so that I would not be guilty of being hypocritical. And I was like, well, I've got a meeting with ABC. Like, how do I get there?
Yeah, well, I will admit that I had to download it on the show floor yesterday because I thought I had it, but it was a different app.
But it was so fast, actually, to their credit. SwapCard is the underlying app, and it is amazing.
I like SwapCard.
Such a good upgrade.
Yeah, and Solve Energy is doing some good Wi-Fi sponsorship for us, so that's been working out really well. Shout out to Solve Energy. Thank you so much for keeping us connected.
Yeah. Another shout out. Our morning show is sponsored by Cleantech Industry Resources, your resource for all your engineering needs. We'll be having Daniel up on the show in just a little bit. We'll talk about Fight Night, too. It was a wild night. I want to give a shout out to all the nonprofits that we support for Solar Fight Night. It is a philanthropic endeavor. We really only are able to give away the money to the nonprofits after we reach our cost to make party threshold. So we did that last night, thank God. And we're supporting Footprint Project, Run on Climate, Honnold Foundation, and Solar Energy International. Super excited to be able to give those folks a check after an amazing party. So thanks to all the nonprofits that help support and all the sponsors that help make Fight Night happen. Did you go to the block party?
No, because I'm sick. And I don't know what it is about RE Plus, but I always end up sick, and I don't like it whatsoever, but we are powering through. Another shout out for today is shameless plug. Women in Clean Tech and Sustainability has a really strong panel happening at 2 o'clock today, and it's focused on how to focus on the long game for your team, both through leadership and making sure you've got aces in their places, as we say.
So let's hit this really quickly. We'll hit all the announcements and we'll bring Steph on up. So if you have a full conference badge, go to Bellini 2104, level 2 Venetian. You have your own special place to meet.
And then we also have, there's something new called energy exchanges, which are these facilitated networking opportunities that are designed to drive these conversations within the energy transition. And you can engage with thought leaders on specific topics like workforce development, advocacy, policy, a lot of good conversations happening there.
Also, we have the new main stage sessions. So main stage sessions are a must attend if you are looking for the central conversations. Just this morning, we had, I know Heather Reams was on a conversation about conservative conversations in climate. We'll have her up on the stage in a little bit. Leaders from top industry organizations. The series offers forward-looking insights for clean energy industry. That's in the San Polo, I think Polo or Paolo, so in San Polo Ballroom, level 3. All right, we will be talking about our swag roundup in a minute in between guests. But don't forget, bring your swag to the Power Up Live stage. We will be awarding a winner tomorrow, and that winner will join us on the final Power Up Live morning show.
That's right.
All right, shall we bring up our first guest?
Yeah, and I think we should tell everybody, put your phone on low battery mode. Otherwise, your phone is going to be dead by the end of the night.
So Stephanie Bosh is the Senior Vice President of Communications for SEIA. Stephanie, you've had a lot on your plate, so we're glad that you are able to join us. The very nature of communications in the game of clean energy changed this year. Yeah.
Come on close.
It's wonderful to have you, and also congratulations, you guys are crushing it. I keep seeing all of the folks I want to have on SunCast joining you on Good Energy. So fellow podcaster, we salute you.
Thank you. Well, you're a tough act to follow. Let me say that. You're best in town.
Literally, somebody texted me and they were like, "You've got to get Lindsay on your show from Shoals." And I was like, "Yes, I know." It helps that they're on the board of SEIA and Access. Okay, Steph. So you're the co-host of Good Energy Podcast. I thought it would be fun to start out by asking you, what does good look like in our industry right now with regards to communications, and specifically, what does successful advocacy look like moving forward?
Yeah, I think that's such a great question, and I'm a huge fan of digital technology, right? So and I think you guys are really good at this. I came to SEIA a little over 2 years ago, and my approach to evolving our communication strategy was to focus on a digital first approach, meaning that figure out who your audiences are and reach them exactly in those spaces. That means doing news as ads, video, jazzy, creative digital content. You do that really well with your podcast. And at the end of the day, when you follow SEIA on all of our social media channels, which you should do, yes. We'll sort of do a lot of sort of organic approach, but also paid media to reach members of Congress, to reach folks in their districts, to make sure that we're telling the story that we want to tell without having to rely on the traditional media to do that.
Are you seeing, and you guys have hired some really crack smart young folks that are running your social media, where are you seeing the biggest leverage right now in social media? Is it Truth Social?
Yeah.
Daniel will say yes.
I think it's whatever you can do, you should try.
Yeah.
Truth Social is tough.
Yeah.
It's not as expensive as you might imagine
That's a fair point, actually.
Placement.
It's not as expensive as you would expect.
Yeah. Well, I think the key is there's so many different social media channels out there. You can't do them all well all at the same time. And your audience is going to grab it. You're going to find a sweet spot with your audience on specific feeds and channels. And so sort of focusing there can help help with a strategy versus having some sort of shotgun approach.
Right, but again, like figuring out who you want to talk to is step one. And you can figure out which channels are the most important. If you want to reach the President of the United States, obviously you want to find that pathway. Right, exactly.
Well, so when you're handling communications at SEIA, what is the sort of the strategic approach that you're going to be taking in sort of the next 18 months to scale the industry?
Sure. So I think we're going to do more of what we've already done. Obviously, over the last 2 years, we have changed the entire game in terms of how we're communicating with folks. The message really matters. The way that we're going to be sort of trying to saturate it's hard to describe, and I'm like, it's Wednesday morning.
Well, you have so many audiences, it sounds like, that you need to message to. So how do you strategically go after all of them at once?
Well, you're not strategic if you go after all of them at once, right? You have to prioritize. And SEIA is a trade association. We represent the 1,200 companies that solar and storage companies around the country, and we advocate on behalf of those folks on the federal, state, and local level. So we're not trying to talk to everybody. We're trying to change hearts and minds in Washington and in congressional districts, because that influences the decisions that are being made in Washington and in state houses.
How do you think that individual citizens' hearts and minds influence local legislatures and federal legislatures?
I mean, it's different in every state. All politics are local, for sure. So if somebody who's elected or in an influential position feels that political pressure from the folks that put them in that role, that's what you have to keep that in mind when you're thinking about what you're saying and how you're saying it.
Steph, I'm curious through the lens. I mean, this is it has been a podcast stage for podcasters for podcasters. What is over the next few episodes? What can we expect from Good Energy? Like, how are you guys trying to use that as a medium to communicate what you're about?
Yeah, that's a great question. So SEIA has our Good Energy podcast, and we are just wrapping our first year.
Yeah.
We learned so much in this first year. And a lot of our content is focused on the brands of the members that we represent. So talking about their products, talking about their solutions, talking about where, what's happening in the field, and uplifting the, market segments that we feel might get left behind at times. So, I mean, we're going to be doing more of that, but we're creating these channels like Good Energy to make it easier for us to communicate directly with our audiences that we want to reach. So, very well that creating that channel, that video, that direct message, owned channel is a really smart way to actually tell people exactly what you want them to hear. So we're going to keep doing that. I think we're going to try to evolve the way that we do our podcast so that it's a little bit more strategic, a little bit more not all the lessons learned over the last year. You guys have been doing this for how many years?
10 years.
Yeah. So you get it. Like we're the kids in this situation. We're like learning from all the good guys. And we don't want to be all things to all people. We want to talk to our members with this podcast. We're not trying to reach everybody in the United States. So we're going to keep doing that. We're going to keep uplifting our members because that's what they pay us to do.
Well, thank you for everything that you do to uplift not just the members, but our voice. Our collective action is important now more than ever. And really appreciate you taking the time out of your really busy day to join us at Power Up Live.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Stephanie.
Steph Bosh, Senior Vice President of Communications at SEIA. Next up, we have Daniel Deuce, CEO and founder of Cleantech Industry Resources. Finish that email, Daniel.
Multitasking. Thank you, Daniel, for being one of our sponsors for this show. And I wanted to ask you sort of what exactly does development as a service look like? That's what you're doing with Cleantech Energy Resources.
Yeah. First of all, I would like to point out that Dean is going to be a little upset that you've given me Create Energy.
Holy, that's hilarious. That is hilarious.
Sorry, Dean. I didn't know about it either, but
where's
happy to swap places if you'd like. So in our development as a service model, we develop projects on behalf of others. But what's disruptive about what we've done is that we've commoditized, we estimate, about 95% of all the unique activities necessary to advance a project from beginning to end. So just as one example, we're the only organization in the world that can tell you right now how much we charge to engineer on a turnkey basis a 5-megawatt rooftop project in New Jersey or a gigawatt-hour battery in Texas. So that creates low cost, faster turnaround times, and of course higher value. It means more projects get done sooner. So that's development as a service.
That's fascinating. And you are, I've been trying to figure this out. Like, how many companies have started offering something that is a synthetic product like this, where you're basically offering an Amazon-style menu for people, and I would say even like Prime delivery.
Yeah, exactly. So we are aware of nobody that has attempted to commoditize this vast array of complex professional services, and would love for it to stay that way.
Yeah,
but
well, and it makes sense, honestly, because a lot of the stuff that you guys are effectively commoditizing is stuff that is in the ivory tower of engineering services, right?
Yeah, engineering, legal, development, financial analyst, modeling, across the board.
Very interesting. Daniel, I think there's something like 5,000 projects, last I checked in with you, that you guys are working on, technical engineering, design. What are the trends that you've seen surface doing so many projects in such a short amount of time?
Yeah, that's a great question. I think most recently we've seen a dramatic shift, and you've talked about this a few times, where flight to quality.
Yeah.
And we see that trickle down all the way through the development process, the engineering process, in order to get to project financial closings, in order to get to project M&A and transactions done. We see the bar being raised. And so more advanced engineering packages, more detailed technical specifications, more bankable energy modeling. And so we have spent a ton of time there. There's a reason why Richard Matsui just joined our board of advisors. He was a risk advisor to the Department of Energy Loans Guarantee Program, of course, CEO, founder, Kilowatt Hour Analytics. We are going very hard and deep on the bankability of this development as a service model, within the commoditized framework. So, yeah, good question.
Yeah.
Where do you see the sweet spot of the types of projects you would think would really thrive in this development as a service model?
Is it, and my question would be, is it projects? If it's projects, what type, or is it companies?
Okay, yeah, good clarification.
So terrible answer, but literally
He's gonna say everyone.
any single project or stakeholder whatsoever involved in renewable energy can find a product in our product store on cleantechir.com product page. There are thousands of commoditized products there. No matter what you need. If you need an independent engineering report, it's there. Engineering packages are there. Permitting is there. Commissioning plans are there. Decommissioning plans, grazing plans. What do you need right now to move your project forward? It's there.
Okay.
Right now, fixed price. Exists nowhere else. So anyone can benefit from this.
That's quite a leap in advancement for this industry, since so much has been so custom and cookie cutter for so long.
Yeah.
It feels like you're sort of standing on the shoulders of giants who've been through that slog for decades.
Yeah, no, it's
and now we're moving to a new world.
Yeah, no, that's absolutely accurate. So what made this possible is, first of all, we spun out of what I had ranked by third-party analysts as the largest solar global developer in the world. And so the talent that we have has executed projects that are at a scale that didn't exist 3 to 5 years ago, right? So the world-leading talent pool, to your point, is now there. Folks who have done, dusted, and executed these projects globally at the largest scales. And then we layer on top of that what we think is one of the most sophisticated software portfolios in the world in the renewable space. We have 25 different enterprise-level software tools, from beginning as early as Zoom Info integrations, all the way through PV Case, PV Roof. We operate PSSE CAD, dozens of tools, and then internal and external AI and automation tools to help accelerate workflows. So as for an example, some of our workflows are reduced by 90% over the last several months alone because of AI and automation. There's still humans in the loop and expert talent, but the acceleration is insane. So we estimate that our 130 plus person team is executing roughly what a traditional 300 to 500 person team would have done just a few years ago. And so that acceleration has enabled us to tackle all these complex professional services across the value chain.
Let's hit on Solar Fight Night real quick, and then I think we'll...
Well, yeah, so Daniel, you are known as the king of Solar Fight Night. And for those people who are unfamiliar with that event, what would you say it stands for?
So the first Solar Fight Night 16 years ago, it was about 16 folks in a room introducing themselves, talking about their challenges in a Chatham House rules environment, with the goal of connecting folks to help overcome those challenges and advance the industry in the process. So nothing has changed. We have the same OG Solar Fight Night on Monday night. We get CEOs in a room to have that discussion. We also add a different topic, a timely topic, every year. And this year the topic was misinformation and lies that we're seeing about our technologies and our industry. And what's forward for Solar Fight Night is that we have acquired cleantechfactcheck.org. We've hired our first analysts, and we're launching an anti-misinformation campaign. So right now they're databasing all the lies and misinformation and well-referenced and resourced responses to that. They're also databasing every single industry true story, every farmer whose farm we've saved, every homeowner who's gone on video and said, I don't know what all the politicization of electrons is, but I put solar on my roof and it's the best investment I ever made in my home. And then we're going to build up a social media team, and we're going to go out and find where this misinformation is happening. I did a quick audit, and because Nico was making fun of this earlier, raise your hand if you had been on Truth Social in the past 3 months or ever in your life.
In the audience, probably zero.
Yeah.
Zero. Okay, we have to be there. Of course we have to be there. This is where the conversation is happening. We have to be part of the conversation. And also, our industry needs a pit bull, okay? There's only so much as an industry executives that you can do and say, and how much time you have in the day. And so we're going to launch this. We're super excited. We're going to raise as much capital as we can, and we're going to push against this misinformation.
Oh, congratulations for building that. Thank you. We need that.
Yes, exactly.
Just thanks for all that you're doing for the industry, both in professional sense and in the philanthropic sense. It's it makes a difference.
And thank you guys for what you do. We need storytelling and messaging now, of course, more than ever before. So thank you so much.
Indeed.
Keep it up.
All right.
Daniel Deuce, CEO of Cleantech Industry Resources.
We have Molly. Do we have Molly?
Molly, yeah.
Okay, next up we have Molly Bales. Welcome, Molly. She's Director of Orientation Renewables at WoodMac? Wood?
No,
it just says Wood PLC.
At Wood PLC.
Wood PLC, I'm so sorry.
You got it.
It's the second day.
Yeah.
Struggle bus sometimes.
What's really fun is that on Monday night when Molly and I first met, she specifically said that if you don't say PLC, people assume Wood Mac. So my apologies.
My
And here,
apologies.
press release, we are not Wood Mac. Thank you.
So, data analysis, why is it so important for siting renewable energy projects? Let's just get right into it.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that. I mean, it's really interesting kind of how the industry has evolved and tried to get more into data kind of as it's matured. And so what we kind of find with some of our clients who are primarily developers and IPPs is a well-placed data analysis scope can really reduce risk and be able to uncover new opportunities that other folks might have missed. So there are a couple examples of that. One is terrain analysis. So, and these are utility scale projects for clarity. So when you have utility scale projects and you don't look closely enough at the terrain of your project, you can end up with huge amounts of grading costs. It can be really difficult to transport equipment where it needs to go. So it's really important to think about that sort of thing to keep your CapEx low. Another example that's come up that's been really interesting is hail. So this is something that maybe you don't think about that often. I live in Texas, so I see hail. But if you don't work on understanding that as a risk factor early on in your process, you can have a lot of increased costs and a lot of increased risk from hail hitting your solar panels. Yep. So there are a couple different ways that just if you set yourself up from the beginning and kind of think a little harder and kind of try to optimize the site and in terms of selection, and once you've selected a site, you can end up having a really strong ROI on kind of putting in that extra effort.
Molly, I know that you all do consulting, design engineering on thousands of projects across different types. One of the things I think is finally starting to take root is long duration energy storage, and something that you've had some experience with. Would you explain for folks who are unfamiliar, kind of what is that range that pushes a project into long duration, and what are the most common use cases for long duration versus the kind of storage that we've been seeing as most prevalent?
Yeah, absolutely. So it's funny because when it comes to what is the duration, it depends on who you ask.
Right.
And I think people have different incentives and kind of perspectives that affect how they answer that question. But I would say where we've sort of centered as an industry is the 8 to 12 hour range as being the minimum of what really makes it long duration. You'll hear some people say as low as 6.
Yeah.
It's certainly not 4, so we can agree on that. So that's that piece of it. And it can be all different types of ways that you store energy. So it can be electrochemical, mechanical, thermal, but the important piece is that it does have that ability to store energy for a longer period of time.
Right.
In terms of the use cases, the nice thing about this technology class and the reason why it shines in certain circumstances is that the cost of an incremental hour of duration for these types of technologies is cheaper than it would be for a shorter duration technology like lithium ion. And so it makes sense that the use cases are going to be geared toward what takes advantage of those extra hours of duration. So we see use cases like backup power, really critical, particularly for industrial facilities. We also see things like instead of just intraday arbitrage that's over short periods of time that lithium ion is great at, we also see as we increase the amount of renewables on the grid, we have these longer periods of time, the bigger arbitrage opportunities that can be for much longer periods of time within a day, but also between days or even between weeks.
Yeah. Because
that's kind of how the grid evolves as you have those types of assets joining the grid.
Yeah.
I can tell I'm going to have her on the podcast because this is a conversation that could go for an hour.
Yes, it could. It could. Last question, then we'll let you go because we are running short on time. The Trump tax bill basically left solar or left storage relatively unscathed. And so I'm interested to hear from you. Where do you think the most significant policy implications are for storage?
Yeah, and it's interesting. I think with a lot of legislation, the devil's in the details. And when it comes to storage, it is true that on its face, you have multiple tax credits that are still there. The manufacturing tax credit for battery companies, you have hydrogen production tax credit, you have the investment tax credit. But where we get into trouble, and what's going to be interesting to see how this evolves over the next few years, is the foreign entities of concern restrictions, or FIAC. And the tough thing about those is, particularly for lithium ion, those supply chains are really tied up in China. Yep. And so meeting compliance with those new restrictions is going to be really challenging. Starting next year, the projects are required to have around 50 or 60% non-FIAC. And so and then it ratchets up through 2030. So I think that lithium-ion supply chains are really going to struggle. It's also interesting that some of the emerging storage technologies may not have that problem, so they might actually have a comparative advantage. Having a domestic supply chain means that they're actually going to have a much easier time qualifying for these credits. So that's an interesting dynamic to watch as well.
Flywheel technology. I'm still waiting for it to come.
I love that. That was the cherry on top right there. Molly, I'm fascinated.
Yeah,
I'm fascinated with the knowledge that you have on this topic, and I formally invite you to come on to SunCast, and I'm sure that Lisa Ann's going to want to bring you on to Earthlings. Thank you for all that you do for the industry and for joining us here on the morning show.
Absolutely. Thank you guys so much for having me. Appreciate it.
Indeed.
Thank you, Molly.
All right. Bye.
Well, shall we talk a bit about the swag contest? I know that Dean is en route.
Dean en route. All right. So he is typically amped all day.
Yeah.
Right? We got some really cool stickers here. Why are you like this? What camera am I on here? This one? You can't probably even see it.
This one.
This one?
That one.
This
that one. That's why we have a truth monitor. That's why we have a confidence monitor here.
PV and chill, but my favorite is straight out of conduit. Got a little teddy bear for the kids from Next Wave. Got some popcorn to keep you going from Wärtsilä. This is one of my favorites from Spark. I don't know if you can see it light up there.
Solar, is this from Spark Fund?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Solar powered.
It actually lights
lantern.
up. Yeah, it actually lights up. That's a key feature. I think what I may have shown this yesterday, but I love the companies that tailor to their audience, which is to say, like the contractors. Constructive has a pencil, which I'm going to be taking home because I still build shit. And Tygo has their fancy green gloves. Love that.
That's right.
Did you see this?
Yep, I drank that.
Oh, you did?
That's why it's got paper towel on top
fantastic,
of it.
So I don't get sick from it.
Yeah, so it was an energy drink, and I didn't want it to ruin everything. It's from Elastic Energy.
Elastic Energy drink.
Yeah.
Very clever.
Women in Cleantech and Sustainability has their steel tumbler with U.S.-made steel. And what I love about this is these lines tell you what your measurements are. So 1 shot, 2 shot, your wine level, your beer level.
I think that we probably talked about it, but every year Nick Korth does the Solar Pickleball Invitational. This is, I think, the 3rd or 4th year, and he raised a bunch of money from sponsors, so the swag keeps getting better. This is a hat that, I feel like everybody wants this hat. So Nick, thank you for giving us this hat. He also had a sweet backpack, and this is a shameless plug for Nick. Nick, you're not going to win.
Pickleball.
Yeah, you're not going to win the swag contest because I am taking it. For folks who are looking for a fun activity next year ahead of RE Plus on the first day, it's an absolute amazing opportunity, and he's looking for sponsors.
I do think Fram Energy gets to be at least a finalist.
That's an honorary, this is an honorary award right here.
This right here, this is my caricature, and I don't know if you can read it, but it says swag contest search in my little sign there. Does it look like me? I don't know, maybe a little bit, right? So go to Fram Energy. They're doing some really cool stuff with multi-unit dwellings, and get your own caricature.
I keep stalling for the man in jorts.
Also, Women in Cleantech Sustainability has a couple of totes as well. These are recycled cotton. So
once again, the reason that we're bringing up all of these of the swag items is because A, we have a swag contest, and you should bring your swag by so we can include you in the contest. B, the reason that we do that is because we want to highlight things that we think actually are good swag instead of wasting your money on bad swag. And then C, tomorrow we're going to pick a winner, and that winner is going to join us here live on the stage.
And the reason I think I pulled out a lot of these, Fractal also is not doing T-shirts this year.
No T-shirts.
No, they're doing
too
buttons.
Expensive.
Well, yeah. I think probably also just the hassle of bringing all of these T-shirts around. I love Big Bus, and I cannot lie.
Big Bess.
Big Bess, sorry. Oh, man. Got to wake up, Lisa Ann.
I have a feeling that we're going to close out the morning show, and Dean's going to walk right up as soon as we do.
Well, you can give him a plug
Lisa
right
Ann.
now.
I can give him a plug. Dean Solon is the CEO of Create Energy. He was obviously the founder of Shoals, and he's gone on to tackle effectively contract manufacturing at scale to bring domestic manufacturing back to the U.S. And I really don't think he's going to make it because we are literally out of time.
We are out of time.
We're over time.
Well, then that tells us what we need to know.
So as much as I love Dean, and I wanted to give a shout out to the announcement they made this week for SMA, he is doing Create is doing all of the domestic manufacturing for SMA. They have a whole bunch of other announcements that are coming down the pike, and I genuinely don't think we can wait another minute for Dean. So really grateful for you all tuning in to the Daily Roundup. Thank you for making the time to be here with us in person, those of you who are live. Up next, we have Josh Beck, who's going to host the product spotlight for Jackery. We're gonna swipe all our stuff off the stage and let Josh come up, and then we've got Heather Reams coming up shortly after that. Thank you for tuning in to today's Daily Roundup. Don't miss tomorrow where we announce the swag contest winner.
Have a great morning.
We are back live at the Power Up Live stage. Good morning, everyone here at RE Plus here. The Power Up stage is sponsored by Wärtsilä and presented by SunCast Media. I am here and very excited to be joined by Rachel Stotz of Jackery. Jackery is a fascinating company doing ESS energy storage solutions at the home level. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you for having us.
Yeah, that's great. Are you enjoying the show?
Very much so. This is our third year in a row, and it just keeps getting better.
That's right. Well, certainly nothing is more relevant than energy storage solutions in the conversation, whether it's at the commercial industrial level, home level, utility scale level. So can you help our audience who might not be familiar with, particularly at the residential level, what the kind of the key industry trends and landscape is at the moment, just so that they have an idea of like the pantheon of options?
Definitely. Yeah, so Jackery specializes in residential energy solutions. There's a lot of options out there for people looking for backup. There's whole home energy storage solutions, the ESS, the big power houses that are permanently installed in a home and grid tied generally. And then there are more flexible, versatile solutions that we have coined the term essential home backup for. So these are high capacity, but more portable, flexible solutions that come in a bit smaller packages, compact packages that can connect to a home's power system through a smart transfer switch, automatic transfer switch, and manual transfer switch to keep things flexible. We have power stations ranging from 3 kilowatt hours, and then you can build all the way up to 40 kilowatt hours to connect directly to your home.
Wow, that's really interesting. You know, and so on a personal level, right? So my house, ironically, was hit by a tornado in April. It was a kind of one of these kind of black swan events. The public utility had 300,000 users without power for 8+ days.
Oh, that's
so, and I remember in the early days, I'm thinking, okay, well, it's probably only going to be a couple hours. All right, and then hours turns into a day, turns into a week. Now we've lost, you know, $1,500 of food in the refrigerator. So is this the type of use case that you're talking about for Jackery?
Yeah, so definitely some people are looking for whole home solutions, and it depends on what fits your lifestyle. If you're trying to go completely, you know, sort of off-grid, not pay an energy bill and rely on maybe a solar system on your roof, that's what's going to fit that need. And if maybe you own your own home and you're looking to live there long term, but for people that are looking to secure energy independence in the event of an outage, whether it be short-term or long-term, we believe that essential home backup solutions are more flexible and more appropriate for those needs. So in the event of, let's say, a hurricane, maybe high winds where energy companies have been, you know, turning off power to neighborhoods and taking a while to turn it back on, these smaller solutions are, you know, more flexible and more affordable, more attainable to people, especially when you're not considering, when you're considering not staying in a home, you know, for long term. If you want to get up and move, you can't take your whole home ESS with you, but you can take these more portable solutions.
Oh, so this is a fully portable solution. So if you're in a house, you've got an opportunity to sell for more than you thought you'd ever sell your house for. You can just pick it up and take it with you then, huh?
That's right. Yeah. All it would take is taking out the automatic transfer switch if you have it directly tied to your house. Otherwise, we offer solutions that are just the portable solar generator. And you could plug in your appliances directly to that. So your refrigerator, our latest model that we launched here, the Home Power 3600 Plus, that's buildable up to 21 kilowatt hours. So that could have saved your fridge for 14 days.
Whoa, okay. All right. So and so is it like kind of a daisy chain? So then you can like modularize them and have a small system for an apartment or a condo, or if you've got a larger house, then you can kind of scale them up, huh?
Yeah, we've found that people are looking for more tailored solutions to fit their needs. And maybe you want to start basic because you don't, you know, maybe you don't have that many outages, or you want to save it for home backup emergencies, but you also want to take it tailgating, outdoor stuff, maybe outdoor entertainment. And then when you're ready to sort of grow your backup, you can add additional battery packs to our systems. All of our Plus series have that option to daisy chain external, extra batteries onto it.
That's a great point, Rachel. You quickly become the most popular person at the tailgate, right? Because that's amazing. You're not hearing about people dragging diesel generators to a tailgate.
Yeah.
And even into the outdoor situations, if you're camping, if you're going out for the night, I've got 2 little girls. I take them camping, but they're still young. So I love the Jackery product from that perspective, and that's how I came to know you, was from like the outdoors perspective.
Yeah.
So is that still a large part of your business?
Very much so.
Yeah.
People generally are familiar with Jackery from our outdoor solar generators.
Right.
Camping and outdoor enthusiasts made Jackery what we are. So portable solar generators really started with the outdoor community.
Yeah.
People camping, people tailgating,
Yes.
doing off-road adventures of any kind. But as battery technology has advanced, we've been able to upgrade and get bigger with our capacity and our surge and just overall performance, that we've been able to make more high-powered capacity stuff in smaller packages.
That's fantastic.
So that's why we've turned, in the home, and now we specialize in in-home solutions, because we've noticed the uptick in storms, the uptick in outages and natural disasters overall, and people losing power and losing the contents of their fridge, and maybe not having medical devices or ability to have communication devices. We really rely, it's 2025, we really rely on electronics now. So something as simple as charging your phone, your laptop, all the way up to your larger home appliances, Jackery can do.
Yeah, that's a great point. Particularly with so many of us in the industry being middle-aged and middle career professionals, we're all being squished, right, by kids at one end and aging parents at the other. And it's such an interesting idea because it's more than just a fridge. We've got aging family members who need their CPAP machines, right, for sleep apnea. We've got people who have dialysis machines. And it's a fascinating thing, because a lot of us, I would never buy a diesel generator, right? Just out of even principle, but I really want this type of solution. I'm also not going to go through the permitting process of having a whole home ESS system, right? It's particularly where I live, that's a little bit complicated to get. This is like a perfect kind of tailored intermediate solution.
Yeah, it's very simple, and it can grow with you. And if you want to just buy the base solar generator unit and tack on the manual transfer switch later, if that's something you want to grow into, it's very flexible and can be, there's modularity, and you can build up to what you need. And actually, we're really excited because up until the end of the year, a lot of our energy solutions are eligible for the residential clean energy tax credit. So that's available until December 31st, 2025.
Okay.
But it essentially allows people to buy essential home backup or backup solutions as long as it's above 3 kilowatt hours and installed to a home, up to 30% off or up to 30% back.
Yeah, and that's a federal credit, so then that applies anywhere in the United States. Is that correct? Yeah. And that goes till December 31st, as you had said, right? 30% discount. So, get your orders in now, because
it's a lot.
There's going to be a lot. Now, from a logistics perspective, any idea how that works? If people put in their order on December 30th,
you have to have it installed. The work has to be done.
That's good to know.
So the orders have to be placed. We recommend buying everything in one clean package so that it's easier to show the receipts for.
Yes.
And I think that helps with the up to 30% too. And then it needs to be installed before December 31st.
Great. And let's talk about that install process. Like you had said, it's modular, so then that's pretty easy. It's just essentially a transfer switch. Is that correct?
Yeah, an electrician, licensed electrician can do it very easily.
Any specialty electricians needed?
No. It's fairly straightforward.
Good.
We supply our own smart transfer switch and manual transfer switch, but there's other ways to install it too, and any electrician would know how to do it, and we are also on standby to consult and help.
That's fantastic. Well, I encourage everyone to jump on this while you still get a 30% discount here in 2025. Rachel Stotts of Jackery, thank you so much for your time.
Thank
it's such a
you.
pleasure, and good luck and Godspeed here.
Thank
All
you.
right,
Happy
thank you.
RE Plus.
Hey, thank you. Happy RE Plus. And next up, we're going to be up with Cress, hearing from the perspective of what's happening in Washington and how we can reach across the aisle. So we will be right back with the Power Up Live stage, sponsored by Wärtsilä and presented by SunCast Media. And we are back here at the Power Up Live stage, sponsored by Wärtsilä and presented by SunCast Media. Thank you so much. I am very excited about this next conversation. Heather Reams, the one and only.
Hey.
Heather, thank you for joining us.
I'm glad I'm finally on the stage with you.
Heather is president and CEO of CRESS. One of the organizations that I consider out here in the United States this year, in particular, doing God's work here
Sometimes it feels like that.
So CRESS is a fascinating organization, really reaching across the aisles, working with all of our supporters and advocates who are conservatives, but really believe in renewable energy. They believe in climate change, and they want to make sure that we're creating an energy-independent future for America. So bridging that gap, right?
That's exactly right. I mean, you think about any kind of good policy that's created, it's bipartisan.
Yes.
So if you're going to have one side of the aisle working on something, well, you're not going to get very far. So the idea of CRESS is to really educate the right side of the aisle politically, and those members of Congress in particular. We look at the federal level and trying to bring them to the table, working with their Democratic colleagues, and then ideally we're getting good bipartisan policy that's durable, that's going to last, and is benefiting the country. I know it's been a little rough these last few months for renewable energy, and wondering if Republicans still care about renewable energy. I'll answer that question. I think that it's a loaded question. I mean, we shouldn't take any one kind of vote and say, oh, yes, now Republicans do or don't. But I do think the renewable energy industry continues to have its work cut out for it to continue to engage and educate Republicans. They need to know how important renewable energy is, what it's bringing to communities in terms of tax base, energy independence, low energy costs, jobs. It goes on and on. And so many people overlook that.
Yes. Yeah, that's true. And you and I were talking before we came up on stage. I'm from Western Pennsylvania. It's as purple as it gets. During election season, it's literally alternating red and blue yard signs, in every neighborhood that you go through. We're not a monolith, right? There's spectrums of what people believe and what people support, but I believe that there are those commonalities and those middle grounds, right? Like that idea of there's more that brings us together than pulls us apart.
Most of the time, I think that's right, and we have to focus on that. I mean, Western Pennsylvania is a great example. Pennsylvania is also known to be a natural gas state as well.
Yes.
So, it's more like all the above, American homegrown energy, wherever we can get it, but we also have the technology now to make sure that emissions are low. People care about clean air and clean water. They care that there's not pollution in the air, and many people, not all, but many people care about climate change, and it's encroaching on coastlines and changing our way of life, from agriculture to tourism, you name it.
Yeah.
So I think there's something in thinking about all the above and reducing emissions for everybody.
Yes.
And I don't think any particular industry is saying, oh, 100% us. I know the solar industry is not saying like, it's just us. We're going to be 100% solar everywhere.
That's right.
And it's part of a very important mix of energy that we need to have. So I think the education part on the policymakers is just A1 important.
Well, and I think that resonates with the renewable energy community here at RE+, because we're always talking about what's the use case for your product, right? Not all products are made for all use case.
That's right.
And in a situation like, listen, let's be honest, like gas peaker plants are not going away, right?
Not anytime soon, at least.
Yeah, they're going to be part of the base load for the foreseeable future, but supplemented particularly with ESS and energy storage devices.
Right.
Going back to Western PA, they're talking about a lot of data centers going in. Right.
And we've got energy demand that's going to be skyrocketing, right?
Yeah.
So we have to think about meeting the demand, but also at a reasonable cost as well.
Yes.
We're going to price ourselves out of competition. Yeah. So thinking about all of the energy that we need, solar is ready to go, and that's I think for me the exciting part about it, and bringing that message to policymakers is when you're looking at what can meet the needs of today.
Yeah.
It is solar in particular, ready to go, dispatchable, here you go. We've got companies that are doing co-location with solar. We've got companies that are really looking at it from, and the innovative ideas that are coming out of this industry, I think are really exciting.
Oh, absolutely. So can you help us? Heather, please, what are our core talking points? how should we be framing this so that we're not causing fights whenever we walk into the Thanksgiving dining room table and you've got, like very conservative Uncle Jed in the corner?
Well, I mean, very conservative Uncle Jed is probably watching a very, one particular news channel and maybe getting his news from one place that's not very helpful. So you may not need to flip him. But, I think the idea is thinking about American homegrown energy, really. And like, all the above, all boats rise, and we're really using American resources and American ingenuity. I think there's been some switch maybe in the recent days or recent months, particularly with the most recent reconciliation bill in Congress that was led by Republicans, that, if you don't support tax credits for solar, maybe you don't support solar. And that's not necessarily true. There are a lot of members of Congress who are supportive of solar who've never been really supportive of tax credits. So I think we need to just disjoint those and look at, wait a minute, these are not the same. You can support solar and not necessarily support those tax credits. A permitting bill is likely to start gaining momentum this fall. So I'm looking for opportunities where there is parity for both fossil fuels and renewable energy, for instance, on public lands. We're looking for that type of parity moving forward for all kinds of energy. That's like a signal to me whether or not how hard these battles are going to be in future legislative, I don't say battles, but endeavors.
Yeah. So it sounds like really like the kind of the thematic themes to kind of stick to our knitting of the conversation are American energy independence, national security, being self-reliance, U.S. domestic manufacturing, right?
Yeah, the energy independence, I think people who, thinking about your uncle in the corner, who maybe was around in the 70s and seeing when they were escalating gas prices, can remember how important energy independence is for our country. So you want to meet people where they are and talk to them about what they understand. I think that's really important. But this industry, I think, pivoting beyond like, tax credits or not, this is an incredibly innovative industry. The industry is trying to drive prices down so that they could be used more freely, so we can manufacture more and be more competitive. It's not a massive pivot for the industry, but it is a massive pivot for policymakers hearing that from the industry.
Yeah, that's a really interesting way to frame it.
Yeah.
And one thing that I think that is, for a lot of our renewable energy cousins that might be in California in the big cities or in New York City, it's hard to put yourself in the shoes of a Midwestern farmer, a family farmer, right? And I think that what we often forget in the industry is that, they're by and large more conservative leaning than liberal leaning. However, they're almost universally environmentalists. They've got
the first, right?
They've really got a day-to-day, sunrise to sunset understanding of what's happening with the land and the environment around them. And, I've always found that that's a great way to engage them in the conversation. Like, land management, like they love to talk about their land,
And many farmers, of course, are bringing solar onto their properties because for an additional revenue source too, because sometimes Mother Nature doesn't cooperate.
That's right.
So this is something that could be a little bit more reliable for them and their family farms in particular. There's like so many ways to talk about this, and I think it's important really that you've got the right message and the right messenger when you're going and talking to the Midwest. I was just on a panel earlier this morning here at RE+, and we were talking about the messenger. And, people are saying, like, you think about when you're going to a Midwestern town that you are bringing the right person in there. Maybe it's not the person with the man bun and look, I know offense on the man bun, by the way.
No, but the New York City hedge fund manager is not going to resonate in rural Iowa, probably.
So, and it's not just in this industry, that's in any industry. If you're trying, it's common sense to do that. But you have to meet people where they are. But I think the message about the economic benefits of renewable energy, the jobs, like you said, the national security, the energy independence, it goes on and on and on of the benefits. But not any person you're talking to cares about all of those issues. They may have one or two primary issues, and you want to make sure you hit those when you're talking, particularly to policymakers.
Well, and absolutely. And one thing that I personally found that was a great talking point is the 45X manufacturing, U.S. manufacturing credits, going for the domestic manufacturing credits. I can't remember off the top of my head, but I think it was something like 74% of those credits went to red congressional districts.
So much of the IRA actually went to red districts. And I mean, well, first of all, there are a lot more red districts than there are blue districts, just by geographically.
It's true.
But but to the point, there is a lot of benefits going into red districts and recognizing. So a lot of people are confused about why we didn't see greater support for these technologies in their districts and their congressional districts. It's a good point, but also that bill was so much more than just about the energy tax credits. It was also about tax cuts for the middle class. It was about SNAP. It was about national security, defense, border immigration, so many other priorities. So that's why I say one vote doesn't say it all. And by the way, it could have been a heck of a lot worse.
Yes.
And we worked very hard at Crest to make sure that we were mitigating some of that and having a balance. What came from the House and went over to the Senate was a tough bill.
Right.
What came out of the Senate was a better bill. And then we're going to continue to build on the education and making sure we don't see more bills like that. Maybe we're not going to have a tax fight, but the next, as I mentioned, is permitting reform. That parity is important. Renewable energy deserves a fair seat at the table, and we'll be working for that.
Well, that's fantastic. So again, in wrap up, Heather Ream, CEO of Crest, really doing the work of reaching across the aisle. Thank you so much. You know, it's not going to do any of us any good to be in our own echo chambers, and we thank you for reaching across the aisle, engaging both conservatives and liberals in these conversations, which are so fundamentally critical for us to come together as a country.
I appreciate the recognition and spending some time with Josh.
Well, and please, everyone out there who's watching and listening today, please support Crest. This is really important that we reach across the aisle to our conservative cousins.
CrestEnergy.com.
All right. Thank you so much. All right. We'll be right back at the Power Up Live stage, sponsored by Wärtsilä and presented by SunCast Media. Don't go away.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Interchange Recharge podcast. I'm Silvia Leiva Martinez, Research Director with McKinsey, and we're coming to you from the Power Up Live stage at RE Plus 2025 here in Las Vegas, so really, really exciting. The Power Up Live stage is presented by Wärtsilä Energy Storage, so thank you so much to the sponsors. And today I'm thrilled to be discussing one of the main topics that have been around in the conference, which is navigating policy uncertainty. I think uncertainty has been the word of the past few months, and how the different policy changes that are happening in the market are being navigated by developers, manufacturers, off-takers, and all different stakeholders in the industry. So to discuss more about this, I'm really happy to be joined by Neil Bradshaw and Ryan Chen from Hithium.
Hi, Sylvia.
Hello, welcome to the show. So Ryan is Chief of Staff to the Chairman at Hithium Energy Storage, and Neil is Director of Global Applications of Engineering at Hithium 2. Hithium, for those who don't know about the company, was founded in 2019, is a leading manufacturer of premium stationary energy storage products for all applications, from residential all the way to utility scale. And they have 4 distinct R&D centers and multiple intelligent production facilities. So Hithium's innovations include groundbreaking safety improvements. We're going to talk about that in the show. And other innovations that help increase the life cycle of energy storage projects. So welcome again to the show. And just to get started with the questions. OB3, definitely part of the conversation across the conference over the past couple of days. And it has introduced many changes to the energy sector. So how are you seeing it reshape supply chains, and what is this uncertainty creating for companies that are trying to plan in the long term?
Yeah, I guess I'll start with that one. I'm our strategy and policy lead here at Hithium, based in San Francisco, have an exclusive focus on the US market and our global initiatives. OB3 is interesting. It's a very pervasive supply chain policy affecting all layers of the renewable ecosystem. Mm-hmm. Whether you are a Chinese company or a non-Chinese company, you have to be vetting for prohibited foreign entities in your supply chain. Yes. We've worked with some third-party organizations in certifying or attempting to certify parts of our supply chain before this show. Certainly has been a very layered journey. I would say the bill of materials we deal with in renewable energy are extremely intricate. Mm-hmm. Solar modules actually might be some of the easier ones in the industry, but when you get down to a battery cell, integrated utility scale system, there's 1,000 to 2,000 components. Future systems may have more. Many of these are transshipping through different countries, going through distributor warehouses, being chemically processed. So it's very complex and presents a lot of challenges as we are waiting for IRS tax guidance. I would say pathways remain open. We are a company that in many ways has a double-edged sword here. We have a local manufacturing facility in Mesquite, Texas that gives us instant access to US supply chain. But at the same time, we do have our R&D based overseas with some local teams as well operating on that. We have factories opening in Saudi Arabia, eventually Europe, and additional potential expansions to our US facilities. So we're ready for the policy and excited to share more developments with the crowd here.
And I'd actually add, it's one of those things that doesn't only affect what you might think of as a traditional Chinese company. Imagine you are a manufacturer based in the US, but you're importing parts. It's expensive. You need massive factories. You need huge amount of scale to make the money so that you can actually justify your business. And all of a sudden you have a policy that comes through that changes how you bring in parts, and maybe you can't find local cells or you can't find a certain component, and the next thing you know is you're going bankrupt and you're in the red. So it has unintended side effects.
Yes, and it seems like you're mixing the best of both worlds, because you have local manufacturing but also pairing it with extensive R&D activities abroad. So it's a good dynamic to have and a way to diversify and try to obtain the most of the innovation that you can get overseas, but also applying all these new technology in the US. So that's definitely exciting. So how do you see, or what does it take for a US-based factory? Like, since you're having the experience locally, but also abroad, how difficult or what needs to happen for US factories, particularly on the battery storage side, to compete with imports from China, from other countries, since the cost structure is very, very different, and also the appetite for different products differs greatly depending on the players locally?
Yeah, I think at Hithium, we've taken on the challenge by building true scale. There's been many overseas companies that have built assembly facilities here. These are smaller scale operations, mostly running a warehouse type operation with some minimal type of assembly. Capital expenditures to build and operate that factory are slightly lower. For us, we are at a $100 to $200 million investment in Texas alone. We took an aggressive move in the sense where we built that factory before we had the offtake purchase agreements lined up to buy the product. That was confidence in our core product ability to sell in the US. I would say some fun sort of features of our factory that really show the scale. One of the things I've only seen in China before has been one of these RC sort of remote control cars that can move a 50,000 pound to 75,000 pound shipping container that's completely autonomous, has no man driver. We have that in Texas right now, and we have multiple of those that are moving the containers between our container integration line and our battery pack line. So just that alone already shows how we're not only just transferring this whole concept of assembly, but we're transferring, I would say, manufacturing scale across oceans here. So that certainly takes not only a lot of knowledge, but I would say a lot of commitment, be it financially and sort of from just an overall mindset as a company.
I'd say as a country, if you want to compete with something as efficient as China, you need to make it easier to open factories, encourage foreign factories to come here and bring the knowledge back.
Yes.
This is the goal, right?
We have a true technology transfer happening, not just like, exactly.
Yeah, so encourage them to come back, make incentives for them to come back, bring the knowledge. Eventually the knowledge will transfer, will make the industry much better and stronger. And then if you can have areas like they do in China where you can manufacture all the parts of the supply chain very close, very tight, very efficient. Unfortunately, the laws that we have today do not support that. So the government needs to help.
And it's interesting because in spirit, all the new policies are supposed to be helping promote domestic manufacturing, but then what we're actually seeing is reduced investment because of all the uncertainty and all the changes that we're seeing, right?
Fear doesn't help investment.
Totally, totally. So it seems like there's a lot of opportunity, right? But for energy storage in particular, and I'm going to tie it to the comment that you made earlier, Ryan, about how it's easier for module manufacturers. I don't think many solar manufacturers are sharing those thoughts. But it's definitely a bit more complicated for the energy storage side, particularly because of the high concentration of IP, of technology that is currently in China, and well, the situation that we all know of about relationships between the US and China. So what are the biggest weaknesses on the US solar supply chain right now, and how are different companies adapting to that?
Yeah, I might shift to energy storage since that's sort of our core product we're operating here in the US. But in terms of supply chain, I would say the overall policy environment has many inconsistencies. I would say we don't see that as a challenge, more so as just how the world works. We need to navigate through it. Tariffs, they were easier actually when they were high and sort of consistent for every country. Now it's sort of low and high. It's varying across different regions, different countries, and there's various media outlets out there. I'm a subscriber of the New York Times, and I have their tariff tracker table. And one of the reasons I bought that subscription is they update it all the time, and I'm able to track every little country our components are coming out of. It's especially challenging for companies that are actually diversifying their supply chains. So we have materials coming from Latin America, Europe, Middle East, North Africa, in addition to China and Greater Asia Pacific. So that type of cost modeling of how much it costs to make a product here in Texas has been volatile. And while it remains a challenge, I would say it doesn't deter commitment for domestic manufacturing. I think the appetite from the customer base has been clear. They've been willing to pay for a domestic-made product. Any sort of larger U.S. footprint on a product is preferred for various sort of qualitative reasons as well. So,
and weird things happen. Sometimes you just can't get that product here in the U.S. because businesses have closed down, they've gone away, they've gone overseas, exported talent. And very often what our procurement manager says is he has to make a compromise with a part that wasn't approved by engineering, or we got engineering to approve something that's very, very different from what we wanted to achieve the same effect. Like maybe we can't make a plastic cover for a battery module. We might have to make it out of steel. And that's changing the design. It affects the certifications.
Yes.
And then the customers are confused because they want the same product they've already approved somewhere else, right?
Yeah.
You can't have 100 different products because you have to keep on compromising every time you can't fill in your supply chain.
Yeah, so it takes time for the redesign, first of all, but also a lot of education for the buyer, because as you mentioned, they were expecting a certain product that is already, they already saw it work, it has been proven, so now it's going through all these processes again, even though the end result is relatively similar. Again, like it's just a matter of adapting and educating, so it takes more time and resources.
Definitely.
And is there any risk, for example, like changing the design so suddenly, like in terms of, I don't know, safety, functionality? Ultimately, you're looking to achieve the same functionality as the original product, but then how are the clients reacting to how these new changes to the product are being applied?
They look at it with a magnifying glass. They ask 100 questions for every change. They want justification. And sometimes the justification is just because that's the only thing we can do.
Okay.
I would say safety we don't compromise on, but it does affect the price.
Yep.
And the other thing is we are exposed as a manufacturer to liquidated damages for late delivery.
Okay.
And now you have to go and get your product maybe recertified again and go through all that nonsense. So it's actually very risky for everyone, and all these costs get passed on to the customer.
Yeah. And right now, when we're in an environment where we need all the resources deployed now, time becomes of much more essence. So.
It is.
So you were mentioning earlier about the ability to have like U.S. manufacturing, but also R&D abroad. So how sustainable is this hybrid model where you're merging local and global innovation?
I think it's perfect. I think you can have R&D abroad. You can learn as much as you need to learn. And guess what? While you're interfacing daily with those R&D engineers, you're busy learning and you're actually sharing skills. And we want to localize. We want to localize everything. Manufacturing, we want to localize engineering. But the question is the pace.
Yep.
We can't do it tomorrow. That's not practical. And maybe it'll take 10 years.
Yep.
It could be a long road.
Yeah, and I would say the pace of the industry is really set by the aggregate of global sort of R&D policies and incentives set by different countries. In many ways, a lot of the leadership from China in electric vehicles, in battery technology, that's been a heavy push from their domestic market, and we've seen benefits in countries worldwide, meaning our competitors here in the US, in greater Asia Pacific, they've made heavier investments in R&D to sort of release new product that we're happy to see sort of get the industry to a larger scale and at a better cost structure.
Yeah, totally. And what do you see as the main changes that need to happen in the US in order to continue developing the energy storage supply chain? I would start saying not changing the tariffs every week or two.
Yeah.
So a bit of stability would definitely help, but what else is in there?
Maybe a small joke here. I think if the politicians stop playing around with their cryptocurrency and investments and actually ran a country like a company, right, rather than enriching themselves, I think that would be a good start. But that's a bit of a joke.
Yeah, obviously the certainty is the obvious answer. I would say not only tariffs, I think specific to our industry, at least after July 4th, guidance on how to access tax credits for these large-scale battery projects. And solar is on its sunset, but there's also some guidance that needs to be there as well. They're subject to some restrictions starting on January 1st. But outside of all that, I'd really like to highlight, I would say the U.S. market's really turning a corner right now, especially on the battery side with the advent of AI and sort of the power consumption we're expecting there. At this conference, we've released a AI-specific product that really helps deal with the demanding load profiles that all of these AI applications are using currently. So if you think about when you're using a ChatGPT or a Grok AI, and you're getting reminded of that sort of Apple Mac sort of beach ball where it's still loading on you, I think we're all waiting for data centers to get faster and grow in capacity. There's a huge sort of mismatch in sort of power demand and what our grid can currently provide. So we're hoping more policy certainty. We certainly need it because the appetite for our product and the overall industry growth is really at its peak, despite all the challenges we have in the background.
Yeah. How are you thinking about the development of the entire battery supply chain? Like, I think there's a lot of opportunity there as well. What we have seen in solar, which is the area I typically cover the most, is like it has been concentrated on the final product, only the module. But when we take a look further upstream, there's still a lot of components missing. We have no wafers, we have no cells, no polysilicon. So how do you see that evolving on the energy storage side?
Yeah, I think this is maybe the first year I've had decent conversations with mineral mining companies from the Asia Pacific region coming to the US, not only exploring within the US, but greater Americas. But when they get here and they meet with us, they tell us how they've recently taken trips in other continents like Europe and Africa. I would say the demand is not only from the US. Other markets, for example, the European market is also driving that. At least in the US, the EV market's sort of on a roller coaster. At some point, we'll follow a more consistent trend, but I think demand from the EV side, demand from energy storage for critical minerals will grow. The OB3 also adds certain provisions to have thresholds starting in 2027 for that. So I would say, the road's been changing. I think tariffs may have some input into that as well, but I think in certain ways it's a good thing. I think we are diversifying globally. We sort of have more sort of localization that encourages U.S. customers to make greater investments in the industry. So despite the fact that our parent company might not be based here, we're sort of following and towing that line of localization and supporting the customer base we have here in the U.S.
And we invest heavily in local suppliers. We give them lots of guidance, and we're really working hard to get it maybe 100%.
Okay.
We'll see. It'll be coming.
Awesome. Looking forward to it. So in terms of the investments, one of the elements that several manufacturers have talked about and have dedicated a lot of resources to is retaining talent. Particularly now we have seen this wave of bankruptcies, market consolidation. So how is this reshaping the competitive landscape, and particularly how does it affect the retention of top talent?
Well, I'd say that's quite a violent market at the moment. With some things on the plus side are all these bankruptcies release top talent that you can then scoop up and you can bring in, and you can learn things you would have learned otherwise. But on the other hand, you have a few major players, and they're busy basically trying to build the strongest companies that they can do, maybe driving the talent prices up quite high through the roof in some cases. And there's a bit of infighting that's happening. But I think the good news is eventually we'll have a consolidation. We'll sweep the board. Companies that were weaker, unfortunately, will end up being moved out because it would have probably happened in the end. So from that sense, I'd say the government's done I suppose the industry a favor of pushing them down. But the good thing is it releases amazing talent, because the people at those companies who had to innovate and they had to struggle and they do things that they didn't have the resources that they needed to do can now be released to the bigger companies, which will be a good thing.
Yeah, I would say as shown here, RE Plus, the attending crowd is always impressive, not only in terms of, I guess, size. We're now taking over more and more expo halls each year, but just in terms of the breadth of the talent and sort of a new younger generation that always joins our industry. I think the new crowd graduating from college, it's not only about software and sort of Silicon Valley companies where I'm based out of, but Cleantech emerges as a sort of good brand as well. If I just think about the history of our industry and sort of how products have continually evolved through time, I just think about 4 to 5 years ago when many of us had these sort of not pre-populated battery systems where it was the immature side of the industry when we had battery modules that were separate. We were racking those physically 200-pound modules into each battery system. Sites would take maybe 10 times as long to build in terms of capacity. Companies have grown and evolved with product. Companies consolidate. Companies merge. They may go bankrupt. They may rebrand. But that's a continual trend. And I think we're happy to be here at the show to see a lot of familiar faces from just a few years ago. And everyone's always switching companies. But at the same time, I think you'll find many sort of bedrocks of the industry where those companies are here to stay. Yeah. And many of those executive leaders are sort of leading the push forward, especially most recently in the whole lobbying effort behind OB3 and ways to, in my opinion, made the policy somewhat workable compared to the first draft that was released in May.
So we cannot have a discussion about energy storage without mentioning safety and fire hazard. So it seems like large-scale fire testing and other compliance requirements can cost millions and are increasing the time to market of products, right? And right now, time is of the essence, so it's becoming more and more challenging considering the policy landscape. So do you think that policymakers are fully understanding the costs of all these compliance requirements, and what would a better or more pragmatic system look like?
I don't think they really understand the costs. So it was $3 million to $4.2 million when I researched online for some of these large-scale fire tests. They're pretty expensive, and you run the risk of the rules changing maybe halfway through the test or just before the test or a week after the test, and then it might render your whole test invalid, right? Luckily, they have voted in the 9540A, the most recent draft had been voted on maybe 2 or 3 days ago, so that's good news. And that's what we ran our test to, which is great. We did it with all the doors open, which probably wasn't required. That was the worst case scenario, but we were pushed to do the worst case test, which may have resulted in us failing the test, which may have caused us to waste $3 million, say. But luckily that didn't happen, so it wasn't a waste. The customers were all covered. But when you think about it, all these standards that we have, the best thing about standards is there's so many to choose from. There's hundreds of standards, different agencies. They all compete, and very often when you're building a project or a factory or something like that, you're wrestling with having to do things that are inefficient, and you don't actually know which standard to apply in which case easily, and very often it's like a bit of trickery. The experts out there will pull out a standard you didn't know about and say, oh, in this case I want you to comply with that standard. And you're like, oh, I didn't design the product or the factory for that case.
Yeah.
And it causes a lot of wastage. If we could simplify the standards landscape and make it more friendly for businesses to invest so that they don't have to worry about losing money on projects or on their factories, that will help the country a lot.
I love that.
And I'll give you here's a really nasty example. A few years ago, we were manufacturing inverters from an American company that's no longer with us, unfortunately. And we changed the color of the paint for a client request.
Okay.
The standards agent, the paint on the outside, it went from white to green, right? Just tint. And the standards agency said, not named, they said, oh, we're sorry about that. Now we need 3 samples, 1 to explode, 1 to disassemble, and 1 to do something else with it. And you got to put a guy in a hotel for 3 weeks. So that this really happens, and then you can be late on your order. It can cause a lot of trouble. Whether the inverter is going to explode or not, and when they blow them up, they literally put a big copper bus bar on an IGBT on the inside of the inverter to blow it up. That's got nothing to do with the color of the paint. So, you know, we have those things to deal with sometimes.
Well, it seems like it can be like a relatively easy thing to do, but it's going to take a lot of time and definitely a lot of conversations with policymakers. So, Neil, Ryan, this has been amazing. Thank you so much for sharing your insights with us. Thank you to the audience for joining us live here today. And thank you, everyone, for joining us here at the Power Up Live stage, presented by Wärtsilä Energy Storage and produced by SunCast Media. See you next time.
Thank you very much.
Thanks for having us.
We are live once again from the Power Up Live stage at RE Plus 2025. Power Up Live is brought to you by Wärtsilä Energy Storage. Thank you so much for joining us. If you're watching live on our webcast at suncast.live, thank you for taking the time out of your busy day. Maybe you're walking around the trade show. Come over and say hello to us. Thanks to all of you who are in our live audience. Enjoy the snacks provided as well by Wärtsilä. They're actually very tasty. And we're going to talk a lot about energy storage as has been I feel like it's been the common theme on the stage this week. Wildfires, heat waves, surging demand from AI data centers, they're all testing the grid in ways that we have never seen before. Energy storage is not just about capacity anymore, and it's certainly not about backup only. It's about keeping the system stable when it matters most. The question is, how fast can U.S. market evolve to capture the new value streams that solar now has the capacity to provide? A little double entendre capacity. Joining me are two leaders from Wärtsilä Energy Storage. First, Tamara de Gruyter. Did I get the last part?
Perfect.
Perfect. All right. Who stepped into the role of President of Energy Storage earlier this year. She brings a truly global perspective at a time when I would say that our U.S. market is facing both growing pains and enormous opportunity and can use some global perspective. Alongside her, my longtime friend, Dave Hebert, the Vice President of Global Sales and Business Strategy, who works closely with customers to turn complex policy and structures in the market into real projects and revenue. Welcome to the stage.
Thanks. Appreciate it. Good to be here.
Good to see you. Good to see you and have you back. Tamara, you've come into the role relatively recently and at a pivotal moment in the U.S. market. So I'd love to get maybe a kind of a hot take from you on the current market situation as a relative newcomer, your perspective. I'm going to call you an outsider, although you are now very squarely inside. What's your take on the market right now?
It has been a very interesting 5 months, and as you said, when I came into the market, my second working day, we actually were faced with the tariff situation. So I think this is actually a bit of a challenge we now face in the US market. At the same time, you could also say there's still a lot of customers that want to continue. So overall, maybe some early headwinds, but then for the more medium terms, there's definitely a way to continue. What is also very interesting learning about this market is that I can really see the market is maturing. There's more renewables coming into the grid, there's more requirement for grid stability. So it's not only to provide backup power. I think you now see a kind of pivotal point where battery storage will need to provide more services, as you already alluded to. Because this is just part of the market maturing. I think also customers are looking for more sophistication. They are looking for different revenue models. And I think one other very exciting opportunity is definitely data centers. I think AI is a hot topic. Everyone is building data centers, and data centers have different requirements, and batteries are definitely part of that equation. So a very dynamic market, very much developing, maturing, learning together, us and the customers, the technology providers, and there's a lot of opportunity for the future, although the headwinds give us some headache on the short term.
Yeah, you mentioned the word sophistication, and I feel like sometimes that word needs to be unpacked. So I'm going to invite you to maybe explain what you mean by, what does sophistication look like with regards to the storage market right now?
I would say one element of sophistication is also, instead of only charging the batteries, there's also an element of grid stability. And there the batteries can help. And when you talk about sophistication, for me it's very much more than only the hardware. It's the software that really helps you. So I think that is a super important element, how to help our customers unlock value by using the software as well.
Dave, I know that you guys are working around the world, and I suspect that you've gotten some sort of lessons learned from other markets. I'm really curious, what are international regulators and utilities doing to compensate energy storage at the advanced level, and call it advanced services? And how does that differ from, or maybe how is the US market trailing other markets in that approach?
Yeah, I think as a global provider, we see everything from, the brand new market that just wants to do frequency regulation. It feels like every market that ever opens up, that's the first thing they do. And they all want, high-capacity 1-hour batteries and move on and on and on.
Right.
And we saw that here as well, right? You saw that in New Jersey as an early example for the frequency regulation markets, ERCOT, California, et cetera. And then now what we see very broadly, we see in Australia and the UK in particular, and actually we see it coming up in Saudi Arabia.
Yeah.
They're really getting into complex models, right? Everything needs to be grid forming. They intend to use them as black start devices as needed. They are doing frequency regulation along with day ahead or different time variables for capacity in combination. And more we're seeing other advanced functions. So we have a project in the UK that's public, it's out there for Zenobē that it's doing stability services, right? So virtual inertia, reactive power, all a very wide range of applications that are taking place. And we're seeing that same thing in Australia as well, right? They're moving to those applications. Saudi Arabia is moving to those applications almost immediately. The U.S. has gotten better. Right? You know, we have ERCOT more closely mirrors Australia at this point and the AMO, right? So a more mature participation model for battery energy storage that should eventually give better opportunities to the systems that are out there. California is heading in its own direction, but we haven't yet seen really advanced features.
Yeah, one of the things so you said something that I hadn't heard before, and I want you to help us understand it. Yep. I've seen sort of like synthetic transmission, but I'd not heard of, you used virtual inertia, sort of like virtual power plants, and I think I've heard it referred to as synthetic inertia.
Yep.
What does this mean, and how does that actually provide stability for, I mean, speak to the folks who maybe aren't power engineers.
Yeah, and I'm not a power engineer, so that'll be a whole lot easier.
Well, you had to learn it.
Yeah, I had to learn it. You know, these are services that are trying to replace the impact of inertia, right? So inertia in a very simple format is everything was reciprocating engines, turbines, things that spun.
Yeah.
So if you took away the fuel, right, you ended all of that, you'd continue to get that impact on the generation that would help hold up the grid, help hold up the frequency. This is very similar, but there's no spinning mass on an inverter, so you really have to synthesize that in the way that you're creating waveforms and putting that forward.
Got it. Are there, you mentioned your project with Zenobē. I think one that I find really fascinating was the one in the Shetland Islands. How are they using batteries to provide grid reliability?
Yeah, that's a little bit different.
Is it?
Right? Yeah. So that application, there is, Shetland Islands have a lot of wind generation.
Right.
So that's more, how do you mitigate the loss of the transmission infrastructure? So they have a DC coupled underwater cable. If there's any interruption in that service, there's so much power and energy that is on the island. You need a mechanism using batteries, using other devices to really wind that down, right? How do you take that capacity offline and keep your grid up, or go back to a black start scenario to get it back up and running?
When we were in the outset, we were talking about the difference, and yesterday I had Neha and Ruchi on talking about hardware and the software complement. Do we have the necessary components in place now from a technology, policy, software to really make storage deliver the kinds of complex grid services that we've heretofore been told were not possible? Like, you know, storage is backup, it's not the backbone of the grid. And I'm just curious, are we there yet?
I think we are, right? I think the gap to ever more creative ways to use energy storage is rather small. The batteries have become far more reliable. We have system-wide uptime for our entire fleet of 99%. So now batteries are actually getting to the point where they can be seen as a grid asset. I've been in the industry for a while now, and I go back about 10 years, and I remember a number of utilities looking at me and say, batteries are a nice toy, but they're not a grid asset. I think they've actually come to the point where they are a reliable enough asset that the grid operators are looking at them and saying, I'm actually buying this like I'm buying substations and turbines and everything else that's in place. And that, I think, is both the battery and the maturity on the inverter side.
Right.
And then all of the control systems, which we put a lot of focus into, have come to that level and are able to serve those purposes. The next horizon is now we have AI data centers that are coming in, and they're creating brand new problems that we can solve, but nobody's actually done it physically yet, right? All works in the power system models. We actually have the solutions. We're working with customers to be able to go at that, but until somebody builds it and believes it, the utilities are going to balk and say, no, I need a transmission wire.
Yeah. Right. Tamara, I'm curious, in your, as you come up to speed on the value of these assets in the international markets, where are we seeing utilities internationally put real revenue on these assets, and what can we learn in the U.S. market from that? Or conversely, how are you seeing your customers in the U.S. maybe take advantage of the revenue opportunities and take them to their utility partners and start to request these kinds of, I'm going to call revenue services, right, where the battery itself gets more ancillary revenue than just as a backup product?
Yeah, I think it also a bit, and I think Dave already mentioned some very good examples in Australia, also with Zenobi, you referred to Shetland. I think it is good that we can show we can do it. I think every market and every customer, and then you mentioned policies as well, of course is going in its own pace. I think what you can see is that more renewables coming into the mix, of course, is driving this. In the end, you then have to have more complex services because you need to be able to provide this inertia, synthetic inertia. But I think there's also an element of what's happening in the outside world. Like in Spain, there was a power blackout. And I think that has really also made people realize that, hey, we need to have a strong enough grid. And the batteries then also become into the equation as well. So I think climate change and the fact how we deal with that, grids getting older, different assets that make up the energy mix per country, of course will drive different pace of change in different countries. But I think really in Spain, there's now a lot of call, like we need to invest more in batteries. We need to make sure the grid is stronger. We need to be able to have this stability because my parents happened to be there and they said you couldn't even pay. Nowadays, we don't have cash anymore, so no one could do anything. You couldn't take a train, you couldn't take a bus. We're so dependent on a stable grid.
Yeah, and pardon. And increasingly just this digital infrastructure that powers our lives. I appreciate you answering the question that I wanted to ask, which is what are the key drivers in the marketplace that are actually giving us the signals that we can monetize batteries in different ways. We've gone from standalone batteries doing frequency regulation, voltage ride-through, things like that in the islands in New Jersey. Load shifting is probably the most common use in California. Now ERCOT is showing true multi-use participation. I'm curious if you have a perspective on, or what your perspective is on, the mindset shift that you're seeing in developers to really learn to capture the full value of storage, specifically how they're integrating batteries into their proposals, into their plant design, with the forethought that the battery is more than just a backup device.
Yeah, I could take that a little bit. I think one of the fundamentals that's behind all this is that energy storage ultimately is seeking revenue from other sources. Right. The grid has always had elements that can provide these services, whether it's from the generation side or they're sort of building up buffer or backup, or they're putting in cap banks here and there. This is nothing that they're not already doing. They're just doing it with a different asset. So that revenue shift from one form to the other is either going to get pushed by regulation or it's going to get pulled by developers that seek it. And we are seeing developers that are going out into the marketplace, looking to negotiate bilaterally with utilities, looking to educate them a lot more on what the particular promise is. And those are the developers that we put a lot of support into. So we've spent a lot of time helping developers put together models and performas and things that they can take to the distribution utilities or the regulators and say, this is a better use for this asset in this location.
Yeah.
So there's always going to be a balance of, call it an 80-20 rule, right? You'll have 80% of the developers are going to go and say, I just want an offtake.
Yeah.
Right? And I'm not going to mess with it. And I have...
Not going to get sophisticated.
I'm not going to get sophisticated because my capital source doesn't want any of that. Then you'll have 20% of the developers that push the envelope, do bilateral agreements.
Yeah.
Try and do things that are a little more advanced. We have a project in Georgia. It's actually been there a little while, but it's based on a bilateral agreement that says I'm gonna deliver guaranteed capacity from solar at a certain fixed point in time.
Okay.
Right, and I'm gonna bid it, and if I'm wrong, I'll take the penalties on top of that.
So you have to hedge that.
So so we see folks that are pushing into those types of scenarios more and more, and it's opening up opportunities to be able to better serve the grid.
Sure. And in ERCOT, all across ERCOT, there are developers taking the merchant risk on these assets. I wonder, as developers and even end customers like data centers push the envelope on what batteries are capable of, what, from your perspective, what's at stake if we don't find the solutions to address the need for, or the opportunity for batteries to step in? What's at stake there?
I think Tamara, hit the nail on the head. Like the grid's going to go down, right? Or we're going to stop development and we're going to shrink the economic power of things like data centers or large-scale manufacturing, right? If you can't put load out on the grid, then you stop the economy.
Well, and I honestly don't believe that. I think the technology is there. Also, together, us working with our suppliers. I think as an industry, we're learning as we're doing, and I think we're all the time progressing. And as Dave said, no one has done it now maybe for the complexity for a data center, but we are working on it. We're modeling it. We're making sure that we provide the services. Yeah. So I think the willingness is there. The willingness is there, and we're going to get there.
Yeah. I would argue also one thing that's at stake is industry somehow believing that it's not possible and reverting back to spinning reserves and fossil fuels and waiting, or as it has been suggested, bringing in coal plants from other places, right? Because a lot of the power-hungry tech platforms need power now, and despite their platitudes for decarbonization, they are more energy hungry than climate conscious, I would say. So I think that it's encouraging for me to hear that battery technology, as well as the software integration, is at the stage where we can reliably believe in it and trust it.
And I think what you say, I think, of course, everyone is energy hungry, so there needs to be energy. And I think you see different parts of the world driving for decarbonization as well. And I think we also have to accept that everyone will move at their own pace. Right. But we are moving. We're not standing still. Some might move faster than others, some might move slower, but we're moving ahead. And the ones that are in front are actually paving the way with technology, with solutions, with commercial solutions as well for the rest.
Yeah, and I think you use energy hungry, right? I think we're more energy hungry, but it's a little different. The appetite has changed.
That's right.
We don't want meat and potatoes anymore. We want to get fancy. Right? We want some pasta. We want all kinds of the flavors in that, and that load profile mix is really what's driving the need for energy storage and other technologies to help do things you can't do with a bulk power plant and a fixed transitional grid. Yeah.
Well, I ate at Sushi Samba last night, and now I want Wagyu steak on a 700-degree stone. That's about as sophisticated as I can upgrade the meat and potatoes analogy. As we close, if I'm a developer or a utility leader sitting here today listening to this conversation, what one thing do you hope that I'm going to take away from this conversation on how I approach integrating storage into my next project?
I mean, from my perspective, I think it is, the takeaway I want is work with your technology provider, right? Get into an interactive conversation about how that technology is going to be applied, how you might look at things differently. I know from our end, it winds up becoming very open conversations about the art of possible. You can actually find a lot more if you're going at it that way than if you try and decide what you want in the silo and say, here's our RFP.
Right.
Right. So I think that's an important nature. In particular on the software end, right, on a takeaway standpoint, is we can do more than they may think we can do.
Right.
Right. So you have to be able to ask the questions and seek some of the outcomes that are there. We've worked with a number of developers where it's, would you like it to be fixed, or would you like performance-based outcomes?
Right.
Right. In particular on the software side, where we can say, let's work at it so we both have an incentive to make it better.
Yeah. That flexibility is really key.
And I think what Dave mentions is key, partner. I think it shouldn't be the case that a developer comes to, here is my RFQ, please quote the price. I think partner also means trying to understand the art of what's possible, what do you need, and kind of work out a solution together. So it's really about partnering. And this is then also, if you say, hey, what would be the alternative? That's not very, you could say, it's a bit of a dark alternative. So if we can partner together and we kind of can help satisfy each other's needs, develop the technology for the future, I think then we don't get to the dark scenario. We will have your Wagyu steak
That's right.
on the stone.
Indeed. Yesterday, I learned a lot from the conversation with Neha and Ruchi. I hope folks will go listen to it. One of the things that stands out the most for me, in particular, having talked to a lot of different folks around battery storage and the way the teams approach that partnership, is just how invested the Wärtsilä team is in understanding the outcomes that your partner is looking for in a bid. So much so that you can qualifiably show that, yes, you can even pay a little more for a product that has certain features you didn't know you needed, because it's going to give you an outcome in the bid that is more beneficial to your customer. I think that level of solution selling has not been available to us in the battery sector until very recently. So my hat's off to the Wärtsilä team and the way that you're approaching it. Thank you for taking the time to come spend time with us. Dave and Tamara both are leading the effort globally for Wärtsilä Energy Storage. Appreciate you taking time to be at the Power Up Live stage.
Thanks very much for this good talk.
Thank you. Yeah, no, I really appreciate it.
And thank you all for joining us live. Look at that. We had our crowd grew by about 100%.
That's okay. I have that impact on people.
You do?
Yeah.
I thought it was me.
You owe me a steak now, by the way.
There you go. Sushi Samba. Coming up in just a moment is the folks from Omnidian. I know that Sean Swintek is going to take the stage with Christopher Clement. And you guys are welcome to come on up to the stage. We'll get you set.
Hello, everyone at RE+. I'm Sean Swentek, host of The Future Current. I'm joined today by Chris Clement, CFO and CIO, not information, investment, from Encore Renewable Energy. Really excited to be presenting here today on the Power Up Live stage, presented by Wärtsilä, wonderful company. They were just up here talking about energy storage solutions. Really excited to talk to you, Chris. Your Encore is one of the leading IPPs in the space today. You guys transitioned from a traditional developer and flip model to an IPP, and we're going to talk about that today. Can you kind of paint a picture of Encore's journey from that initial model to where you are today? I know you've built like a huge reputation as a company that does brownfield development, complex sites. You've really embraced the asset ownership model of IPP. Can you talk a little bit about the transition?
Absolutely. First, to give a shout out to Chad Farrell, who founded Encore in 2007. So this has been a long journey. A journey of humble beginnings, let's say. I joined Encore in 2022. At that point in time, Encore had moved from being a pure play developer, and I'll circle back to that term in a moment, into being a developer EPC. The focus was initially in our home state of Vermont. Yes, Vermont is a cold and relatively dark place, but solar does work there, does thrive there, and so we're in upper New England. And have expanded from Vermont in our initial beginnings in the late 2000s. The progression from going from pure play developer to developer EPC fed into what at the time was an inkling of an idea that the IPP model was going to be really a fulfillment of a mission that Encore already started with, which was to be a community partner, to be a partner for our utilities, to have a long-term ownership mentality. And so we started building the capabilities to fulfill that full stack, that vertical integration that's essential for being a developer IPP. And that's a distinction I'd like to draw, that some IPPs are acquisition vehicles. You buy projects, you build them, you operate them. We're vertically integrated IPP in the sense that we're originating, developing, constructing, designing, and now owning and operating projects. And so the impetus behind that started with our founder Chad and our other co-CEO Blake Sturkey. I was brought on in the beginning of 2022 to help transition us from that developer EPC model into being an IPP. And I'll paint that picture in broad strokes. The world of being a developer EPC is one of constant churn. There's a constant throughput. The model that you're working, your business model is one whereby you're earning developer fees, you're earning margins. There's a certain rockiness to that, the consistency with which you can push projects through on timelines that are dependable and so forth. It's a difficult thing to manage. And so part of the idea about moving into being an IPP was getting to that point in time where we're not just riding the wave of profits and developer fees, but actually moving our projects into long-term ownership, recurring revenue, building an asset base, which is the foundation upon which you are building both enterprise value, but also being able to manage the capital, justify the capital that's necessary to really be in our industry.
You mentioned the term pure play developer. Can you just share for people who might not be familiar with that, what that is and how it differs from that developer EPC IPP model?
Yeah, pure play developer is quite straightforward. This is your site origination, your contracting, your permitting. It's putting in place everything that you need to have a buildable asset. But it's just a hypothetical asset until you build it. And so a typical pure play developer is taking a project from its initiation, its inception, through to call it a close to NTP point in time where you have a fully buildable, de-risked project, at which point you're selling it to an IPP and generating developer fees at that point in time.
I know you only joined a few years ago. You said 2022. The company's been around since 2007. But are you familiar with, was there a market inception point? Was there a point in time where Encore said, we want to transition from developer flip model to developer EPC model? And was there a market influence that drove that decision?
We had a sneaking suspicion that we were building projects that our institutional buyers who kept coming back for repeat business thought were of really high quality. So we the cultural shift of being a long-term owner was a really modest one for us in the sense that we were bringing that long-term ownership mentality before we were a long-term owner. I think that there certainly was an inflection point as infrastructure funds, private equity investors, strategics started to see value in platforms and to see that you would ascribe value to the engine of development and then the implementation of projects and operating on your balance sheet. And whereas before kind of the investment model was more around operating assets, fully de-risked, there wasn't a sense of how you develop how you value a development pipeline. And so getting into 2020, 2021, 2022, there was a period of, let's just say, exuberance in the market around investing in platforms, and that indicated that there was a market opportunity. There are always windows of capital availability, and this was one that we were admittedly on the tail end of. When we initiated our initial equity raise process, that was in the beginning of 2022, shortly after I joined, and that took us through the point in time where we have the IRA come. I have a distinct memory, in fact, of going into an investor meeting with the IRA having just passed 20 minutes before, and we're trying to digest, like, oh my gosh, this is giving us such a different landscape, such a different value proposition, such a different investment thesis and Encore. How do we digest this, and how do we use this as a way to assuage some of the concerns in the discussion around like policy certainty? And so we ended up transacting with SUSI Partners, a Swiss fund out of Switzerland, and in March of 2023, and that was really the beginning of phase one in terms of recapitalizing. We cleaned the debt off our books. The progress of being, the phase of going through pure play development and developer EPC was one of progressive, larger development capital financings that supported our growth, and we kind of wiped the slate clean, brought on SUSI Partners, and I'll pause until getting to the next phase before I jump too far ahead.
Well, you mentioned the term policy certainty, which I think everyone in renewables realizes is an oxymoron because we don't exist. This is Solar Coaster. But as a developer, you're selling a de-risk project, and then as you move to developer EPC IPP model, there's specific value that you're bringing, right, in that asset ownership model, and maybe it helps drive some policy certainty. Can you just talk about what were you leaving on the table in a developer flip model that is different today in your new model?
Sure. The financial analysis would suggest there are many phases of a project, and in the DG space, there's less desegregation across the value stream from a site control early stage development asset to an NTP asset to an operating asset. In the DG space, it's a little more consolidated, but at every stage, you could argue there's a margin. There's a developer margin, there's an EPC margin. As a long-term owner, you're collapsing all of that margin, and you're really paying it forward. You're using it as effectively it's part of your equity stake in these projects, and it's the means by which you justify being alongside your project finance partners in the game for the long term. So it's I'll pause there. Yeah.
Can you talk about your relationship with your financing partners, how that's evolved? Because obviously the capital stack in long-term asset ownership is much different than in the developer flip model. How has that financing partner relationship had to change for you guys to still be successful in the new market?
Yeah. So as I mentioned before, prior to our partnership with SUSI, we had worked with, and I'll just call out some names, all a huge part of the Encore story. We worked with Leyline, we worked with Greenbacker, we worked with Lacuna. These are all sophisticated, structured finance solution providers for development capital facilities. When we moved into working with SUSI, we paid all that off, cleaned up our balance sheet. One of the critical things I would offer as being a key consideration for any IPP is alignment with your capital partners. And so when we did the deal with SUSI, they have a controlling stake in the company. We are right alongside with one another. We have a shared fate, and that for us was critical. There's lots of other ways to arrive at a similar solution at the high level. Preferred equity structures, DevCo, AssetCo structures that just create hurdles, that create like some differences in incentives across parties. And for us, it was critical for SUSE to be with us on the journey, and that's paid out in dividends. The phase 2 of our process was getting to being a fully capitalized IPP. Equity partnership is great. You cannot finance everything with equity. And so cast forward about a year, and we're into the process of having a bunch of projects in construction, and we've amassed a volume that now justifies institutional capital on the project finance side. So that's that's when we started working with Brookfield. November of 2024, we closed what I would suggest is a pretty innovative, multifaceted debt and tax equity structure with the Brookfield Credit Infrastructure Fund. And at that point in time, we have the full capital stack. We've got debt, project finance, equity, and in my mantra in all of this, in the DG space, we're plying through volume. Like, we have dozens of projects at various stages of development and construction and operations at any given time, and we need efficiency. We need transactional efficiency. There's a tendency to over-optimize and kind of drive toward like lower cost of capital, but there is a friction that comes with that, and that friction is both quantifiable and as evidenced through our legal bills and other related costs. And the keep it simple model is what I was striving for. So we've got an equity partner with alignment. We have a one-stop shop project finance partner with Brookfield. We are doing ITC transfers, so that introduces like a third-party buyer, but they're, let's just say, a different type of capital partner, a much more limited exposure to us. And because we're approaching this all as these are all platform investments. We have, interestingly enough, like a similar but different level of alignment with equity and debt, and being invested in not just, hey, you've got some projects that you need to construct, like we'll run the numbers, this is a real simple proposition, but no, in fact, we've got investment across our development engine moving projects into construction, our acquisition engine also kind of feeding our projects into construction, and everyone's moving in concert. And that is how you enter into the tumult that we are living through right now, with a sense of having aligned partnership to help navigate through some of the hurdles. And one of the critical things in all capital partnerships is you have to evaluate, like, can we arrive at alignment in our documentation? Can we then understand that our documentation will be imperfect? It will not fully contemplate the future. There are things you need to work through, and having partners that can collaboratively work through issues with you and not use any moment of leverage as a moment to extract value. That's where our focus on capital partnerships gone.
I think the common thread there across SUSE, Brookfield, everyone you mentioned, is this like mission-aligned long-term strategy that everyone's bought into, and that's the only way you can succeed when you're leveraging serious dollars on these deals. You've got a long-term owner's mindset from day one as an IPP. How does that change your project selection criteria? Are you like looking at like co-located storage all the time? Are there other factors that play into like an asset strategy as you move from developer to IPP?
Sure. I'd say there's a little bit more of a high-level focus on long-term portfolio construction, and so as opposed to a little bit more of like a capitalize on what can be limited windows of opportunity in certain markets. And so we've certainly had significant geographic expansion. So as I mentioned, our home base is Vermont, and so we're in all the New England states, but we've since moved to the Midwest, we've moved south. We're expanding with deliberation and some caution, and that's, that every state is a world unto itself. I wouldn't really say it's changed anything about our site selection necessarily. I would say that it's emphasized the need to be very humble about how transferable a knowledge and experience set is in a certain location to another. There is a sense that, man, if we can, in Vermont, we had this saying where there's a semi-litigated state-level process that we have to go through for every single permit. Yep. And it is a rigorous but very, call it like a science-based process. And I would offer that it's one of the hardest permitting processes to go through in the country. Yep. And yet, that does not translate to many other locations where there's more local level permitting. It is not as much of a fact meritocratic kind of process that we see in Vermont. Yep. So you have to enter into every new state with humility, with an on-the-ground presence, with a real sense of curiosity around exploring and recreating a fact set for that particular place.
I love that. Beyond the physical assets, there's obviously a whole new technology, software stack, everything that comes with moving from developer to IPP, monitoring, O&M, reporting, financial reporting, obviously to your partners. What were some of the biggest operational hurdles that maybe like came out of that transition that you would share with someone who's looking at that? And you're like, do you want me to list all of them? We only have 10 more minutes here.
Yeah. There's certainly a massive push for data. Yeah. Your economic model is a relatively simple one as a developer. You have suppositions around how to understand how your buyer partners are underwriting to your own projects, but you're not doing that work. Yeah. To be effective in project finance, you need a really robust project management system that then flows into where there's integrations and with your accounting system, and that then ultimately needs to flow into your asset management system, your DAS system, all of the data that comes from our operating projects. And that was actually one of the things I failed to mention earlier, which is that our engineering team was dying to give us the data from our operating projects, which we were not given access to when we were selling projects to institutional buyers. And now, that virtuous cycle of we're creating the learning from our operating projects through seeing how design considerations played out in the real world, seeing what weather variability and so forth, how that's affecting our operating asset performance. So it's while keeping it brief, it's an enormous kind of coordination and IT design challenge to move into being an owner-operator. Yeah.
Obviously, there's a lot of frothiness in our market right now. I was talking to my chief strategy officer. I think he said there's 32 significant C&I portfolios for sale right now. There's a lot of things happening on the M&A side, a lot of consolidation. Is this the inevitable future for the majority of C&I, either DG or utility scale developers? Is it like IPP, the model that's going to work for most in this kind of difficult market, or do you think there's still value or opportunity just to be a developer and flipper?
I think there'll always be value for pure play developers, but there's a lot of there's risk in that model. I think it's not a I don't envy our developer partners in many respects. There are definitely some moments of where you think, wow, these guys have found a pot of gold. And then there's some really dry moments as well, and there's a lot of exposure to market variability. Going into being a developer IPP is not for the faint of heart. It's not I think a strategic necessity for survival. Mm-hmm. I do think there will be consolidation in the market. I think more of the operating asset kind of acquisition focused IPPs are trying to move upstream, to have more development capabilities. And similarly, I think those of us that started more on the development side are considering moving more downstream in terms of being capitalized and positioned to being an acquirer of operating assets, because that is now a big part of the transaction flow in the market. So it's something I think that we see often. Our partners ask us how could we follow your model? Should we follow your model? Is it essential to follow your model? And I'd say the understanding that this is not there have been instances where I think there's been an underestimation of what it means to build a project finance team, to build an asset management team, to to then manage all of the exposures and the risks that come with that long-term ownership model. And so I think if you cast ourselves forward, there'll be more consolidation, but there's still going to be a very diverse ecosystem of actors out there.
Yeah. Speaking of looking forward, if 5 to 10 years from now, what does success look like for Encore? Is it measured in megawatts and gigawatts? Is it geographic expansion? Is it new technologies? What is like your success metrics for the future?
A little bit of a leading question. I'm going to give you a different answer. I think part of our success is going to be born out of, has Encore emerged as being a force for generating on-the-ground political capital and support in our communities with our utility partners. We need to be a part of a broader movement that's creating a pull factor that's considering our involvement in communities as being essential.
Yep.
And so our success is being one such representation of a group that a utility or a community looks at and says, these guys provide critical, whatever it's grid resilience, climate resilience, low-cost energy, and the solutions that we deem as both desirable and necessary.
Yep.
And so we really do bring this sort of partnership mentality in the sense of we see this as a collective thing that we cannot do alone, even as a set of growing, well-capitalized developer IPPs. Of course, I'd be burying some of the lead in that, yes, megawatts are important.
Yep.
Geographic expansion is important. I do think this is a low-hanging fruit, but firm power solutions. On the DG side, there's not nearly as much solar plus storage, like hybrid AC or DC coupled projects out there, or markets that support projects like that.
Yep.
And increasingly, I think we're moving in a world where that is going to be a big focus for us, figuring out those sorts of contract structures and those sorts of really kind of market and project opportunities.
In this upcoming post-IRA world, I would assume solar plus storage plus whatever is going to increasingly play an important role in success in the market. I mean, we've seen, obviously you mentioned utility scale residential, solar plus storage is really having a moment. Is that kind of a strategy to attack, post-incentive world, is looking at firming those assets?
Certainly, I'd say that's a strategy. I mean, we're all have our speculative hats on and how the future looks. I mean, one thing that certainly tickles my brain is considering a situation where one critical and strategic decision that we made earlier this year is we have a large safe harbor strategy that we implemented in Q1 of this year. Lots of groups have done this. Those safe harbors will phase out. It's only going to take you so far. And as you head into 28, 29, 30, assuming that we're in the same scenario that we're in now, what starts to happen is we have projects that still can qualify for the ITC and others that don't, competing in RFPs or in the same market and so forth. That's an eventuality that I think no one is quite prepared to understand how quite to navigate that sort of competitive dynamic. But for us right now, we're certainly exiting the OB3 and the Treasury guidance process with a sense of somewhat of relief, in that we at least have reasonably well-defined guardrails that we're kind of managing within, and the post-incentive world has some benefits. There's certainly reduced complexity if you're not having to tax equity finance your deals, you're not having to transfer out ITCs to third-party buyers like that. There is simplicity to that model, which I think certainly our lenders would appreciate. But there has to be an adjustment in the power price markets. There has to be an adjustment even on how we capitalize ourselves as a sponsor. The equity requirements in that world will necessarily be higher. Tax equity is a huge part of our capital stack.
If there's a developer out here in the audience, and they're thinking about transitioning from developer flip to IPP, developer EPC model, is there a singular piece of advice? This is the big thing you got to watch out for as you make that transition.
I'd say build trust, be radically transparent. I think vulnerability in this space can bear out with, or can play out with partners that believe that they're dealing with a trustworthy counterparty that does not have everything figured out, but has the disposition to work through the inevitable challenges and obstacles that come our way.
I love that answer. We have like 1 minute left, so I'm going to add one more thing in. It's kind of a taboo topic, but developers, financiers, folks who are investing on the front end of projects, historically there's been like overestimation of production, like not accountability to long-term O&M costs. As an asset owner, a long-term holder of these assets, how has your perception changed of like accounting for like the long-term cost of ownership of these assets, O&M and all that? It's just like, people don't think about that, right? And now as an IPP, you have to think about that.
Yeah. I would almost just say yes. Like it is a critical sensitivity. It's one of the intuitive aspects of being a long-term owner, which flips the model a bit. Yep. Our team was very CapEx focused. Yep. Build costs, build costs, build costs. Yep. We've got to optimize and manage that cost. Our returns are very sensitive to OpEx. And having like the overall financial acumen of the team building towards a recognition that these items, even though they look really small compared to our CapEx numbers, are critical. Yep. One of my teammates in the audience here is shaking his head because this is his.
He feels the pain.
Yeah. So I think it's one of the key risk factors that I think it's hardest to wrap your head around until you're sitting in the seat. Yep. And you're negotiating every insurance contract and every asset management provider, and you're seeing the numbers, and it's not just like a modeling exercise, which it starts out as being.
I think it all goes back to what you said at the very beginning. It's all about data, driving business insights, because if you can reduce your OpEx cost by even 1% across a large portfolio in the long run, that's going to probably be the difference between succeeding or not in the market. So I love that you're focused on the data. For all the listeners, thank you for joining us. I'm Sean Swentek, Omnidian, host of The Future Current. Chris Clement, Encore Renewable Energy. Thank you so much for joining me today, Chris. It was a pleasure.
Thank you, Sean.
We are back at the Power Up Live stage, sponsored by Wärtsilä Energy Storage in partnership with SunCast Media. I'm here with my host, Amy.
Hey.
How are you doing today?
I'm great, Josh.
Yeah?
I feel a little overdressed, to be honest. You're wearing your SunCast baseball jersey. I've got a suit on.
I like it. You're styling and profiling. Yeah. For me, I'm just trying to figure out a way to get to a baseball game.
Hey,
so, speaking of that,
baseball? I don't know.
No, they probably
no
should.
protein.
But
they have everything else now. They've been adding sports teams.
Speaking of that, did you know that this is the 10-year anniversary of SunCast? So this is the inaugural 10 on the back, and they've got a swag shop online now.
Do they really?
If people want their own jerseys, we got all kinds of cool colors. Just a heads up.
Look at us promoting the merch.
That was not a Nika didn't know that I was going to say that, but it's pretty cool merch, I got to say.
Yeah, awesome. Anyway. Well, I am Amy Norson with True Grid. We are an EPC and solar O&M, and so EPC and solar, and super excited to be here and talk about a lot of things. The whole life cycle. We're really covering the whole life cycle of a project and an asset is what we're going to be talking about with our segment here today. So we do have a very pivotal moment in clean energy. We've had so much over the last few years, growing all these projects, lots of gigawatts. The next 100 gigawatts are already on the horizon for us, Josh. It's coming. And the drivers of this growth aren't just scale, but it's a lot of innovation with digital integration, grid modernization. That's a big topic here, modernization of the grid. So developers and owners here are going to be leaning on some smarter financing, lots of new technology, more resilient project designs. And that's kind of a good segue into our first guest that we have.
Absolutely.
If you want to give a roundup of all the guests that we have.
Oh, absolutely. We've got, so think about this, the full life cycle, as you said, of a project, all the way from the site pre-construction, all the way through the ongoing operations and maintenance, the dispatch controls, the software systems that run it all and keep the trains on time, if you will, right? So I'm really excited to speak with our first guest here, who kicks it all off, man. He's the first straw to be pulled whenever you got a new project going into the ground. Tyler Nelson, CEO of Revamp Engineering. Come on up, Tyler.
Ooh, I love the applause.
Yeah,
yes.
all right.
We didn't get applause for people yesterday.
Oh, that's great. Yeah.
So now we do. Now we need to start all that applause.
Maybe
so
next year we can add a laugh track or something like that in the background too. Yeah.
For our corny jokes that we can make. I like it.
Yeah. Tyler, welcome. How's the show going for you so far?
Great show. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, this is great.
That's great. Well, Revamp, fascinating. You guys were part of 17% of all utility scale projects installed in the last 5 years.
Yeah.
Pretty remarkable. Like, that's a mind-blowing, when we think about the gigawatts that are going on the ground, man, you guys are all over the place. Right?
Yeah, we get to work on some really great projects, some really great owners and developers, EPCs.
So what unique, share us, give us a brain-numbing dump here of what innovations are you seeing in the market, and what are people investing in? Where is the technology track going from here?
Yeah, I think there's, some things like, going 2,000 volts and things like that. That's just like kind of the next step that we're going towards, and just working on that with the manufacturers. But I think what we're seeing across the board with the owners, developers, EPCs, engineering firms, manufacturers is automation, like automating as much as we possibly can. And a lot of that is to, one, obviously drive down cost of the project, since they can do more iterations, look at more options. But speed, I think speed is probably the most important thing that we're trying to get as much time out of the whole delivery lifetime. And so I think that's what we're seeing kind of across the board.
And speed of those innovations for the OEMs and the clients as well. So it's not like, well, let's kick this idea around for 6 months. No. You gotta
exactly. We
gotta deliver first delivery to market. Get it in the market.
Yeah, right? We gotta deliver. And what's great about this industry is we've always kind of been like the underdog, or felt like the underdog.
Yeah.
Even though I think 95% of all energy that was installed this year was renewables, but I don't think we've ever sat on our laurels. We're always innovating, always think of different ways to take time out of the project, take costs out of the project, higher quality. So you know, it's just a great industry to be in because we're always innovating.
Oh yeah,
and we're always pushing it. So it's gonna be hard to catch up.
Yeah, you talked a lot about innovation and automation there, and you guys are doing a lot of it. I'd love to hear some examples of what you're doing and you know, the different tools and processes that you guys have with engineering at the beginning stages of these projects.
Yeah, so you know, I think there's gonna be a good amount of talk about AI, especially with the groups following me. You know, there's like Matt's group and Derek's. You know, they're actually doing like actual taking photos using AI and you know, processing those photos. You know, what we think is like, you know, professionals, AI is just gonna be part of everybody's workday, right? Like. Yeah. Everybody's starting to use it, like how useful it is for communication or for reviewing documents, contracts, and things like that. So, you know, obviously we're doing that and bringing more and more. When I talk about what AI at Revamp, it's a lot more about, you know, augmented intelligence, and it's really supercharging our engineers. You know, we have some really smart, talented people at our company, and it's also developing tools that allow them to really take out a lot of the time, the tedious tasks, the repeatable things out of their workday, so that they can really concentrate on like the bigger problems that they're problem solving. Right, that's why we're getting hired, is to really to do that, not to just do a whole bunch of tedious tasks. Yep. And it makes their day better too. So it's just like each engineer, each employee is having more and more of an impact with these tools that we're creating. Yes. And so you know, we launched a suite of software tools this week. It's called Resolve by Revamp. And what that is it's these different softwares that we've been working on, that we've been using in our designs to really do that, to bring, you know, speed, you know, quicker designs, more iterations, bring down costs, and that's across, you know, grading, pile sizing, doing our thermal calculations, our load flow, power flows. And that's just been really successful for us, and we're doing it across, you know, our operations so that we can make faster, quicker business decisions. That takes, you know, time out of our design timeline and everything. So, so yeah, we're really excited about that, and that's just a start. We're going to continue to build on that.
Keep an eye on this guy and Revamp. That's fantastic. Tyler, thank you so much for your time. This is so great to get these insights. Man, we could go on for an hour with the same topic. So thank you. Let's pick up this another time.
All right, I appreciate you. Yeah,
Thanks,
everybody.
Thanks, Tyler. Okay, wonderful. Well, let's move on to our next interview. Yes, I love it again. More applause. Right. Our next guest is Matt Campbell, the CEO of TerraBase. And so this is, as we mentioned, the whole life cycle of the project. We had the engineering. Now we're getting into the EPC side. So welcome, Matt. Thanks for coming.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
Yeah. So what innovations are you particularly seeing when you get these projects to get them in the ground faster, cheaper, and with less labor?
Yeah.
Labor shortages are a real problem.
Yeah, no, so what we pick up where Revamp leaves off. So we start with the drawing package for the site. We create a digital twin. So we've digitalized 17 gigawatts of solar projects around the world. So that digital twin is used as the basis to track the construction. So quality, schedule, any other issues on the site. So we use drones and image processing, and so get a full digital real-time view into the construction. And then we're also deploying construction robotics. So we have a system called TerraFab, which is an on-site pop-up factory that prefabricates torque tube sections, you know, for tracking systems. And then we have a delivery vehicle that goes to the field and installs it. So we're finishing a 50 megawatt project currently in California, and getting ready to scale up a fully automated system next year. And what we're seeing in the market is, you know, a big focus on, you know, as Tyler said, automation, right? How do we build more, faster, and then in a post-IRA world, drive cost efficiencies, right? So, so I think, you know, now that we're kind of looking beyond the IRA, they say we're going to need that innovation to keep propelling things forward.
So that's such a fantastic way to frame this. The automation, like for what you're doing with the TerraFab is fascinating. That we're taking it out of the factory, we're modularizing it right into the field. Bing, bang, boom, it's in the grounds, right?
Exactly.
So I love it. How are you seeing others, like, or let's think about the industry at a macro level. How are others who are really physically doing work on the ground further incorporating AI and automation tools? And where do you think that that's going in the year to come?
Yeah, you can't say ChatGPT built me a project.
Yeah.
It's not going to happen.
We're almost there. Well, it's kind of funny because you know, AI is obviously revolutionary, but, you know, ChatGPT was trained on the internet, right? And so it doesn't have any awareness of what's happening on the project site, right? So we need to build the eyes and the ears for the AI to be able to know what's happening, and then we need to be able to use it to actually drive the construction. Now, it sounds futuristic, but our construction currently is already fully driven by software. And so it's kind of crazy that the software is making the decisions around where to put the material and how to sequence the activities, and then getting a digital log of, you know, the quality inspections and all that. So you have a full picture control and then a as-built of what's been
man, I love that. And what my brain went to on that one is like, all right, so ChatGPT is looking like, hey, that person really likes kittens on the internet, right?
Are you looking at my ChatGPT? Sounds like me.
But what you're proposing is we're moving into an era where automation and AI tools can be used to look at a utility scale site almost like a person. Like, hey, they really like this. Hey, they really like to dispatch like that. You know, and seeing those trends. What a cool future to kind of almost look like a solar farm as an individual that can be analyzed with all that data.
No, I mean it's a huge tool that's going to revolutionize all forms of construction. And my favorite little example we're putting together right now is a weather agent. So we have weather stations on the site, and of course, if there's a thunderstorm, you need to get people to a safe place. Right. And so the AI agent just watches the weather, and can you know, so it's just a little example where I can't afford to have a meteorologist on site, but you can have an AI that's performing that role, making people safer, and there's, I think, endless examples of how that's going to roll out in the future.
Wow, fantastic.
Okay, so once EPC is done, it goes to the O&M phase. So when you're looking at these projects, you have to, you know, think about O&M when it's coming up. You have to think about how whoever is this asset owner, how they're going to incorporate O&M into the process. How are you guys getting that into earlier in the development process?
Yeah, I mean, I used to joke that O&M pays for the sins of the construction.
Oh.
So,
well said. Well said.
And you know, my job is to make Derek's job boring with the inspection robots, because, you know, a lot of what we see is sort of systematic serial defects. You know, every week in our digital platform, we get thousands of quality defect reports. You know, and it runs the gamut. You know, crooked torque tubes, broken modules, incorrect wiring. And those are things that we need to get to the root cause. It's good to diagnose them after the fact, but if we build with higher levels of quality, and I don't think there's enough industry focus on quality, that it's going to make the asset perform better, it's going to reduce the maintenance cost, and I think there's huge room for improvement. And automation allows you to do it. You know, I know the torque of every fastener. I have inspected every panel, and that's something that you can't do in a traditional construction. It's just too labor intensive.
Right, exactly. It takes way too much time.
Yeah.
Wow, fantastic. Matt, thank you so much. Again, we could go on and on, so let's pick this conversation up, and we're going to hand the torch over to Derek Chase over here.
Sounds great.
So
Thanks,
thank you.
Matt.
So
hey, there we go.
that's
Applause
right.
again.
Matt Campbell,
yes.
CEO of TerraBase Energy Inc.
All right, come on up,
Come on up, Derek.
We are excited, and we can take a moment here to thank Wärtsilä again for being our presenting sponsor of the Power Up Live stage here at RE+. This is made possible by them. Thank you.
And if anyone hasn't visited the Wärtsilä Energy Storage booth and talked to their team, highly recommend it. They've had a lot of team members over here throughout the week who have been informing people. They're doing some really revolutionary work.
Also, just want to give a kudos to the people who made the snacks for Wärtsilä that they've been providing
How
here.
good were those cookies and that popcorn?
The popcorn, the little gummy bears. Okay, if you need a snack, I'm sure you can find a snack around here somewhere. All right, Derek, we're done talking about snacks.
I love gummy bears.
So welcome to Derek Chase, CEO, or Vice President, I guess now, but CEO of On-Site Technology. Congratulations on the recent acquisition by Nextracker. So now Vice President of Robotics and AI for Nextracker, which is, boy, on the rocket ship to the moon and back, right?
Yes. Yeah, lots going on there.
Yeah, lots going on, right. So continuing the conversation from Matt on the EPC side, so in that theme of using technologies to hand that torch out, I loved how Matt framed that, you know, what you do, like you're paying for the sins of the construction mistakes. So what can you tell us about the on-site machine and the way that you guys are using AI and ML to kind of redefine the way that we look at operations and maintenance?
Yeah, really. You know, when you scale up the labor force, not everybody's experienced. You could send people out to go walk around and inspect things or do whatever, but if they don't know what they're looking at, it's not very useful. So With the robot, we're able to consolidate all the information to one central place and have a consistent inspection process. So we deploy robots to inspect large utility solar farms. We take pictures of everything: hardware, plants, animals, dirt, all of the electrical components. We have thermal cameras on there, so we collect an amazing amount of data. One of the coolest things we do is we actually identify all the different plants on the site, and then we give you a full report of when the plants seed, so you know when to actually like veg manage. So you mow before the seeds drop, and if there's any new plants on the site, like it's down to that level of gathering all this data and really understanding what's out there.
Yeah. So further on that question, what should people know about how they can better engage on-site earlier in the construction process, in that EPC and design process, to make sure that they're limiting those kind of field failures later in life?
Yeah, we have some tremendous data, probably more operational physical data than anybody in the world, I would say at this point. I don't think anybody's gathered as much high quality imagery as we have. So we'd love to help consult on wire management or things we see in the field that can prevent, like if you're a partner of ours, you know, we're gonna take a look at things and give you our opinion based on all this information that we have. So you could build some of those quality features into your project early on and avoid some of these catastrophic mistakes that we find in the field. And we can actually catch them really early because we take pictures every stage. We'll go back and revisit an issue and see how fast it's expanding or what that issue is doing. So yeah, we like to work with our partners early on. And now even some of our partners are buying the robots, doing the full commissioning inspection at the time of construction, and then leaving the robots out there long term to continue to monitor the site.
Yeah. You know, I like to think of operations and maintenance as the people who, they know what can go wrong. They have that insight. They know how the technologies all work together with one another in certain different terrains, and it can really impact the design and everything like that. So kudos to being the, you know, one of the leaders in the O&M space there. So with that, and thinking about AI and automation technology, what are companies like OnSite thinking for technology and where it's going in the next 10 years and how it's going to make building these projects even better?
Yeah, I mean, one thing I'll touch on real quick, if you look at the show, look at all the new parts and components constantly in the field. So the need to constantly monitor all this stuff and see how these brand new products are performing in the field is big. It's evolving at a rapid rate. So I think we're kind of at this stage of efficiency and effectiveness if you look at kind of like the growth curve of the industry. And that's where automation comes into play. Our robot uses an NVIDIA computer, so it's like compute power is greater than it's ever been. You actually, you have the large language models, you have computer vision. And it's really just finding real value ways to apply this technology is what like we did with our smoke and fire detection camera. Pretty simple. Camera with an AI trained model to automatically identify fire, similar to the weather agent he's spoken about. So if you go directly to the point, it doesn't have to be overly complicated to find a solution that adds a lot of value.
That's a good point.
Yeah.
Solve the easy problems that you can, and then use your brain power to actually execute the work.
Yeah, and what I find so interesting about OnSite's product is like this idea of an annual health check of a solar field, right? You know, like it wasn't, we forget that it wasn't really that long ago that like people could look at the screen and say, oh, an inverter popped at your 5 by 5 mile solar field. Well, where? I don't know, put 2 guys in the truck and go find it, right? Think about how massively inefficient that is, right, Amy? What you're able to do is have those robots out in the field almost on a permanent basis. And you know, in my conversations, you know, speaking of how this is dovetailing into the finance and the insurance world, which is so critical on the success, long-term success of the asset ownership, right? And the continual funding of this. A lot of the insurance companies are saying, no, like we want to know if there's a wind event, like you should be doing quarterly health checks, right? It's just like the finance people, they're just like, no, we want a quarterly hard close of all your financials. We wanted to see your health. And then that same kind of financial or insurance-backed mindset, they're thinking, well, why can't you be doing that quarterly on these big fields? That's going to require a lot of this more on-site technology, more of these robots constantly evaluating, right?
Yeah, we had a really cool use case. This is like 2 days ago. Our customer called us up, hey, ground fault at this site. can't get anybody out there. We're working on another project. Could you guys have the robot go see if you could find the ground fault?
Right.
Literally 10 minutes later, team sent the robot over there, identified where the ground fault is. It was like a pinched wire in the racking. Shut down the whole system, identified it. They knew exactly where it was. We had it resolved the next day. And I used to be a technician who would chase ground faults. That's probably the hardest thing you can do in the industry. You're like, acres and acres of wires. Like, good luck finding this thing.
Yes.
It's not, you can't use a thermal camera to find it. It's a visual inspection.
Yes.
Found it in 10 minutes from 5,000 miles away.
Great example.
Well, and while those people in the field are dodging rattlesnakes or bees or something
even the
like
hazards,
that, and I'm like, it's a Derek, this is fantastic. We could go on and on again here, man. We're going to pick this up and go on. So another huge company to watch on site, now part of Nextracker. Thank you so much, Derek.
All right. We have our final guest here come in. He's coming up on stage. We have Hugh Scott, Chief Technology Officer of FlexGen, to round out. We have some woos out
FlexGen
there.
fans. All right.
Yes. Welcome. Welcome, Hugh. Thank you. Absolutely.
Great to be here.
Oh, thank you. So interesting what you're doing at FlexGen from the perspective of you're almost the final link in the chain, right? You're the one communicating, right? Making sure that people understand what's flowing in and out of these plants that are operational. So I'd love to know what is so critical about choosing the right energy management software to run a battery site?
Yeah, it's interesting. People don't often think about the software. They're spending hundreds of millions of dollars on, battery storage systems and start shopping around for the they start shopping around for the cheapest software they can find, which doesn't really make much sense. But I mean, what does an energy management system do? Well, it orchestrates all of the different parts. The battery, the DC energy, turning it into AC energy and managing that power as it flows to the grid. What we do with our energy management system, we're able to do things a lot more dynamically. If you have faults in individual racks in the battery, you're able to take those racks offline and continue to manage the battery as you would do. And it's our software that's kind of managing that impact and making that from a user's standpoint completely seamless.
Wow. Yeah. And so you guys are leaders in this space, right? And so you have seen a lot from the beginning of FlexGen to what it is now. So thinking about being back in the beginning of FlexGen, what really allowed the company to build and be leaders in the software space?
I think it was the way that we, we've been around for, 15 years? So, it's a long time in this space. And I think that there was a lot of innovation, trying a lot of different things. I think there's no project that we said no to. I think that we even did projects in Siberia at one point. So, we have experience with a number of different types of energy storage, microgrid type projects, and I think all of that learning has helped us get to where we are now.
Can I ask a follow-up on that, just out of curiosity? Sure. You said you didn't say no to any projects and just innovation and learning. That comes with failures, right?
It does sometimes,
but that's a really big learning opportunity.
Yeah. I think you have to be. I think you have to be a little bit fearless when you're innovating. I think everybody here this afternoon has spoken about innovation one way or the other, and you don't really get to innovate without trying new things. And when you try new things, sometimes they work and sometimes they don't.
And it clearly did, because a lot of people are scared to be those first people because they're afraid of failure. But if that's what's holding you back, nobody's going to advance. And you have clearly done a lot of advancement for the industry.
Yeah, we think so.
Yeah. So to that vein, crest of the wave, where's this technology going on the software dispatch control side, on the energy storage and energy management software side? Where do you see this going in the next 12, 24 months?
It's funny, one of the first things, I think it was one of the first questions you asked was, what's important? And the answer was, speed.
Yes.
And we've actually leveraged a lot of the latest AI technologies. I think everybody that comes up here is going to talk about AI. But we've used it in a way that helps us, get customers' battery sites up and running as fast as possible. And the way that we've done that, our software solution is completely hardware agnostic. I think we have over 70 different combinations of OEMs hardware that we work with.
Yeah.
And if you were to, bring us a new OEM tomorrow and say, hey, look, I want to have this on my site, using our proprietary technology, we can have that hardware integrated completely within our software in less than 2 weeks, which It's something that, I know, certainly from our standpoint, that was several months worth of effort in the past. So, being able to kind of do that is really important when you think about the practicality of, getting sites up and running as quickly as possible.
Right. It can take so long, but having those extra couple of months, everybody likes ahead of schedule.
Right. Yeah, exactly. So I've heard, yeah.
I'm sorry that it got online faster. Well, wonderful. Well, thank you so much, Hugh. Really appreciate your time. Thank you to you and all of our other guests that we had here today, Matt, Derek, Tyler, for these fantastic insights.
My
really
pleasure.
Appreciate
thank you.
it.
Yeah, thank you. Really appreciate it.
And thank you again to Wärtsilä for being our presenting sponsor and making Power Up Live possible here at RE+.
Yes, that's right. Wärtsilä Energy Storage. Make sure to visit them. Thank you for joining us at the Power Up Live stage. We've got another exciting segment coming up in just 3 minutes. Don't go anywhere. Just a time to grab a quick bathroom break or a water break.
Or one of those great snacks.
Well, yeah, that's right. One of those great snacks. Amy, thank you.
Thanks, Josh.
All right.
Appreciate it.
All right. Thank you all, and have a great day.
Is this on? You gotta click it. Maybe should I use the other mic?
Oh, I And we are back live at the Power Up Live stage, sponsored by Wärtsilä Energy Storage in partnership with SunCast Media as our presenting sponsor. Thank you all for joining us today. Another great day, technically day 3 of the, we've got an awesome team here. Marty and the team from ACS is going to tell us some really interesting information. I'm just going to hand the torch off. These guys are rock stars. So please,
awesome.
Marty.
Thanks, Josh. Glad to be back here today. And we have a great team here with Adaptive Construction Solutions. Going to talk about engineering compliance for your projects. And so as we think about what that means, my name is Dr. Marty Leathers, and we're going to have a PhD level course on IRA today, on the Inflation Reduction Act compliance. And so this is not IRA 101. We're going to dive deep because we have the experts, the nation's leading experts on IRA compliance, hailing from the Department of Housing and Urban Development and the Department of Labor, both the Office of Apprenticeship and the Wage and Hour Division, which I'm so honored to be sharing a stage with, as well as sharing a team with, as they joined us 9 months ago as members of the ACS team. So we have Natalie Collins, we have Andrew Ridgway, and we have Amanda Herman Vasquez, each serving as policy directors and resident experts. So let's just jump right in. Natalie, can you tell us a little bit about what we mean when we say engineering compliance into our projects?
Sure, thanks, Marty. So just like when you're building a building, a very important part of making sure that that construction process is a success is the planning process. And it is exactly the same way for compliance. You want to bake compliance in to your project from the beginning to make sure that compliance is really the natural choice, the easiest choice for your contractors and subcontractors. So over the course of today's session, we are going to talk about a few different ways that we can do that. But I did want to start off by highlighting the importance of starting that early in your planning process, as early as the contracting process. Owners and EPCs, you can do a lot during the contracting process to include contract clauses that not only include the IRA regulatory requirements as they're set out in the regulation, although do please include the IRA regulatory requirements, but also to include best practices that can help make compliance that natural choice. So we're talking about, just to give some examples, you can include clauses that require your contractors and subcontractors to acknowledge that they have read and understand what those requirements are and how they apply. You can require that they engage in some training on those requirements, that they go through participation requirement assessment at an early stage, because keep in mind, if you trigger that participation requirement, the earlier you request those apprentices, the better. You can require that they provide pay stubs to workers, so that if there's a problem with pay, workers can flag that issue more quickly for their supervisors. All of these sorts of things, and a couple other ones we're going to discuss in more detail later, are things that contractors, our EPCs and our owners can include to just make compliance a success from the beginning, make it natural, make sure everyone's on the same page for that.
So Natalie, you talk about from the beginning. Yes. Amanda, how early is too early to be planning here?
Thanks for that question. There is never an earlier time, or there is no too early. Taking these easy additional steps like Natalie discussed can really benefit your project long term. Making sure all of your contractors flow those down throughout all of the contracts, and that all the entities know what those obligations are. It's going to prevent costly corrections later on, potentially retroactive corrections, and ensuring the success throughout the life of that project.
Wow. So, Natalie, let's dig in. Let's get right into those contracts.
Jump right in.
And here's the big one. What do we do about independent contractors?
So I guess I should start off by saying, before I go into what I think is best practice, neither the Inflation Reduction Act itself nor the IRA regulations prohibit the use of independent contractors, 1099 workers, if you're more familiar with that terminology. But there are some benefits for owners and EPCs contractually requiring, or at least having limitations on the use of 1099 workers. And honestly, on a project with prevailing wage and apprenticeship requirements, the benefits of having those 1099 workers are kind of limited, and there are some potential downsides. Independent contractors, they still have to be paid full prevailing wage rates, just like an employee. And Andy, I'll turn it over to you to talk a little bit about the fact that, although it doesn't specifically say so in the IRA regs, there's a lot of ETA guidance indicating that both the apprentice and the journey worker really should be employees of the signatory employer for an apprenticeship program, right?
100%. Thank you, Natalie. And yes, just to echo that thought, the 1099 issue is something that we struggled with a lot in the Office of Apprenticeship, and it's really because there's a requirement for an employment mandate or employment relationship between the apprentice and the employer of record. And as folks know, that 1099 relationship really clouds the ability in that employment relationship. In addition to that, other aspects of the registered apprenticeship requirements include journey worker interaction. So how's there a journey worker if there's 1099 workers? So you really expose yourself to a lot of complexity and a lot of risk. And as you said, the rewards for doing so are limited, if non-existent, especially in PWA compliance, much less being able to measure the progression of the apprenticeship and how an apprentice is navigating it. So just getting that in front of the contract process will save you a lot of pain on the backside, and applying that for your contractors and subcontractors is a great practice ahead of time.
It's high risk, limited reward. So for my owners and EPCs, if you don't want to outright prohibit it, it might be a good idea to at least make them run it by you if they want to use 1099 workers, so you can make sure they're doing it right.
That's really interesting. So in our policy making, we have Easter eggs that we have to unpack and find. So, like anything else, right? So Andy, let's dive in also into submitting evidence prior to the beginning of work. Can you walk us through what that looks like?
Yeah, so just as Natalie mentioned regarding best practices and ways to do yourself a favor on the front end for the prevailing wage piece, there's certainly a plenty of ways you can save yourself a lot of headaches on the apprenticeship piece as well. And as you mentioned, there's things you can do before work even starts on a project to get yourself IRA ready, I guess for lack of a better word, as well as during a project. So really quick, before a project begins, getting your ducks in a row with regard to what are the registered apprenticeship programs that are going to be supplying the apprentices for the requirements. Those of you that work on these projects know these are complex projects. They involve multiple trades, similar to multiple wage and labor classifications. So you're very unlikely to have one occupation do all the apprenticeship requirements for you, and then much less when you apply that to an individual contractor and subcontractor level, and then getting that stuff registered if it's not already. So making sure that you figure out your apprenticeship roadmap so you're apprenticeship ready early in this process is critical. Things like documenting the standards of apprenticeship, the work process schedule, an apprenticeship agreement with the apprentices, submitting your request for apprentices. These are all things that you should be doing ahead of a project. And then really getting your labor classifications figured out for a lot of the work will do you favors, because ultimately you have to make sure that the apprentices are in the right occupation of training for the labor classification. And there's plenty to be doing before a project even starts. And really being able to align that. And then I know there's local practices that you need to take into consideration. So these are all things that you can do before work and do yourself a big favor by applying that in the contract phase. And then during work, I think a lot of you already know, there's provisions with regard to these requirements do trickle down to the individual apprentice level in a program, to the individual contractor, subcontractor level, registered apprenticeship program level, occupation of training level. And so how are you going to do that? How are you going to show that you are maintaining that compliance? It's really critical to be able to ensure that you're meeting the participation requirement for apprenticeship, as well as the labor hours requirements, because all those things need to be met in order to get any apprentice labor hours, which you need to be able to get the tax credit. So being able to document that process and things like doing a daily detail report on apprentices and ratio compliance is just critical to being able to do this at the contractor level so the whole project can be operated in compliance.
So Natalie, as one of the architects of prevailing wage seminars and the WHD 347, not a Star Wars reference here, why should projects consider moving to this new form that you may have helped create, and how is it going to make it better for both the contractors, the owners, and those that are conducting the compliance reviews?
Well, this is one of my favorite questions. So it's no secret, at least no secret now, thanks Marty, that I do love the new WH347 form. And one of the reasons I love it is that I do think that it was really helpful in sort of capturing and highlighting and making it easier to track some of the information that you particularly have to have for the IRA requirements. So one of the big things from that perspective is now the new WH347 form actually has a specific designated place for contractors and subcontractors to designate which of their workers are apprentices and journey workers. That's obviously important, not just for prevailing wage reasons, but also I'm sure it makes Andy very happy because it makes it so much easier to track whether you're meeting that daily apprentice to journey worker ratio. Also, the new WH347 form, I think, does a very good job. If you look at that second page, it includes information on the apprenticeship programs that the contractors and subcontractors are using. So if a question does come up as to, what the requirements of a program are, or questions about the ratio, you've got that program information, that program POC right there to be able to ask them. I also think that, although I might be biased, but I also think that the WH347 does a very good job making it easier to document how contractors are meeting any fringe benefit rate requirements that might be on the wage determination for classifications, making it clear when they're paying cash wages in lieu of the fringe benefit rate, if they're providing fringe benefits. Again, that information is right there on the form. Similarly, I think, although this was an aspect of the previous form, I think the new form does a better job of highlighting the importance of documenting deductions. A lot of people do not realize there are a lot of limitations on what deductions you can make from prevailing wages. It's 29 CFR parts 3.5 and 3.6 if anybody wants to know. But a lot of limitations, so it's important to carefully document what deductions you're taking. And then finally, the previous WH347 did have a statement of compliance. I think the new statement of compliance is better because I think it's more specific, more clear as to exactly what that contractor or subcontractor is responsible for having been monitoring during that period, what it is that they're certifying to that is correct and included. So for all these reasons, I think the WH347, the new form, is great, and for other reasons too. Also, just from a purely kind of pragmatic perspective, in a few months the old form is going away and your only choice will be the new form. So take advantage of this sort of intermediary period to get used to the new form before it's your only option. So for all of these reasons, although it is not, again, required by the regulation that you use the new form, at least until the old form is actually expired, which will happen in a few months, we do recommend owners, EPCs, it can be very helpful if you contractually require that the new WH347 be used. It can make compliance monitoring a lot easier.
Well, that's fantastic, and thank you for leveraging your time in government to create good policy that can actually help us do our jobs better to stay in compliance. So to the cousin of the WH347, let's move beyond to the contract and talk a little bit about conformance requests. So Amanda, recognizing that most projects that might be located in local areas, they might have, very old information, missing information, maybe the labor classifications aren't even listed. Where do we begin? How do we navigate that?
Yeah, missing or incorrect classifications can really lead to underpayments, potentially costly retroactive corrections, not to mention needing to know that budget up front. So making sure you know what work is being performed and that those wages are available on a wage determination. I think another source for the supplemental wage determination process is where a EPC or an owner could really use that process to mitigate some risks if the wages on the wage determination are lower than market wages, ensuring that all of those subcontractors are paying wages that you want to see on your project. I think it's not a requirement, but it's definitely something that can offset some of that risk. There are also times where you may need to resubmit a supplemental wage determination or even update that wage determination. And I'm going to pass that over to my colleague Natalie, because she also helped draft with some of that regulations. And
I get blamed for everything.
And we at HUD may have pushed back a little bit.
Oh, well, hold on, time out. Even federal agencies sometimes disagree with policy?
Sometimes, yeah. Never. Okay, so as Amanda indicated, although generally speaking, once the correct wage determination has been incorporated into the prime contract, the EPC contract for a project, it is usually, almost always, good for the life of that contract. But as with everything in life, there are a couple of exceptions where the wage determination will need to be updated after work has begun, or after the contract has been awarded. One of those situations is if you make substantial modifications to the scope of that EPC contract, you're going to need to update your wage determination at that time. And when you do, you'll also need to update the rates for your supplemental classifications, so those will need to be resubmitted. Similarly, and we're going to talk a little bit more about these requirements later, but once your project has been placed in service, for 10 years, there's still that requirement that you have to pay prevailing wages for any alterations or repairs. In a lot of instances, those alterations or repairs are going to be performed under what we tend to call an operations and maintenance contract, or sometimes you might hear us refer to it as an IDIQ contract, basically where the owner will have contracted with an entity to be like, hey, manage this, do any maintenance, do any repairs as they are needed. So at the beginning of the contract, you don't know what kind of construction needs to be performed or when. For those kinds of contracts, you have to update the wage determination every year on the anniversary date of the contract award. And when you do, you need to resubmit your additional classifications, your supplemental rates to get those updated.
So we're updating annually on contract date.
And for some kind.
For some, yes. And any changes also could trigger that. So the idea here is we need to follow what happens with the contract to determine maybe if we need to resubmit. And you can always resubmit even if you don't have to, and it could be a way to.
Yeah.
Correct. Awesome. Well, we're going to jump into third-party reviews now. Natalie, we'll start with you. What are some areas that the audience might be unfamiliar with that are important to be reviewed? And as we kind of enter this phase of this discussion, I think, we're now almost 3 years into the IRA, and we have a lot of projects. We had some changes that we'll hear about, but we're just now starting to see these filings come in. As all this is happening, how does that play into this work with third-party reviews?
So there are a couple of aspects of the review process that I do want to highlight to recognize, just because I'm not, especially for our contractors and subcontractors that are maybe new to PWA requirements, they might not have fully realized the importance of some of these things. And so the first thing that I want to start out with is that, I have spent 18 years in enforcement and now in monitoring for compliance. It is not possible, guys, I promise you, it is just not possible to be able to be sure that prevailing wage and apprenticeship requirements have been met only by looking at payroll. Because there are some prevailing wage and apprenticeship issues that just don't show up on payroll. If workers have been misclassified, right? So if a worker is listed on the certified payroll as a laborer and it shows on the payroll that they're getting the correct wage rate for a laborer, but actually they were doing some or maybe all of their work as a carpenter or electrician, that's not going to show up. The only way to find that kind of issue, unrecorded work hours, is to go out on site and do interviews with workers, do on-site reviews. So it's really important you make sure that you're incorporating that in your review process.
And what do those on-site reviews look like?
So in addition to looking at the site, looking at the kinds of work being performed, the equipment being used, making sure postings are up, the most important thing is interviewing those workers. And you do want to interview a good spectrum of workers. You want to try and interview all the classifications on site that day. And obviously you can't interview every worker, but generally, speaking as somebody who did enforcement for DOL for a while, our recommendation was at least 10% of the workers on site that day you interview. And they're pretty detailed because you have to get into what they've been doing over the course of the project, you know, what hours they've been working, what they've been using. So that was the first. The second, just to circle back to that 10-year period where you still have to pay prevailing wages for alteration or repair. You know, I do want to make sure that all of our owners and contractors realize it is not a one and done, you've built the project and now you're done. You have to keep up your monitoring for that whole 10-year period, because I can promise you the IRS will feel free to come and look at it at any point. So make sure that you're keeping up with your record keeping, you're keeping up with your monitoring, all of that stuff.
Wow. So, Amanda, in that same vein, when we think about reporting schedules, in your previous roles, what are some of the deadlines that you felt were best practice and were appropriate to be placed into contracts to report on payrolls? We kind of hear all over the board here, but what really is important?
Yeah, certainly going back to the beginning of this discussion, getting those provisions in your contract to get timely reports and submissions from your subcontractors. Because as we know, subcontractors might only be on the job for a few weeks. And at that point, if they haven't submitted timely enough, we just don't have enough information to base any sort of compliance off of. Going back to what Natalie was talking about, those on-site reviews. If the project is over, they've closed up, we can't go back to those workers and validate some of that information. So it's so important to ensure timely submission of those reports and to really build that into your entire process to make sure that we're being compliant throughout.
So the liability doesn't end when the project closes, is
Nope.
what I'm hearing.
Not at all.
Interesting. So yesterday we had a great session and a panel where we explored lessons learned since the passage of the Inflation Reduction Act and the evolving marketplace over the last 3 years, which has been quite rapid. Andy, were we correct yesterday when we talked about the fact that IRS has not begun widespread reviews, should not cause complacency? Are we crying wolf?
Well, that's a complex question, and I'm about to unpack it for you. I think it's important to start with what I think everyone here knows, but also what doesn't get talked about as much. I think it's no secret that the One Big Beautiful Bill Act had an impact on the clean energy tax credits that we're all here talking about today. What is also true is the One Big Beautiful Bill Act did not change any of the prevailing wage and apprenticeship compliance requirements. Therefore, going forward, compliance with the Inflation Reduction Act is also compliance with the One Big Beautiful Bill Act going forward. And what does that mean? Well, that means it's now a bipartisan, both administrations have signed off on prevailing wage and compliance, prevailing wage and apprenticeship compliance as a thing going forward. So getting back to, well, why would the IRS care? I think there may be a perception that, because it's taking a while and these projects are complex, that maybe the IRS doesn't care. I think that's a risky strategy based on the way things are going, particularly because the Inflation Reduction Act, as it was passed, is inherently designed to encourage things like third-party reviewing, self-auditing, self-reporting, working to identify issues related to compliance yourself, and it rewards that inherently. What do I mean? The law rewards it. Well, the law, like we said, it's inherently designed to do that because it includes concepts like cure payments when there are issues, correction payments when there are issues, and does the IRS expect you to wait for them to tell you to do that? No, they have intentional language in there saying that if you do this yourself proactively, there's a consideration regarding that, regarding how the IRS will treat you doing that. And I think going forward, there's a rebuttable presumption of compliance if you are self-auditing and self-reviewing and making those corrections early in the process, so that when the IRS does get to reviewing these projects, you'll have already done that, and that will help mitigate any risk of intentional disregard that you may face. And I think anyone who's been working on IRA compliance knows that that is a scary two words that you do not want to have. It really creates a lot of risk for the financing of your project and exposes you to very risky situations. And so you're going to hear this probably for the rest of the session. The ability to be proactive is key. And taking these proactive steps like third-party reviews, like self-audits, is going to be critical going forward. I think the other thing to keep in mind is, filing just started, for most of these projects, and it's going to continue. And the IRS just gets started now. They have 10 years from when a project is placed into service to look back on these projects, and that's not even talking about, ultimately the prevailing wage aspects in which continue even after a qualified facility is placed into service. So I'm not going to talk about crying wolf, but I think it's risky, very inherently risky. And I'll let my colleague Natalie, as a former wage and hour division investigator, shed some light on her perspective regarding, is it normal for them to wait a little while?
It is very normal. I mean, the IRA, from the IRS's perspective, is a wholly new program. And speaking, from wage hour perspective, when we've had new laws or executive orders to enforce, former we, not we anymore, our first concern is getting the information and the requirements out to the regulated community. Then we have to develop our own internal procedures for investigations and audits, and that takes time. So the IRS has a lot of time to get these audits done. We should expect them to get their processes in place first.
So we covered a lot of ground today. Certainly, you don't get a PhD in 25 minutes. If you do, I missed that course. So we're here. Adaptive Construction Solutions is here to help. You can find us at goapprenticeship.com. You can find us over at VC 13,000. Come by our booth. We're here to help you with all these complex things. This is what we do. This is what our expertise is, so that we can remove that burden off of the owners, the contractors, and their subcontractors to help them deliver on these projects. So thank you, everyone, for joining us today. This was barely scratching the surface on the level of knowledge that we hope to share with each of you. So look forward to talking again soon, and thank you to our great panel.
Thank you, Marty.
Thank you. So thank you for joining us here at the Power Wärtsilä Energy Storage, and produced by SunCast Media. Thank you.
Check 1, 2. There we go.
Can you hear me?
I hear you loud and clear. Right. They can hear you too.
Ready for takeoff.
Welcome back to the Power Up Live stage. I'm your host, Nico Johnson. I am here with John Zahurancik, president of Fluence Americas. The Power Up Live stage is a place where we get to go deep on topics with subject matter experts that you really do care about. So I'm grateful for all the companies who have helped support Power Up Live. You guys are a 3-year sponsor of Power Up Live.
That's right.
Our presenting sponsor, Wärtsilä, obviously is a returning sponsor. We're thankful for TrueGrid and FlexGen, MGM, and we're also thankful for all of you here live in our audience. If you're watching us at suncast.live, thank you for tuning in. And if you're watching this, of course, as a replay because you were walking around the trade show here at RE Plus 2025, grateful for your attention. See, storage is no longer a sidekick to renewables, and that's something that it's a theme we've been exploring a lot this week, John. It's the new normal, if you will, on the grid. And for the first time, U.S.-made batteries are finally shipping into projects here at home.
That's right. Yeah.
Something that was a figment of our imagination only a couple of years ago,
yes.
really.
Just one short year ago, we were predicting it as a future event.
That's correct. Right? That's right from this very stage.
Yeah, that's right.
The question now is how do we deliver them faster, safer, and with supply chains that that developers can actually trust.
Right.
So as I mentioned, John is the president of Fluence. He's been at the forefront of building this industry from its very earliest days. We'll share some stories today that are that will allude to that. It brings a perspective that few others can match, in my opinion. Policy, supply chain, project execution. John's been in the middle of all of it, and he really understands the future of how storage integrates with our power system. John, this year, this year has been called a bit of a reset for renewables writ large. How do you see the current landscape for storage, and why has that outlook only strengthened?
Yeah, that's a great question. I was thinking as I was on the way over here, trying to figure out, well, what year is this? This is year 18 in storage for me. So, we'll have to do something for the 2 decades coming up here.
Yeah, we'll celebrate it in 27.
So this has been, it's been a year of change and volatility, I think, for renewables and policy and energy generally. I think storage has existed mainly as just a better mousetrap, a better way to serve reliable power, low-cost power, and reduce emissions. And it has existed in a large extent mainly as just an economically driven growth opportunity, and it hasn't really had a large amount of policy around it. So what we saw is just a few years ago, people began to wake up to the fact that policy could actually help accelerate this, and so we started to get grouped into a lot of the same policies that were driving renewable growth. Right. And then this year, obviously, all of that went up in the air with both trade impacts with things coming in, and then as well the whole discussion about what to do with the ITC and where future tax credits and stuff were going. So we spent a big chunk of the year really deep education with policymakers and others to say, where does storage fit in this world, and how does it fit? And I think a lot of folks were surprised to understand that storage has been doing things, with all kinds of resources on the grid. So we've combined it with gas plants, we've combined it with coal plants, we've combined it with hydro, wind, solar. We've been building projects on the transmission grid. I think we're starting to see some things that are going into the distribution grid. So it's a technology that makes the power system better and cheaper. And I think that message came through in the policy environment. And we saw storage basically do, reasonably well in an environment where, there were a lot of wolves coming after pieces of the industry. I think storage really shone in that and has come out of it fairly strong.
What do you feel as an industry, and I'm going to say as a vertical, storage is its own industry. It has its own center of gravity now, although flywheels still aren't taking off. I had to throw that in there. What do you think that you all did right in Capitol Hill? Because I talked to battery storage executives, and they weren't particularly surprised that battery storage was essentially left alone, not FIAC notwithstanding.
Right.
And yet many solar executives, it seemed like they felt like the rug was pulled. What do you feel like is the key differentiator there?
Well, I do think one, storage is newer. It's a newer industry, and I think it doesn't have the same history of so many years of policy support. And we've had this cycle in the industry of, ITC, PTC, is it going to be renewed? Is it not going to be renewed?
Yeah.
That's kind of driven the industry for a long time. Storage really hasn't had any of that. So I don't think it's been as adapted to the policy environment. So that was helpful, particularly in the current climate, was the feeling that this isn't really just a policy-driven thing. It's actually an economically driven thing. And I think the second part is it's a supply chain that has parts of it in the U.S. and still seems like an enormous amount of growth to come.
Right.
And so there's a real sense that there's an industry that we want to participate in from a U.S. policy standpoint and creating jobs in the United States that people could see. And I think just the bits that we've already done over the last few years are creating thousands of jobs in the U.S. with real manufacturing and more to come into the future.
Yeah.
So those two things resonated. And then I think just anybody looking at the grid and saying, what are we really trying to do? If we want power prices to be lower and we want the lights to stay on, storage is one of the single best investments that you can do in that. There's lots of other things that have to happen. We might have new fossil plants, we might have new distribution, we might have more transmission, we might have more renewables, but storage helps glue all those things together in a way that's very unique. And I think that message came through and the policymakers really responded to it.
Yeah. I think one of the things that you point out as well is something that, as I reflected, something that was definitely brought up in the justification for why storage kept the IRA incentives, and it was the notion that solar, with 30 years of incentive and policy support, had matured and batteries had not. I think it's a really key distinction. You just mentioned, and so we'll talk about the specifically shipping of domestic content. You've announced, I think it was this week or very recently.
Recently, yeah.
Yeah, that you are shipping now.
That's right.
Officially shipping from your factory.
That's right.
What are developers saying about the reality of this? And I'm thinking of, like, what does it really mean for developers to be able to actually have domestic content for utility scale? We're not talking, Solar Edge or Enphase.
Sure. Well, I mean, one, I'm just going to stop for a second and celebrate because, we've been working towards this for a number of years. And it seems, it's one of those things that I've seen in storage again and again, which is once you do something, it seems really obvious that everybody should do this and we're all just going to do this. Well, why wouldn't we make this in the United States? But going back a few years ago, when really nothing was being made in the United States, it didn't seem that obvious. Yeah. And I think we started to see, coming out of COVID, massive disruptions of getting things shipped and getting them to our customers, where the difficulty is, the most important thing once the project's going is that it gets done on time.
Right.
And these logistics log jams concentrated in one part of the world just didn't work for our industry. Yeah. The United States is one of the biggest markets in the world for energy storage, and everything was having to come in mostly through the port of LA and Long Beach, and it just was a mess, just a total mess. And then we're getting terrorist activities, shooting at transport ships, we're getting weather events, or just all kinds of stuff. It became very clear to us, even apart from the IRA and anything else, that an industry that of the size of what storage was going to be is not able to be supported from just one corner of the world. So we started down that road. And just in the last couple months, we shipped the first domestic content qualifying units. Yeah. So when I first built a storage system in 2008, it was a domestic system.
Yeah.
We had batteries that were made in Nevada, of all places, not in a mega pack factory. This was way back to Altair Nano and companies that don't really get much airtime anymore.
Right.
We made modules in the U.S., we made enclosures in the U.S., we shipped everything in the U.S. and put that first lithium battery on the grid in 2008. And then as this ramped up, things went overseas for scale. And so now what we're seeing is the ability to bring some of that scale back to the United States, take the lessons that have been developed in scale in other countries, embed those into the factories here, and begin to scale up here. Not to say we can't import anything, but we should have a little bit more balance to what we're doing. And so we're shipping those systems now with cells made in the United States, enclosures made in the United States. We have partnerships to do the thermal management system in the United States, the inverter in the United States. We can go up to 100% of the content made in the United States, and that's real now.
Yeah, that's actually the question I wanted to ask. So we're seeing blended content as a strategy at utility scale for modules and inverters, racking, et cetera. How much demand is there from the field for 100% domestic battery content?
It's not so much that there's a demand for it. I think it's allowing people to adjust the risk spectrum. So there's two big things that people are weighing. One is, what is this going to cost me, and is that economic to the customers that they're serving, right? So the foreign content still today is cheaper than what we're producing in the United States. That's the reality, in part because those factories have scaled.
With tariffs.
Yeah, well, even with tariffs, but not with the policy. So if you take into the account the investment tax credits and others, the U.S. production makes sense. Right. It's cheaper than getting things abroad. The other part that's harder to quantify is all this series of additional risks that are coming with people becoming more and more aware of things like, you know, Unforced Labor Protection Act, right? Where we're seeing, hey, enforcement in different places. We're seeing specific tariff actions around different materials and minerals. All of that climate of uncertainty is here. And I think people that are going, they've spent, you know, 5, 7, 10 years in interconnection, developing a project, mobilizing capital, going to do it. And then by the time they sign the deal to when they want to get the project online, these different things are coming up. Those are just risks that are very difficult for a project owner, capital investor, whether you're debt or equity, to kind of take those sort of risks. And so I think people are looking at that spectrum and saying, the more U.S. content I have, the less I have to deal with some of these risks that are hard to cap off. And so I think people are moving along that scale and saying, there's a base level of U.S. content that I want to get to make sure that I get the 10% bonus tax credit.
Right.
The new version of the ITC, once we start to move through safe harbor, to get any of the ITC, the 30% base credit, you're going to need to have domestic content. And then I've got all of these other potential risks that become a bigger deal the less U.S. content I have. And so I think people are resetting on their sense of cost versus risk versus certainty and kind of coming at that. So we're creating a supply chain that allows us to go up to 100% so that we can move it around with different customers to satisfy that balance of cost and risk and certainty. So that's really our goal, is to work with people, and we're happy to do it at whatever level. We have some customers that are doing a little bit of US-made content down to 20%. We have other customers that are going up 70 or 80%, and it's really about being able to serve that appetite with certainty.
Yeah. Speaking of appetite, one of the biggest appetites in energy right now that's creating all the load growth that we're experiencing is this surge in AI, data centers, hyperscalers. And I'm curious, you have a perspective, I've heard you refer to batteries as a shock absorber of sorts in this system. What is that? How does that actually work, that it's a shock absorber? Specifically, let's speak to the hyperscalers. And does it change the way the grid ultimately sees batteries or operates with batteries as an asset?
Yeah. Well, you know, to a large degree, what storage is doing is it's providing some kind of a buffer between the real-time demand and what's being produced, right? So almost anything, if you think about any, and this is sort of the thinking that we had back in 2006 and 2007, if you think about almost any kind of thing in our world, if you have to do it in real time, it's very difficult. It tends to be expensive and it tends to be fragile. And we don't do a lot of things in real time, right? So if you're driving your car, there's traffic lights that cue traffic. If you're getting drinking water, there's a reservoir, right? We're not waiting for it to rain into your mouth at the moment that you need it. But in a lot of elements of the electricity system, that's effectively what it is. It's like we're hoping it rains into our mouth at the moment that I need a drink. It's there, right? So storage has provided that non-real-time efficiency that we see in warehouses, in traffic lights, in reservoirs, in any kind of storage. And so it allows you to not have to overbuild capacity to such a large degree so that for that one peak moment, you need so much more generation than you need every other. You know, like when I started my career, I was working in a restaurant, you know, as many of us have. And, you know, peak day for a restaurant is Mother's Day. You know, this is the single busiest day for a restaurant in the world, or any restaurant really in the United States, is Mother's Day. You don't keep the amount of team, staff, food every day of the year that you need for Mother's Day, right? But you have to have the ability to scale up. But our electricity grid, because you can't build it, you can't call extra wait staff into the electricity grid. You have to have the power plants, you have to have the distribution lines. We essentially pay for this overbuilt grid so that we can deal with Mother's Day a few times a year, right? And storage is giving us the ability to not have to do that. We can build with storage, create buffers in this grid. It lowers the cost. It improves the efficiency because you don't need to be doing everything in real time. So that's really where this starts. And the place we started with storage was no one believed a battery could do a job on the grid. I mean, let's go back to the beginning. It was, this is a pipe dream. It'll never happen. Batteries can't survive. They're not rigorous enough. They won't be able to do these jobs. And so a lot of the first period of this was proving the battery could do a job that a power generator did. Once we convinced that, Then we started to move into some jobs power generators can't do. There's no standby power generator that can absorb power and store it for later. They just don't do it. It's physically impossible.
Yeah.
And there's no generator that can be generating in one direction, providing power, and then switch in 10 milliseconds, it's absorbing power, and then switch back 10 milliseconds later. So those are jobs that we didn't value because they didn't have a tool. Right now we have this tool. So now the second period has been, oh, let's do something that's a little bit unique. Getting back to your hyperscaler question, I think this next phase is going to be, we now have a consumer demand, a business demand from a customer that's got very unique power needs. High amounts of power, lots of fluctuations as AI is learning in very, very short time intervals. Our electric power grid was not built to do that.
Yeah.
It was meant to meet most of this demand. The demand kind of slowly moves up and down. Now you've got loads that are going to be on and off very rapidly at very large scale, and I think storage is going to fit right there.
Yeah.
And it's going to evolve to a more intelligent grid and one that's much more responsive.
Yeah, and I would argue or add the fourth that there's zero tolerance for failure.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly right.
One element we talked about sort of the variables that impact the developer's decision. It's availability, it's price, which sort of rolls in tariff. Obviously, supply chain logistics issues are part of availability. But in recent years, and let's talk like the last 3 to 4 years, safety is, I'd say, the main concern. Many of us flew here. I have to declare whether or not I have lithium batteries, which of course I don't. You always say no. But safety is a big concern. We don't want the plane catching fire any more than we want these large assets catching fire. You mentioned some of the early plants. I mean, AES, your former, your business sort of Fluence
evolved out of, yeah,
of course. And your former employer has had is as one of the legacy installers has had to deal with this concern of like, how do we mitigate this with our communities? Fluence and AES as a partner has been very proactive to take what many consider to be drastic measures in fire testing and fire safety. I'm curious, as the leader who was there sort of approving and setting this up, do you feel validated by the decisions that you've made now? And how do you think it's shaped the industry's approach? And then
Yeah, that's a great question. I mean, I don't think there's any company out there that would tell you they're not concerned about safety.
Yeah.
Okay, but there's also like, are you concerned about it and you think you have it handled, or are you concerned about it and you're continuously pressing forward? I think that's the difference. And I would say, when we started in this, we were concerned about safety. We took a lot of steps. We thought we were being very diligent, and we went about a decade with no incidents at all.
Yeah.
Then we had an incident, and what you find in the middle of an accident is things are not quite so predictable as you think they're going to be when you do your risk analysis. And you have human actors that do things that you just didn't expect because they're dealing with a crisis in the moment.
Right.
And the documentation you carefully set aside isn't where people thought it was, and the people that you trained aren't the ones that actually respond to it. So there's a lot of things that happen, and we just really recreated our view on safety out of that event. We worked really closely with Arizona Public Service. And I would say that was in my career really a seminal event. The 2019 fire that we had, it is a turning point in how we thought about this industry, because up until that point we had thought, if we do everything we need to do in design and management, we will avoid any of these types of things and it'll be fine. At that point, we started to realize our thinking on this is flawed. We're not going to avoid this. If we get to the scale of energy storage that we really think the industry needs, you're going to have millions and millions and millions of battery cells in all kinds of environments, for years. The fact is that in that just rough numbers game, something's going to happen. You're going to get a manufacturing quality defect. Somebody's going to, go do maintenance and do something slightly wrong, drop a bolt or a metal tool across two terminals and short something. You're going to have an event of some sort. So we went from thinking, how do we prevent everything and stop it, to thinking there's going to be an event at some point.
Right.
How do we make sure it doesn't hurt humans, and how do we keep it small? So that was a change in design thinking, and that led to our Gen 6 product that we rolled out. We've sold more than 40,000 units deployed around the world. It's been kind of the leader, installed deflagration testing. That philosophy and safety has kept us, has been with us all through where we're going now. And at one point we realized hey, the fire testing and modeling isn't good enough.
Right.
We actually need to take these, and actually listening to the battery vendor isn't good enough. Even the testing they're doing, we need to take one of these full-size systems and burn it in its entirety.
Yeah.
You know, not just what 9548 was telling us to do, but like, let's burn it and actually see what happens.
Yeah.
And so a few years ago, we started doing that. You know, that's an expensive thing. You're burning up, you know, brand new valuable equipment. Nobody was requiring us to do it. I think now the part of validation is we're seeing almost everybody do that.
Right.
And the reality is you need to see, is it going to propagate left or right, up or down?
Right.
What's actually coming out of it? We know what's supposed to come out of it, what's actually coming out of it. So we have a test facility we've used a lot of times. We can see the actual materials and emissions that are coming out.
Right.
That's allowing us to inform the industry about, hey, do we really need to do evacuations?
Right.
Our answer is no. None of these fires have ever escaped any of the properties or premises that they've been on. None of them have poisoned the communities around. The type of things that comes out of them are not coming out like a toxic cloud. There is some emissions, the stuff we need, but we're not detecting it anywhere, you know, but the immediate adjacent surrounding to these facilities. So this is all about being a responsible citizen, right? And if you have the aspirations of making this industry get as big as we are, any of these kind of fire events or safety events, any, you know, concerns people have, they just slow you down, right? So you gotta get ahead of it and really understand what's going to happen and be able to provide that information so everyone can see. It's not just that we think we're doing the right thing, but everyone can see this is the right approach to this.
Yeah.
And anytime there's an event, whether it's ours or somebody else's, we need to get all the lessons out of that.
That's right.
That's how a young industry becomes, you know, embedded in the world in the way we do things. And I think that's the path we're on with storage.
Yeah. Well, the other way that you get embedded in the world is by convincing developers to say, I pick you. And if I'm a developer right now in this audience planning a 25-year storage product, there's kind of two things in my mind. What are the biggest pitfalls? Maybe I'm an early in the stage of learning development for batteries. What are the biggest pitfalls you've seen? You've seen hundreds, if not thousands of projects. And then what should a developer be looking for in a partner to safeguard that long-term success?
Well, I mean, I always tell to people, like, you know, find somebody that has some scars.
Yeah.
Because
scar tissue is good.
Exactly. You don't want to be their first scar, you know, and I think there's a lot of cases where you don't want to be learning in a bad event while they're learning in a bad event. So finding a vendor that's seen some things, they've done some things in different environments. The technology's changing on a relatively rapid basis. Just thinking about large capital investments, they don't usually go through these 2 or 3 massive product, you know, 2 or 3 year massive product cycles, right? Large capital equipment, you think it's on a 5 or a 10 or longer year cycle.
Right.
This industry is moving very, very quickly. So you want somebody that can stay at the front edge of that in a reasonable way, but who isn't sort of at the bleeding edge of it. So those are a couple things. And I think practically speaking, a track record of getting projects done. I always tell people, what goes wrong on a project? Interconnection's always late. So like, what's our plan for that? We've done a lot of stuff where we energize without permanent power. Communications is always a problem. How are we going to deal with that? Operational people need to be drawn in earlier. If you're waiting till the system's done before they come in, you're going to go through a cycle of seeing the performance drop off. So how do we do that with things? And a lot of that comes down to mobilizing people to really aim at, an on-time, high-performing system again and again and again. And I think there's a lot of continuous improvement, like a lot of cycles of learning. Everything that went wrong on this, we try to take back into the front end. People talk about that quality cycle. It's taken us a little while to get good at it. I mean, we've taken a lot of our own hits, but we've always been trying to learn with the industry or learn ahead of the industry in such a way that we're there for the next thing, to be an experienced guide, as you will, as people move through even larger projects and newer areas, doing newer applications.
Before I ask you the last question, I thought it was really fun. It's an anecdote that you shared with me that I think you were speaking in the Speaker House or someone on Capitol Hill about the reality of how storage was not originally created as a renewables coupled product. How was it being used?
Yeah, no, it was funny because coming out of the One Big Beautiful Bill Act, people were saying, well, renewables might not be in the spotlight so much, and we know that affects storage, and they're saying, well, and you guys are really focused on having to solve the intermittency of renewables.
Right.
And I said, well, that's kind of where people focus this now, but for the first 10 years of doing storage, we were focused on the intermittency of thermal plants, right? And so all of where storage came from was coal plants didn't move fast enough, gas plants weren't turned on. You know, all of these things that we think of as the reliable baseload has all kinds of forms of its own intermittency. And storage mostly in those years was dealing with those things. And we still do that. We put storage alongside gas and coal. And so, you know, you can build more gas, we can build more coal, we can build more renewables. Storage is going to be needed there regardless of what we do. And so it's a complement to whatever we build. People tend to frame things in the moment. So in the moment, it's this idea that renewables are intermittent. But it really is, everything breaks. Everything has down cycles, right? So, you know, storage fills in that gap and really helps make the whole system better.
Yeah, it does.
Yeah.
As we look out to the next 18 months, what's one system change you expect to be mainstream?
Oh,
this is your Oracle moment again.
One power system. So last year, I think I said we would be shipping real domestic content. So
yes,
you know, ding, ding, ding. I get that one. Yeah. Okay. So now
we'll
let's
test
see.
you again next
Let's
September.
See what am I going to say now? What we're going for? Shoot, Nico.
I should have prepared you for
this.
this.
You even warned me a little bit, but I forgot to think forward. You know, I think we're going to see even more tension with the Chinese supply chain, to be honest with you. I think as much as we kind of are getting a handle on where it is now, I think it's going to continue to be a very complex topic. So that's one.
So the preparation there is, if you're a developer, really look into the implications of FIAC.
Exactly. And what are you really going to do to supply that? And then I think we are going to see things start to ramp up. We're already seeing U.S. manufacturing at a fledgling level. I think we're going to see even more of that come. So that one, maybe that's not so far out a prediction. And so maybe the third one is, I think the data center stuff is very real in the sense of starting to change the way we build new resources. Not just that it's demand. I think everybody's comfortable with the idea that there's a demand coming from this, but it's going to change actually the way we build new things.
Yeah.
And so I think we'll start to see that in the next year.
Amazing.
Yeah.
John Zahurancik from Fluence, I am always honored to share the stage with you. I learn every time. Thank you all for joining us for this live interview with John here on the Power Up Live stage in Vegas.
Yeah, thanks so much. Great.
Thanks, brother.
Yeah.
Coming up right now is This Week in Cleantech. You ready to take it away, Mike Casey? All right, Mike Casey and Paul Gerke are coming up right now. Don't go anywhere.
Thank you, Nico. Fantastic job. Wow. You guys are really killing it at Fluence. You're doing some interesting stuff. Thank you so much, John. Really appreciate those insights. And welcome, everyone, to the Power Up Live stage, sponsored by SunCast Media, and sponsored by Wärtsilä Energy Storage and produced by SunCast Media. Thank you all for your time. We've got a really interesting segment coming up here on Cleantech. They're going to be talking about the 5 technology trends that you should be knowing about. This is a really exciting segment that's going to be coming up in just 2 minutes. Let everyone get settled into their headsets, and we're going to be rocking and rolling here in just 2 minutes, so don't go anywhere. Yes. Hold on, I'll do the read in here.
You're going to do it first.
Wait, does this mean I have to call out John Bonanno?
Yeah. Ready, go. Welcome back, RE Plus, to the Power Up Live stage, sponsored by Wärtsilä Energy Storage and produced by SunCast Media. Wow, Cleantech this week.
A big deal.
My God, we got a lot going on. You guys are doing the top 5 stories in Cleantech, and there's about 50 really impactful stories going on. So I'm really interested to hear which ones you have highlighted as the top 5.
There will only be about 1,000 upset vendors, but didn't include their big Cleantech story.
Well, I hand the mic off to you, Paul and Mike. Please inform us what's going on.
It's Mike and Paul.
Mike and Paul.
Okay,
yeah.
I have number 1 on. Hello.
Right, we can say Mall. Should we just call you guys Mall?
We are not a Brangelina situation. This is not a romantic engagement, Mike and I.
Cheers.
Hardly any love.
I'm not going to look lovingly into your eyes.
Right.
All right.
Well, let's
smearing off, huh?
What's going on this week in Cleantech? What's going on, fellas?
Hey, everybody. Welcome to a special edition of This Week in Cleantech. Appreciate the few of you on the floor who actually stuck around to listen to us. Everybody listening to us in the comfort of their own homes or their cars, though, they're stuck with us. They have to listen because that's the rule once you start a podcast. If you haven't heard this one before, it's called This Week in Cleantech. We try to touch the 5 biggest stories in clean energy every week with a special guest in around 15 minutes or so. You like to say 15 minutes or less. I like to say 15 minutes or more. It is what it is. My name is Paul Gerke. I am the content director of Factor This. Joined as always by Cleantech commentator and Mr. Jokester, Mike Casey. Mike, we have a special guest who is waiting off stage to come on, Jake Spring from the Washington Post, a returning guest to This Week in Cleantech.
Yes.
Pretty big one. Mike, how's the event been for you so far?
It's been awesome. I want to give a listener shout out to 3 people. First, Ellen Backus, Green Street Power Partners, she gets a massive listener shout out. She said that she is an avowed Gerke partisan.
Excuse me.
I'm just letting you know, because of the grief you give me. She told us that her staff listens to This Week in Cleantech each week because it's a compact roundup of this week's news. Ellen Backus, you're an audience multiplier. Mike Nowicki, brother, raise your hand. Burns McDonald came up to me yesterday, said he likes the show. He puts up with you. Nora Zakarski from SEIA. Is she out there? She was going to come down. All right.
I'm sorry she didn't show up for you, Mike. But we do have other listener shout-outs. Actually, we've been getting a lot of love out here at RE+. I like to be self-deprecating because that's what us Midwesterners are best at. But ultimately, we've been getting a lot of positive feedback. Another from GSPP, Nick Sangermano, yesterday had some nice things to say about us. PR side, Aaron Greason, very nice. And I got to say, Nico Johnson, Mr. SunCast himself over here. The leprechaun in the full green suit off stage right. He's amazing. And what he puts on here is special. And it's cool to be a part of it.
Do you think he is a listener or just a host? Because I don't think he listens to us.
Well, he wasn't listening right now, so I don't assume he listens to us any other time. He's probably just a host. We do have a listener element in the show every week. If you want stories to be talked about for one reason or another, just email us. My email address is paul.gerke@clearingevents.com. All right, enough of the platitudes and the pleasantries, Mike. We do have 5 big stories to get to. What's number 1 this week?
Mark Chediak. Bloomberg News, big solar developers see delays in U.S. project approvals. I will note that we wanted to have Mr. Chediak on, but no, he had an interview to do. So he chose to do his job other than coming on our show. So he's banned for life.
He chose to do his job instead of pro bono work for you, is what you're saying.
No, this is a glorification platform. The man does not have priorities. I'd say we just ban him.
All right, the gist of this story, Mike. Solar developers, including those at EDF Renewables North America and Arevon, we talked to at this event, saying the Interior Department has stopped granting permits for large-scale projects that impact federal land. Now, this comes after the Trump administration ordered the Interior Secretary, Doug Burgum, to personally sign off on a bunch of points on wind and solar permits, not the way business was done before, but the way business is being done now, to the detriment of pretty much everybody. Ryan Affair, the EVP at EDP, says, quote, he is optimistic that once the need is made clear for the energy, that projects will move forward, that demand tailwind we've been talking about at RE+, Mike.
So your one correction is not the way that things have been done before here, but they've been done in Russia that way for 30 years.
You big... Sorry, comrade, I didn't know.
I'm just telling you, this is a Putin-style economy. All right. These developers are receiving no response from the administration. It seems pretty clear Secretary Burgum's not going to be losing sleep processing these applications. While Americans face record electricity demand, From electrification, AI, this administration is keeping clean, cheap power off the grid. This is a move that protects fossil fuels' stranglehold on the economy. And when there's no criteria, no process or rationale for being the bottleneck on new electricity sources, it is what is closer to what we can call a shakedown.
Who's getting shut down? Shucked? Past tense?
You live in New Jersey. You should know what a shakedown is. Story number two.
Story number two, this one from Vijay Vaitheswaran of The Economist. It's titled, Why Nuclear is Now a Booming Industry. Booming, huh? Always 8 to 10 years away, but booming.
Yep. All right, so the nuclear bros are going to be swarming my page on LinkedIn when I say this. Over the last 20 years, no nuclear power plant has been built on time and on budget in Europe or North America. Whoops. Nuclear plants in America, Britain, Finland have experienced delays and cost overruns. All the while, the cost of renewables has plummeted. But now, governments in many Western countries want to see a clean, secure, and independent source of electricity, and nuclear power is an option. In the U.S., Trump has called to quadruple domestic capacity by 400 gigawatts by 2050 and has preserved and introduced nuke tax credits for nukes throughout the tax bill. The EU has recently revealed a roadmap that forecasts nuclear capacity will increase from 100 gigawatts to 145 gigawatts by 2050. I will note that yesterday Dan Sugar was up on stage and he called out nuclear proponents for not being realistic about how long it will take to bring these sources of power online. Paul Gerke,
Yo, here's an RE Plus shout out real quick. I just saw that Nextracker went and bought Origami Solar, didn't they?
They did.
That's pretty cool. I remember talking to Greg Patterson of that company a couple years ago about what they were putting out. But that's a testament to the domestic solar products that are being built in America right now.
It is, sir.
Back to the nuclear stuff, though, Mike. So we hear a lot in this space about small modular reactors, SMRs. We got people talking about putting them on the moon, for Christ's sake. But yet, where are they? And when are they actually going to provide services to our grid and fix some of the issues we're staring down in this barrel of load growth? SMRs, as an industry, have raised something like $2 billion in the last couple of years. And just last week, we were talking with This Week in Clean Tech guest Tim Deschamps. He had a story highlighting a dozen of these SMR startups that have raised over $100 million themselves. Fusion startups, like $2.6 billion through this July. There's a lot of money in this space, but when and how, Mike? That seems to be the big holdup. Nuclear developers and supply chain firms are raising lots of money through public offerings as well. Big tech also jumping in to save nuclear plants from retirement. It seems like every day we see another story. This one's going to be extended. This one's not going to shut down. New financial models that tackle the poor economics of building nuclear plants could lead to a boom in the industry. China and South Korea have proved that you can build big reactors in 5 years or less. You hear 8 to 10 a lot more common here stateside. Right now, still dealing with a lot of lack of skilled labor. We haven't had people that have built nuclear plants in the U.S. in quite some time. We also are still facing some supply chain issues, although from what I've heard here at RE Plus, Mike, the supply chain issues are starting to loosen up a little bit. They're certainly not what they were during COVID times.
Story number 3, Benoit Morin and Josh Dawsey from the Wall Street Journal. Oil tycoons bet big on Trump, and it is paying off.
If you follow this space, this is not news to you. Because not that long ago, President Trump was literally at a podium calling for $1 billion from the oil industry, and he would do whatever they wanted. Like, that's a quote. You can go and watch it online. It's not a surprise that the oil industry has donated tens of millions of dollars to help re-elect Trump. The Trump administration opening federal waters and now some wilderness areas to drilling. They've been approving new terminals to export natural gas, LNG, and they're attempting to basically gut the environmental regulations that stand in the way of a lot of this development. And of course, we talk a lot about the OBA, the OBBB, or whatever you want to call it, the One Big Beautiful Bill Act, sunsetting tax credits, particularly for the wind and solar side. The batteries, not so much, but you also need some generation for the batteries to work, so you're shooting yourself in the foot there. Mike, what did you think about this piece?
So despite some policy wins, oil companies aren't seeing gains, at least not yet. But Trump's shifting trade stance and global crude oversupply have driven down oil prices, erasing billions in market value and triggering layoffs. The number of oil and gas extraction jobs declined by more than 3% between January and August of this year to its lowest level in 2 years. So the steel and aluminum tariffs are also raising drilling costs, and clean energy companies are arguing that the U.S. risks losing the global AI race to China as they advance in solar panels, batteries, and EVs. But here is what the oil and gas lobby got for their money: an unrelenting aggression and an unprecedented weaponization of federal resources to attack a job-creating, low-cost, clean energy source. These folks, that is what they got for their money.
Well said, Mike. Story number 4, Jana Wilter and Raphael Satter over at Reuters, titled U.S. warns hidden radios may be embedded in solar power highway infrastructure. What?
Yeah, this popped into the feed, and I said, we got to put this in here. Yeah. So, to be clear, the Chinese government has widespread spying operations.
You think we don't?
And a lot of it's electronic. That's an established fact.
Yeah.
However, this is also a season of outrageous anti-free market attacks by federal officials on job-creating clean energy. So just because you're paranoid does not mean they're not out to get you.
That's right. I love that. Right. You'll never see the black helicopters coming.
So here's the cynic's view, okay? This announcement is designed to launch the right-wing media theme that all solar devices are covert Chinese spying tools.
Gotta be.
And they want to make sure that that's a label that gets stuck on these people's forehead and never comes off. So separately, Washington raised concerns about Chinese radios on U.S. highways, suggesting the Chinese companies could collect sensitive data while testing autonomous vehicles.
So this is the same kind of school of thought as the offshore wind stuff, right? Is that you've got all these foreign entities creating these components, and they're a threat to us, maybe in an ambiguous way or maybe in a more literal way, as in they're a recording device. Before I get into my thoughts on this, and before we welcome Jake up on stage, do you really think that we can beat China in the AI race? Because the more I learn about what they've done to their grid and what the struggles we face with ours, I see China had just a huge natural advantage that is going to be almost impossible for us to overcome. I don't want to be a doomsayer, but I don't see how we could catch up.
Well, unlike a lot of the columnists that we tweak on the show, I think I should respect the fact that I don't know what I'm talking about.
Well, yeah, let me just add that as a caveat permanently.
I don't know.
Yeah,
but
all right, fair enough.
What's the best time to plant a tree? 20 years ago.
Yeah.
What's the second best time to plant a tree?
Right now.
Yes, sir.
Amen, brother.
Being in a fetal crouch has never won a foot race.
Well said. And the U.S. right now obviously trying to escalate the government action over Chinese technology and its infrastructure, as I mentioned a moment ago. Commerce finalized some rules that would bar most Chinese cars and trucks in the U.S. market, as we know. The Federal Highway Administration also emphasizing that these hidden radios increase the risk of simultaneous outages and surreptitious theft of data. Mike, story number 5.
All right, we're going to bring up our guest, Jake Spring from the Washington Post.
Get a round of applause for Jake Spring, a returning guest on This Week in Clean Tech. It takes a lot to convince someone to come back, Mike. It's one thing to get them on, but then once they've been exposed to the chicanery, it's tough to convince them to get back up on the stage and talk to us. But Jake is a great sport. He's been busy out here at RE+2. Jake, first of all, before we get started, just want to say thank you for putting this piece together. What's the main takeaway from Trump's war on wind getting much bigger?
So, as you guys are familiar, Empire Wind, this project up in New York, was there was a stop work order issued, and Governor Kathy Hochul intervened, cut a deal with Trump that she'd be more amenable to natural gas pipelines being built. I wrote that story. I thought it was over, and then, late one Friday, they do a stop work order on Revolution Wind, and then the following Monday, it shows up they're going to pull the permits for this Maryland wind project. And then they're going to pull the permits for a New England wind project. So it's like this suddenly expanded when people thought maybe it was quieting down. And I just want to highlight in paragraph 4, it says sources are also saying they might issue stop work orders on all of them under construction. Like that's something under active consideration. So this thing, I mean, the headline is the war on wind just got a lot bigger. Yeah, it got several times bigger.
Do you think it dawns on any of the folks that are in the administration right now that the pendulum tends to swing in this country, and then when a new administration comes in that has a D after its name, they're going to be doing interesting things like stop work orders on liquid natural gas terminals and things like that? I don't know if it dawns on whatever lobbyists embedded themselves in the Trump administration, from a skill standpoint, they're doing a great job because it's inventive, it's creative, and it's super aggressive. But I just think to myself, dude, this works both ways. Do you get any sense of fingerprints and who's actually driving this within the administration?
I mean, everybody says it's Trump himself. That's why it's not going away, because Trump himself really doesn't like wind, and so he's guiding it, even if wiser minds might be telling him not to.
Fair enough, but by every account, he doesn't even read. So I have a hard time. I don't think he even knows the names of these projects. So somebody is channeling him or taking his orders and doing this very skillfully, because it's costing billions and billions of dollars.
Right. Well, I mean, in that cabinet meeting, you saw him railing against wind himself. So I mean, I don't think he needs to know the names. He just says it simply. No more windmills. He always calls them windmills.
Windmills, right?
No more windmills are going to be built, period. Leave the rest details to his usual team.
The journalism on this goes back quite a long ways if you want to dig. It was some line of sight Scottish golf course thing he had beef with back in the day. He just doesn't like him. I saw Lee Zeldin recently made an appearance where it was like, he was actually pressed and was like, well, why though? Why are we taking gigawatts off the grid? And his answer was just that. Trump doesn't like wind. Like that was the only explanation.
But I'll make an additional point, though. We've been told that the USDA secretary, agriculture secretary, is going around to rural communities and spreading this nonsense that solar panels contaminate farm fields. This is not an offshore, I hate offshore wind obsession. This is a patterned campaign to use government to manage a market threat. Right? You can't look at the actions and sum it up every differently because it's not just offshore wind. It's not. Look at the Bergam order. There's no criteria. There's no process. So what's a solar CEO supposed to do? Buy $1 million in Trump family meme coin? I mean, really?
That's not the worst idea, unfortunately.
Well, we'll send a news release if we do that.
Please do, please do. But yeah, I mean, solar needs to figure out something that works to influence the government. It's clear on the one big beautiful bill that they just don't have that hard political power in D.C.
On the wind side, I thought it was interesting that once the stop order was issued on Empire Wind, Governor Kathy Hochul found a way to get that project back under construction. And from what I've read, it sounds like the way that she did that was negotiating fossil fuel resources to satisfy whatever it is that whoever was pressing the button to cancel this was satisfied with. Do you see that as a path forward for these other wind projects where if you're able to kiss the ring, you might actually still be able to get these projects online?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, the governor of Connecticut, Ned Lamont, was saying it was exactly that. There's a deal to be done here. He's going to find it. I don't know if every state's going to be able to find a deal. I mean, Westmore in Maryland going loggerheads with Trump, is he going to find a deal? I don't know. And then you see, in Virginia, though, Dominion, Speaker of the House is going to bat for that project behind closed doors, as Politico reported. So
is Glenn Youngkin. He's the only governor who's Republican governor standing up for it. Well, let us hope that the governors only has to kiss the ring, as well as other things, and we are going to have to go to our Clean Tech of the Week.
Let's do it. This is a segment, if you haven't seen the show before, this is episode 92, 93. You maybe should check it out. But we do this every time. It's just a shout out to someone in the industry. Ultimately, no matter what you think, if you think we're idiots, we're still all in this together, and we want to be voices for the industry, and part of that is supporting the work that you're doing. So this week's Clean Tech of the Week, Nantu Canelos, the executive director of the Cara Solar Foundation. If you haven't heard about them, the foundation is led by indigenous engineers and community leaders. They've developed 12 solar power canoes to villages in Ecuador, Peru, Brazil, Suriname, and the Solomon Islands. In a lot of communities, rivers are the roads, and solar boats help spare the cost of fuel while reducing pollution. That is an ingenious solution in the way we use clean tech.
That is badass. I want to give a shout out to our terrific producer, Brian Mendez, who I think, did you say that he had a message for us?
Yeah, he was blowing my phone up earlier, and I've got stuff to do. I don't have time to listen to Mendez's issues.
Okay, well, let's just play it for a second.
You want me to play the voicemail?
Well, I think it was important, man. I'm just saying. Alex Peterson out there in Clear and helped gather these stories.
Let's see.
All right.
Man, there's a situation here. Clarion just called me and told me that you trashed the corporate jet?
That wasn't me.
On the way to Vegas?
Yeah, you had the party on the jet.
Dude, they had to pick up something like over 27 beer cans?
That would be a high score.
Several bottles of empty whiskey?
Dude, this is bad.
There was some serious language used that I cannot repeat.
Mike, this goes on for a long time.
Because I just don't feel comfortable saying that.
Okay.
But they basically told me that you guys will be flying commercial on your way home.
Thanks, dude. Great. Appreciate it. I told you.
You got the Delta points you can use, though, right?
United, but that's not the point. I told you not to use a Sharpies on the jet wall and sign your name. We're not that big of stars yet.
We have a confused audience that doesn't know that Clarion doesn't have a corporate jet. But now they're going to think we do, and we trashed it.
Dude, Anyway.
Another inside joke.
We need to thank our guests,
Yes,
seriously, for coming on the show.
Jake Spring, thank you so much for your time and putting up with the BS. Really appreciate the journalism you're doing. It means a lot to the space right now.
Serious journalism, needing adult supervision.
Right. You got to have a little bit of both, the best of both worlds. And thank you for everyone here that listened at RE Plus and who took our calls this week to chat about everything going on in the space. If you want to be on the show or talk about a certain article, just click the links in the episode description where you get your podcasts. Leave some feedback, like us, send us an email, do whatever you want.
And let's give a hand out for the SunCast crew, man. These guys did a great job.
Guys.
Awesome guys.
Appreciate it.
Thank you. See you next week.
Hello, everyone from the Power Up Live stage. We're going to be taking just a brief 5-minute break, perfect bathroom break, coffee break here, and then we're going to have SEIA coming up, talking about the future of resiliency, talking about grid storage, optimization, integration. So you don't want to miss this next segment. We've got some revolutionary energy storage device companies coming up on the stage next. So we'll be back here in 5 short minutes. We are back at the Power Up Live stage. Welcome everyone here from RE+. Power Up Live stage is sponsored by Wärtsilä Energy Storage and produced by SunCast Media. Thank you all for your time and sharing your time, your only non-renewable resource. So this is a really exciting one. Leslie, this is so cool from SEIA, talking about energy storage. Revolutionary, right? Energy storage is the cat's meow. We can't do anything without this stuff moving forward. So I can't wait to hear where you guys are going from here, where the technology is going to be taking us in the next 24 months. So take it away. Thank you so much.
All right, thanks everyone. I'm Leslie Gentarosny with the Smart Electric Power Alliance, one of the co-hosts of RE+, that brings us all here together in Las Vegas this week. It's very exciting to be joined by these two folks up here. And you know, small issues are facing us in the energy industry today, right? All we need to do is strengthen the grid against growing threats of extreme weather, cybersecurity risks, other things, ensure a reliability of the grid while managing increasing demand for energy, and then scale clean energy solutions while keeping costs affordable, right? No problem. So what I want to hear from you is how your companies are addressing these. How are you thinking about all of the different technologies and things that you know, your companies are providing in these questions. So please just kick it off with an introduction of who you are and why you think this resiliency and flexible power solutions are part of the solution set.
My name is John Perella. I'm the CEO of TerraFlow Energy. We're a domestic-based manufacturer of vanadium flow batteries, and we've designed a product that's really helped pioneer power volatility for data centers. And so now with large loads and the volatility and the grid unable to keep up with it all, it's getting very interesting to be able to incorporate large duration storage into the data center mix and help solve those problems.
Please. I'm Hakan Yilmaz. It's really great to be here. I'm the Chief Technology and Sustainability Officer of Carrier Global. We're one of the world's largest HVAC companies. Our vision is to be a global leader in intelligent climate and energy solutions because we're really operating right in the center of the climate and energy intersection. You know, some basic numbers, the US grid is about close to 750 gigawatt of peak load, and of that about 300 gigawatt is residential HVAC. And with our market presence in the US is #1 HVAC company in the US, 1 out of 3 homes with Carrier HVAC. We are in over 33 million US homes, and with a total load of close to 100 gigawatt on the US grid. So we are by far the largest load on the grid. And before we start talking about adding new load, we're looking at how can we fix and add more flexibility to the existing load today.
Absolutely. And you know, when we think about the energy transition and what all needs to happen to ensure that we are moving forward with clean, affordable, and resilient energy, it's in one sense, it's an electrification story. And so when we think about this new future, you know, folks who participate are not just going to be passively consuming energy, they're going to be active participants in the grid. So how do these types of dynamics play out in your technology spaces that you occupy?
So where I started, I used to work for a company that was taking Bitcoin mining data centers and turning them into responsive loads and doing controllable load resource where they could actually respond to frequency. And when we started looking at designing our battery, we wanted to make it function where it could do the same thing for an AI data center. Because the loads are so large and the power volatility and harmonic distortion issues that they come with, how do you turn a data center that's gigawatts into a grid asset? So we really designed a battery that allows them to become flexible loads. It allows them to comply with new laws being passed by states for controllable loads. When the grid needs the power, they can call upon the data center to turn down. And it was, everybody's turning to storage to do it, but unfortunately lithium-ion can't keep up with the volatility. And so flow batteries really was the solution for us to be able to build long duration storage in replace of a UPS to turn the data center into an asset.
Great. Hakan?
Well, I've been with Carrier for about 3 years, and I joined from automotive and aerospace industries. And in those industries, on any type of vehicle, there's a limited energy resource on board. And any product in a vehicle is energy defined, and they know how to share that limited energy resource on board. In the built environment, in homes and buildings, we take energy for granted. We plug in our HVAC, we plug in our EV, we plug in our other electrified devices, and we expect that the electricity will be there, it's going to be available and reliable, and it's going to be affordable. And all those KPIs are owned by the utilities. And in the built environment, we take it for granted. What we're doing is, we want to change it. Our founder, Willis Carrier, invented modern HVAC about 123 years ago in 1902. And we've been surfing that wave happily over the last 123 years. And it's time to change. Because on a grid, on the US grid, on a normal day, about 15% of the load is the HVAC. But on a super hot day, it goes over 70%. Wow. And HVAC load actually defines how the grid is designed, built, and operated. So what we're doing is, we have a new invention, new product that we're unveiling right now in field tests. We're integrating dedicated batteries directly to the HVAC outdoor units that are communicating to our cloud and to utilities, acting as a grid asset behind the meter. It's a firm asset that basically does a daily peak shaving and demand response on the biggest load on the home and the grid in a repeatable way. So imagine that. If you put this in hundreds of thousands of HVAC units in different homes, we can build gigawatts of flexibility into the US grid very quickly with an invisibly scalable HVAC market.
Yeah, and I think one of the things that is part of the discussion when it comes to what the growth of new energy demand is of course these data centers as a draw and consumer of energy. But how are the tools that data centers are enabling, so the AI tools, artificial intelligence, being leveraged for actually enhancing grid and building energy solutions?
Honestly, they're not.
Not yet, or not
well,
ever?
they're trying. I mean, Google announced that they're trying to make their algorithms responsive so they can turn down. But the reality is, what we've designed is made it so that they can operate the way they want to operate, when they want to operate, and they don't have to turn down. They're trying to design more efficient HVAC units. The problem is that when you create more room in the data center, all they're going to do is put more GPUs in. So that doesn't necessarily reduce the power consumption. It just makes more room for more power consumption. What we're doing is truly allowing the data center to come off the grid when it's needed, to respond to price, to respond to frequency, and turn it into an asset without them having to jeopardize their runtime or the way that they want to operate. The difficulty with data centers in general is everybody, like I said, is turning to storage to try and solve the problem, but not all the storage is equal. And so lithium ion has a number of cycles before you have to replace the cells. There's thermal runaway characteristics that could come into play. So that's really where we found, again, flow batteries are unique. That there's no way for them to catch fire. They don't really degrade with cycles at all. So it becomes a unique environment from a standpoint of being able to build an asset and make it respond quickly the way the grid wants to operate, not trip air breakers, not cause problems. Many people don't know right now that the AI data centers, their volatility is a third to a half the size of the data center, 12 to 14 times a minute. There's not a generator on this planet, there's not a grid that can accept that kind of volatility. So when you start talking gigawatt scale, it's very large swings very fast. And you'll have rolling blackouts, rolling catastrophic event if you let that onto the grid. So really what we've done is we've designed a battery that the data center runs through all the time that allows for that power volatility and acts as that shock absorber for the grid. But because it's long duration, also allows for the operator to say, well, for the next 5 hours, because prices are really high, I want to turn off and run off the battery and not connect to the grid. And we can cycle that every day and allow for the data center to really reduce their power price.
Gotcha. Hakan, are you seeing AI tools at all being used in your area?
Absolutely. We look at AI in general in 3 different perspectives. One, complementary to what you just explained, John. What is happening inside the data center? What is happening on the grid? And how do you use AI to do things better than how we do it today? What's happening in a data center is these AI chips need a lot of energy and they need a lot of cooling power. They're like well-trained athletes nonstop running on the treadmill. They consume a lot of energy and they need a lot of cooling. So number one solution we're working on inside a data center is what we call the Quantum Leap package we offer. It is, in technical terms, it's an autonomous grid-to-chip thermal and energy optimizer. So we're looking at how do we take that energy, optimize it with our chillers, deliver the cooling to the chips, either air or liquid cooling or both, and Once we manage that thermal load in the best possible way, how do we interact with the grid in a flexible way? Because we're building megawatt chillers, 2 megawatt chillers and bigger chillers. And megawatt chiller is like 200 home HVAC units equivalent. And we're putting tens of these chillers in data centers. It's equivalent to an entire city type of energy load. What we do with the home energy management on the other side is when we deploy our battery-embedded HVAC solutions around those data centers on the same grid, we unlock so much capacity that could be rerouted at the peak to data centers so they can keep running on clean energy that we harvest and stored in homeowners' backyards. And the last one is, how do we use AI? We always say we use AI to cool AI. We're working on AI predictive models, and imagine in the future, the nanogrids, the microgrids, and the macrogrids, where all the equipment and energy storage is readily available. They need to operate with intelligence and autonomy. And it's only possible with massive data processing and do it in an intelligent way. For example, we use weather forecasting tools with Google AI on forecasting the actual energy consumption profile of every single HVAC unit and chiller and balance the load on the grid real time.
Yeah, both of you are mentioning different solutions for grid integration and flexibility, what that also enables clean. And I'm curious, do you think that there's any kind of tension, whether it's real or just perceived, between the need for speed when it comes to building out our grid and instituting these new technologies onto the grid versus clean? So are we in competition with one another? Can we do all of these things at the same time?
I would say realistically, you have to look at all of even in the battery world, all the batteries that are out there, all the people that are inventing and manufacturing are needed because you can't build fast enough to keep up with the demand. I don't believe we're in competition. I think we're complementary. We enable, we've had discussions with groups that want to do hour matching renewables. You need long duration storage to do that. It's not capable, even if you have solar and wind and you've got a ton of it, you can't make the two mesh all the time to guarantee that you can deliver it when you need it. So storage becomes an important play there. We also enable, with data centers specifically, we make it so that you don't have to fire up thermal generation. Your air permitting requirements go way down because any rolling brownout or anything like that can be handled by the battery and absorbed by the battery without having to fire up the backup generation. So instead of an N+2 implementation of generators, you might need N, right? Because we help with the resiliency. So we're enabling cleaner, safer batteries. We're enabling cleaner, safer generation technologies, not having to use thermal generation as much, and being able to also support the grid when there are peak periods that really need the power.
We look at it from the overall sustainability net zero impact. When we did our SBTi roadmaps, we quickly realized that over 99% of our CO2 footprint is our product life cycle and the energy our HVAC equipment consumes over decades in either homeowners' backyards, commercial building backyards, or data center backyards. If you install a chiller today, it's going to run for decades. If you install an HVAC unit today, it's going to run for 10 to 15 years in someone's backyard. And how much energy it consumes and how clean that energy is matters a lot for our own sustainability. So when we build our roadmaps, we looked at, of course, build it more efficient, number one. Use green materials, number two. Okay, great, but if the energy that's used by our equipment is not clean, then what do? You're still about 40% away from your net zero. This is why we believe our battery-embedded solutions, grid interactivity, and grid friendliness in our products really help us get to net zero, because we can charge our batteries when it's clean and green on the grid and affordable, and then we can offload the batteries and use them to run our HVAC units during the peak times when the energy is not so clean. So when we combine all of that, I think we make a win-win kind of effect on the grid. We not only shave the peak, we also shave the peak with clean energy. HVAC market is growing globally. There's more than 3 billion people living in hot climate zone, and only about 12% have access to HVAC today. So it's a naturally growing market. If we continue to build the HVAC as is today, we're going to build a lot of sustainability liability for the future generations to solve. We are trying to solve this today with grid interactive, energy-defined HVAC solutions. We're basically changing how we design and build our HVAC units to make a net zero impact in the next 2 decades.
Can I piggyback off that for 1 second? Yeah. There's one thing that a lot of people don't realize is that there's actually a lot more available power in the grid than they realize. It's just 5 peak hours of the day where there may not be. So when you have responsive loads that can help to bridge that gap and can help to create those opportunities. I was reading an article the other day about data centers, and if they were only 95% reliable required to build the data centers, they could fit all of them, right? So it's really not a matter of, do we need to continue building more infrastructure? We absolutely need to continue upgrading and adding more because there is more usage. But if you also have assets that allow you to shift that around, that helps with not necessarily having to build more generation or having to rush to upgrade the grid as fast. And we've been working on a lot of large manufacturing facility interconnects to be able to help bridge that gap, because they want power at a specific point. There's not enough there, but it's only not enough there for 5 hours of the day, not 24 hours of the day.
And that's such an important point in terms of the customer affordability and the costs of maintaining and upgrading our grid. So I think it's such a good point in terms of not only the technology and the use cases for clean energy, but also for ensuring that we're keeping costs of energy as affordable as possible. And so, you're talking a lot about these, extremely exciting technological innovations where, we're thinking about the future of energy. But in terms of the wide-scale adoption, how are we getting this to all homes and businesses? How are we, moving markets within the United States, nationally in terms of uptake of, different battery systems? What do you see as holding back progress in this area? And then on the flip side of that, what makes you hopeful for how the industry can overcome those barriers?
I mean, fortunately, the Big Beautiful Bill saved storage.
Yeah.
So that's been a huge plus for us to be able to continue accelerating the ability to manufacture. For us, we're in a unique position because we've talked with data centers and they're adding, like the ones that are actually putting GPUs in and going live now, they're like, well, the grids are tolerating us right now, but as we continue to add, and they're adding 1, 2, 3, 5 megawatts a day, as we continue to add, they're going to get to a point where they say, stop. All right, you need to solve this volatility issue before you can add any more. We haven't seen another solution that can do what our technology can do as far as supporting the data center. So we're experiencing exponential growth right now. And it's pretty wild. I mean, the barrier we have is, our company's 12 months old. We joined the Long Duration Energy Storage Council, LDIS Council, to help us get the word out and help us promote the fact that we're here and make a big splash in the pond. But overall, it's something that everybody asks immediately, well, how many of these do you have deployed? And I look at them and I'm like, I'm 12 months old, I'm building them as fast as I can. And ultimately, we're going to get to a point where once they realize everything we said is true, we've proven it already works, we won't be able to make them fast enough. And that's a reality, is that all the battery companies that are here could stand up manufacturing at full tilt, and they can't make them fast enough for the demand that's coming with data centers and everything else.
Yeah, what do you think?
Well, when we look at the impact we can make with our solutions, it's massive, right? I truly believe that load management flexibility, especially behind the meter, is a big lever to pull. It's a complex lever, but it's a big lever to pull. We've been approached by a lot of aggregators to access controls for our thermostats and HVAC units and all of these. And it is a bit of a challenge for us. Yes, if you do a thermostat-based demand response, you can save the grid and disconnect some HVAC units. But look, if you tell a homeowner or a vehicle owner, can you charge your vehicle after 9 p.m.? Maybe it's okay. If you tell them, hey, can you wash your dishes after 10 p.m.? Maybe it's okay. But imagine this. An HVAC unit is for comfort and health and well-being. And people pay a lot of money for it. It's an expensive unit. Majority of the HVACs today are financed because a lot of people cannot afford to pay it right away. So people take loan and financing and they buy this equipment. It's the biggest asset in the house. And you want that to run all the time. When you need it the most, the hottest day of the day, simply turning it off is counterintuitive. So we have a very clear focus on our consumers. When they get our HVAC, we want them to have uninterrupted comfort. That's it. That's where it ends. We can do better as industries. We can do better as HVAC companies. We can do better as utilities working together. And we can build autonomous, intelligent, battery-embedded, energy storage-embedded solutions. And we can be a part of the problem solution together. Because at the end of the day, energy is an ecosystem problem to solve. As we are the biggest load on the grid as HVAC, we're willing to come and solve it ourselves in coordination and partnership with the utilities, but it's very complex to navigate. We're an HVAC company. I came to RE Plus first time 2 years ago. We were totally lost. Last year, we started making meaningful engagements. And this year, with the organizers pulling us in, like in our story, we are on stage and talking to people. And now we're over the tipping point. Now the utilities are pulling us in. We unveiled our first product yesterday. We started our field testing with 5 utilities. We're launching the first product end of the year. And then we're going to scale up. And hopefully, we're going to make a big impact together.
Yeah, I think part of why this conversation is so interesting, we have new technologies, new companies, we have established companies, but with new technologies, and so there's so much going on here this week that, you know, one thing I want to leave us with during this conversation is just, if we come back here in 5 years, what do you think? What do you want to have change? What does the grid look like, in not just from your company's perspective, but just in general? Like, where do we need to be headed? Are we on that right pathway? You know, 1 to 5 years from now, what does that look like?
I definitely think distributed generation. You know, the grids are going, you know, more and more to a nodal market, and being able to get hyper local solutions. We've been talking with utilities about putting batteries at substations to be able to help if there's an outage up line, to be able to keep everything down line up. And so, I mean, I think, like I said before, you need everything that's here: solar, wind, natural gas generation. You can't get rid of just the thermal. You have SMR starting to peek their head up. But even things like SMR, if you look at the markets...
Which is nuclear.
Nuclear, small modular reactor, sorry. Even things like that, those are on or off. There's no... They can't curve the load. They can't ramp up or ramp down. It's on or off, and they're bigger power. So being able to integrate, and we've seen that a lot with generation, with you name it, renewables, to be able to help bridge gaps and fill in the gaps and put the pieces together to make it so that you can have a more reliable power, and you can make it so that you can deliver it when you want, when it's needed, at the right price. So a lot of the technologies coming together. You know, everybody asks, who's your competition? And I'm like, this market's so big, there's plenty to go around. For him to be able to implement at the residential level is going to take an army to install those as they wear out, and capital partners to be able to fund them. And so it's really making sure that the capital markets can support it, the regulatory supports it, the technology partners all have what they need to be able to ramp up. And you know, standing up domestic-based manufacturing is definitely something I believe in, and we're proud of. And so I think a lot of that you're seeing now with the current administration being pushed towards helping create a lot of jobs here, and standing up manufacturing will help to make this happen faster and cut down on costs and transportation and everything. So,
well, I think maybe one key focus topic for us is scale and speed. We are a 123-year-old company. Of course, big organizations could be slow, but we're super fast on this one. Here's why: because the impact is tremendous, and the speed to power is a huge opportunity today, and we can really make a short-term impact. As I mentioned, about 300 gigawatt of the 750 gigawatt peak load in the US is HVAC. If you look at it from the HVAC industry perspective, we install, all of our peers in the HVAC market, we install about 7 million HVAC units to residential homes every year in the United States. Daily, about 20,000 HVAC units are being installed or replaced in the United States. We're about 1/3 of that. In utility numbers, 20,000 HVAC units are equivalent to about 60 megawatt peak load replacement. Every day, 60 megawatt load is being replaced on the US market in the residential homes by the HVAC industry, and we are 20 megawatt of that daily. So we can scale up very fast. And our carrier total scale, with 33 million HVAC units today, all of them will be replaced in the next 10, 15 years. We can continue replacing them and adding new ones to new homes with the existing technology, or we can replace them or build them with the battery embedded solution, which is completely grid friendly. If we take the second route, and start installing, in which we will. We're launching our first commercial product end of this year. It's going to be commercially available across the US with our utility partners and arrangements. We can build up to 100 gigawatts of flexibility on the US grid in the next decade or 15 years max. And that's the speed and that's the scale we're after. By 2030, hopefully we'll be back here and we can go back and say, hey, we achieved all the gigawatts of scalability we promised 5 years ago.
Absolutely, and that's fantastic because we keep hearing, right, over and over in all conversations around energy is we need this now or we needed this yesterday, right? So I think solutions like this where we can move as quickly as possible and have the market, you know, there for it, this is what this is all about, and this is what RE Plus is all about. So really, thank you again for joining. Thank you to our audience, and thank you for the presenting sponsor, Wärtsilä Energy Storage, here at the Power Up Live stage and produced by SunCast Media. And that's it for us today. So thanks, everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Wow, thank you so much. That was so fascinating. Really appreciate it. Again, you're at the Power Up Live stage, sponsored by Wärtsilä, produced by SunCast Media. So thank you all for joining us here. We're going to roll right into the next segment on virtual power plants. So anyone really interested in VPP, emerging technologies, that's what we're going to be covering for the next 30 minutes here. We've got a fantastic group from SEIA, from Uplift, which is a fascinating platform, a team of about 750 that's doing some really revolutionary things in terms of customer communications and direct around VPP integration. So they're just going to be coming up here. Give us 2 minutes to get set up, and we're going to rock and roll. Thanks. And we are back at the Power Up Live stage, sponsored by Wärtsilä Energy Storage, produced by SunCast Media. Thank you all for joining us here. We've got an extension flowing right off of the last SEIA presentation, which was so interesting on optimization. Now we're going to be talking about VPPs and why these things are so critical, right, Larkin, for the industry. This is the cutting edge of what we're doing, and the more that we understand how these VPPs are emerging and adapting, right, over time is really going to be critical. So I'm going to hand the mic off to you, and please, I'm really interested to hear what your guests have to say.
All right, fantastic, and thank you for the introduction, and thank you to everyone for joining us. It's been a busy week. My name is Lakin Garth. I'm the Senior Director of Grid Strategy for the Smart Electric Power Alliance. We're focused on really accelerating the transition to a clean energy future. And today we're going to talk with a couple of SEIA members about virtual power plants and really about the call and the need to scale affordable, reliable grid resources. I'm going to be joined by my colleagues Laura and Paul. So Laura, why don't we start with you? Why don't you introduce yourself, the company you work for, and a little bit about what you do.
Yeah, great. I'm Laura Cornish. I'm a Director of Product at Uplight, responsible for our DERMS Flex platform. Uplight is a clean energy technology company that activates energy customers and their connected devices to generate, shift, and save energy. Delighted to be here today.
Great, and I'm Paul Hines. I'm the Vice President of Power Systems, so Chief Scientist at Energy Hub. And Energy Hub is a software platform and VPP management system largely for utilities. We manage about 2.5 gigawatts of flexible demand.
All right, thank you, Laura and Paul. I think one of the key takeaways I have from the conference so far is that, obviously the U.S. electric power system is facing a number of challenges, including from increasing demand, due largely to data centers and other industrialization, manufacturing moving back to the United States, and electrification. The other thing I've noticed, coming off sort of the heels of HR1 and some of the headwinds that the industry is facing is that it seems to still carry a really positive vibe here at RE+. And I think that there's been a lot of focus on the need to grow, clean resources and to do that in a way that could provide downward pressure on rates. And I think, in my experience this week, especially since I was here last year, we've noted a lot of changes in the industry in the last 12 months. And despite the headwinds on the federal front, despite some of the challenges that the industry is facing, it seems like it's been a really big summer for virtual power plants. So I want to hear a little bit from each of your perspectives about some of the events that have taken place in the summer and how your companies have responded and helped utilities and grids sort of, meet the moment. So Laura, maybe we can start with you.
Yeah, sure. At Uplight, we're really thinking about how we can scale our demand response and VPP programs to reduce the grid strain. I know this summer we had some record-setting heat domes in many parts of the United States, particularly in June. And on one day in June 23rd in the eastern United States, Uplight ran 45 unique events across 16 different utility programs, representing 350 megawatts of energy load under management, which is enough to power about 300,000 homes. And I think the point here is just like, the technology is here and it's ready to scale and it's an affordable way to get that capacity that we need right now. And these events included 3 customer segments, which was CNI, residential, and SMB, and also 5 different kinds of loads at the house, so load control switches, CNI, smart water heaters, thermostats, and EVs. So like the technology is here, and we've had a very, very busy summer. We're dispatching, everyday events across the country to help utilities reduce their grid on the strain, strain on the grid.
Yeah, we're seeing exactly the same trends on that same heat wave. We dispatched about 900 megawatts of flexible demand across the Eastern Interconnect, and we, utilities were extremely grateful for the amount of capacity that was available. The grid was sitting right on the verge of losing the ability to supply additional demand. And so we're sitting on the verge of rolling blackouts in the U.S. And, between the two of us, we've dispatched over a gigawatt of power to keep the grid stable. So I think it's a really key reliability resource that I think everybody across the industry is realizing this is an essential element of how we keep the grid reliable and affordable.
Yeah, I think, Laura, you made a really critical point, which is to say that the technology is here, it's available, it's performing. We can witness that in real time. I remember yesterday we were on a panel and Chris from Sunrun was talking about staying up late on the East Coast and watching what was happening in Cal ISO when they ran the big battery event at the end of July. Both of your companies provide VPPs and DERM services to utilities and into markets. And Laura, you made a really key point, thinking about where we are today and how we can continue to scale these resources. So I know a little bit about each of your companies, and I wanted to hear a little bit more discussion around some examples that you've had with utilities or markets or programs in the United States and North America, where each of your companies has worked with a utility or wholesale provider and really started VPPs from the ground up, and what that process has looked like. Because I think some of the numbers are extremely impressive, and folks who aren't maybe as into the weeds and deep into the details as we are might not appreciate that. But Paul, I know you guys have been very active in Canada and work really closely with the IESO, and I'm sort of curious how that came to be and how quickly you've gotten to scale.
Yeah, so the IESO has been, they're the grid operator for the province of Ontario, north of Toronto. And they came to us and they said, we've got some capacity issues in our system, and they'd really like to have a way to enable a large amount of capacity over a short amount of time. And so we worked with them, designed a system to rapidly scale a virtual power plant in that territory, built about 300 megawatts of flexible capacity over two and a half years. And so now we're able, you know, a really sizable chunk of their portfolio on hot summer days. They started with thermostats, looking at expanding to other device types, and you know, they're really realizing that these aggregations are a key part of their grid reliability strategy.
Yeah, at 300 megawatts, that seems like an awful lot to build in 2 years. Like, what's that roughly equivalent to for other generation resources?
I mean, that's a really large peaker plant. You know, you're talking about large-scale gas, single cycle, dual, combined cycle plant. And to build that same type of natural gas plant would take at least 5 years, at least $200 million in capital investment. And, you know, this was massively cheaper than that to build and way cheaper to operate. So this is the fastest, cheapest, most reliable resource you can get. We've talked to grid operators who've said, the VPP is the most reliable resource I have because every time I push the button, it's there and it performs.
Yeah, and I think uniquely, like something that maybe not everybody picks up on right away is that, you know, these are programs that are largely dependent upon customer participation. And so in an era where we have rising wholesale prices and rising retail prices, you know, compared to a combined cycle gas turbine or compared to a CT peaker, you know, you're using customer resources and you're also paying them incentive to participate.
Yeah.
So I think it's a really reliable resource that can help address some of the affordability challenges and provide not only value to the participating customers, but also to ratepayers overall.
Yeah, I mean, all the programs that we run between Uplight and us at Energy Hub, we're flowing money back to customers instead of flowing money to, you know, power plant developers and others. So it's really a way to not only solve reliability problems, but provide money back to customers to reward them for participating.
Yeah,
absolutely. And I was just going to say, in terms of, you know, we're having all these distributed energy resources coming online, which, so on the one hand, we could have them be a problem for the grid, but if we actually connect them to these programs that we're running, then it actually, you know, we're able to give grid benefit services and then provide value to the customers and to the utility at the same time. So it's really a great solution.
Yeah, I think when we do education for regulators or policymakers, I think it's really important to note that these are customer-sided resources. You know, DER adoption is growing sort of across device types and customer classes, but the value they provide to the grid really requires management, and that requires customer participation and awareness. So Laura, I know that Uplight's put some research out recently, really sort of looking at what you guys refer to as the demand stack. So there's a VPP element to it, but it goes a lot more beyond that. And I think what's intriguing to me is, you know, as someone with an old energy efficiency background, we used to talk about the layered cake of benefits. And I kind of see this as a pivot, but I was hoping you could explain a little bit more about the demand stack, and in particular, sort of what the benefits are to the grid, to utilities, to market operators, but also those customers.
Yeah, so in terms of the demand stack we see, so, you know, typically a grid operator will have sort of supply side like diesel, natural gas, coal, hydro, nuclear, wind, and solar, and those can provide, you know, different levels of resource and sort of base, mid-tier, and peaking. And then we're thinking about how we can match that with demand side resources. So we have DR, VPP, rates, storage programs, EV charging, TVR, and then energy efficiency. And so we can match those in the same way that we have baseline. You have something like diesel and natural gas. We can match that with energy efficiency, which we're sort of always able to provide. You know, time of use rates or something around mid-tier resources, and then we can do DR and VPP for those peaking needs. So that in that way, at the same time, so while we're matching supply and demand, we can also take customers along the demand stack. So let's say a customer, you know, they want a new thermostat, they go online and Google it. Hopefully, you know, we have the SEO right, and they find their utilities website branded. You know, they buy a thermostat, and it's pre-enrolled for in a DR program. Great, we've got them enrolled in a DR program. They should be getting some engaging emails. That's all about them. And then from there, we can sort of engage them along the demand stack so that we can take them into a journey that then gets them enrolled in time of use rates and gets them in doing energy efficiency in their home. And that way we can, you know, increase the benefits both to that customer in terms of lower bills, credits on their bills from the other programs that they're participating in, and also increase the benefits that the utility is getting from having that customer enrolled in programs across that stack. So that way, again, just like with DR, when you are enrolling the DERs for the customer is benefiting, and so is the utility. And in most places, you know, the interests of the customer and the utility really do overlap, right? Like we want We want them to be shifting their energy use into off-peak times. We want to be able to control their load during peak demand, and so that they're using electricity when it's cheapest and the cleanest. Utilities and customers feel the same way. And there are a few areas where there's places of tension, in terms of like how a utility defines comfort and how a customer defines comfort, or maybe, things like, is there going to be manual intervention allowed, and what is defined as fast for EV charging? But both of our companies have been around for many years now, and we've learned a lot by having these programs out in the wild. And so when we launch new programs with clients, we have a configurable platform, and we can talk to them and really align with the goals and bring the research that we've had from having these programs out there for years, that we're making sure that the utilities are configuring the programs right for them and for their customers. So you're really eliminating the number of customers who aren't comfortable, and also making sure that customer satisfaction is staying high, so that we keep these folks in the programs.
Yep, that makes a lot of sense to me. And Paul, I know that Energy Hub's also produced some white papers and reports recently. I was really sort of inspired by the state of the grid edge, and I think that a lot of what Laura's describing about the importance of the customer journey, making that customer acquisition process simple and easy, quick, doesn't require filling out too many forms or phone calls or emails. When we were preparing for this session, we had a bit of a conversation around some of the research that y'all have done, looking at customers' willingness to participate relative to actual customer participation. So I hope you could illuminate that conversation a little bit, and also describe sort of some of the steps that Energy Hub is taking with its partners to make that process simpler for customers.
Yeah, we're finding, I think similar to what you said, Laura, most people would really like to participate in this sort of thing. If it were crazy easy, they would just say, yeah, sure, why not allow my devices to help make the grid work better and help make my energy more affordable? Everybody wants to do that. And so, the challenge is that sometimes, because of regulatory rules or whatever, there's a very long, complicated enrollment process where you have to take 12 steps before you're actually in the program. And so we've been working really hard with our utility partners, with our OEM partners, and with regulators to try to figure out how can we make it crazy easy for people to sign up, or even make it so that once people get a device, they're sort of in the program, and they can say, congratulations, you're in, your device is going to charge in a smart way. If you don't want to participate, here's how you can opt out. We found that like 80% of people want to participate, but if you make it too many steps in the process, you'll get maybe 5, 10, 15%. And so, we're really working on ways to radically change that so that we get 80% of people participating rather than 5, 10, 15%.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense to me. And I think, we talked a little bit about sort of the need for VPPs and their capabilities, the fact that they're at scale, that they're operational, that there's no sort of remaining technological barriers to get these programs to scale. We talked about a little bit about the customer experience and how important participation is in order to provide these grid services. I know both your companies pretty well, and you guys have been at it for quite a while. I hope we could pivot a little bit and talk about some of the innovation within the space. I think we've written a paper earlier this year, Paul, talking about where the value is being provided today for VPPs and where we see it going, in the next 3, 5, 10 years. Both of your companies have put out great work, kind of looking at the evolution of these programs, sort of from traditional DR, then moving into multi-DER asset types. I'm really sort of curious what you're excited about and what types of innovations your teams are working on and thinking about sort of for the next, between now and the end of the decade.
Yeah, there's a ton of stuff I'm excited about because this is such an exciting space of, the ability to take millions of things that already exist in people's homes and turn them into power plants in ways that make electricity more reliable, more cost-effective, and better for people. That's great. Particularly things that I'm excited about. We've been spending a lot of time figuring out how do we make these behind-the-meter aggregations look like power plants to grid operators. Because grid operators are used to, being in the control room, seeing real-time streaming data from the power plants, being able to give their power plants a schedule and getting those things to do exactly what the schedule says. And so we've done a bunch of innovation using machine learning techniques and optimization techniques to figure out how can we actually get an aggregation of thermostats, EVs, and batteries to work together to actually deliver to a very specific grid schedule and then deliver telemetry to the utility in a way that looks like a power plant. And that, I think, really leads into the work that we did together on the SEIA white paper called Decoding DERMS, which we're starting to figure out how can we integrate these VPPs into utility control room systems, into their distribution management systems, so that systems can manage distribution constraints, and into the sort of dispatch systems, so that the system that's optimizing the natural gas power plants and the coal power plants and nuclear plants is also managing the virtual power plants, just like one of their other resources. And so I think that's really the future, is enabling these devices to act like an ordinary plain old grid resource in a way that's more cost effective, more reliable, scales faster.
Yeah, similarly, sometimes I sort of sit back and think about how I really have my dream job, in terms of like I'm responsible for this really awesome product that the market really needs right now.
It's amazing.
And since I was younger, I've always wanted to work on things that would help decarbonize, and so I can look at my kids and think that what I do every day is actually making a difference. So that's pretty awesome. And in terms of on a more technical basis, there's some things that I'm really excited about that we've just done in terms of launching predictive capacity dispatch, where we were using telemetry data, AMI data, and our machine learning, so that we can really look at how we can deliver a sustained amount of capacity over a period of time. And so that came out this summer, and we launched just like in June, and we were able to get deliver that sustained load with a very high degree of accuracy. And so I think overall, the basics, right? We're gonna get more accurate. We're gonna forecast more clearly. We're constantly looking at what other types of things we can add, right? And we're gonna see that in the space. Who knows what the next big thing is gonna be, right? But we're always looking, and we're trying to make that simpler, in terms of with IEEE SDKs, and sort of making it, instead of taking 3 to 6 months to get a new type of thermostat able to dispatch, it should just be something like 2 weeks, right? We just give folks the paperwork, and then all of a sudden, our customers, the utilities customers, have access to dispatching the new type of thing that they have in their home. And then I think, I'm just really curious to see, I'd love to see especially innovation on the enrollment side. Uplight's been working on our enrollment engine. We want to make it, again, as Paul was saying, there are a lot of reasons outside of our control why there's still quite a bit of friction in the enrollment, and we need to work across with utilities, with our regulators, around making that easier, and I really hope we do. But I really do think we're going to see that get easier. And then I want to see what it looks like right now. We talk about home energy management systems, and it's still a pretty small portion of the population that have advanced home energy management systems. But I do think the technology there is coming, and as we have better protocols, so that people can just get their solar panel, their battery, their EV charger, their appliances in their home sort of into one place to manage, as opposed to sort of more right now we have. Someone will buy a thermostat and then check it in one. The data is still pretty separated, and so I think there's going to be a lot of innovation there. And then I'm just looking forward to all the cool stuff that we're going to get to develop.
Yeah, we've been doing some background research at SEIA and thinking about writing more about sort of the evolution of these programs. I think one of the things that I've personally been intrigued by and really encouraged by is the amount of legislative and regulatory support that's been creeping up across the U.S. in the past 18, 24 months. And, it's starting to really creep into some really interesting places. I live in the Deep South, and we're starting to see programs getting approval either, through the regulatory process or through the legislative process. And so we're really focused on helping to build resources to educate policymakers and regulators. And as part of that research, we sort of went back in time. And I'm getting to a point, I promise, but I've been doing this long enough that I remember the pre-thermostat era. And I was working with the junior analyst, and we were looking at some stuff. And in 2012, there were about 50,000 customers in the U.S. that had a smart thermostat that was being controlled by a utility. So 13 years ago, not that long a time in the arc of history, maybe a bit longer time in the span of the VPP world. But I think the amount of growth in the past 2 years has dwarfed that of the previous 10 years.
Yeah.
I'm really curious, sort of if we got out a crystal ball, fast forward to 2030, DOE and the LPO during 2023 and 2024 put out the commercial liftoff reports, really raising the need and awareness for VPPs in the U.S. and pointing to, up to 160 gigawatts of VPP capacity in the country. I think as 2024, we're around 30 to 35, so still need to quadruple, if you believe the numbers. I'm sort of curious to hear from each of you sort of what your perspective is on what the missing element is. We've talked about the technology being there, we've talked about some innovation, but I'm curious sort of what allows us to 4x this capacity in the next 4 to 5 years.
I think that we've said this a couple times here, but making enrollment crazy easy, or even eliminating enrollment so that people get to just participate without having to take any action. They're already part of these VPPs in really easy ways. As long as that's transparent, people know how to get out if they don't like it for whatever reason. We've seen that like 80% of people want to participate in this stuff, and so if we can just make it crazy easy for people to participate, that's going to make a huge effect. We've got 1.7 million thermostats in our system right now, but there are 10x that many out there, and so getting the 5xing the number of thermostats as possible in North America, and then there's the rest, big world out there. But going beyond that, the fastest growth we're seeing right now is in energy storage systems. People love their home batteries. Energy resilience is a big deal. Battery is an amazing device for keeping your home resilient when the power goes out. And so enabling those batteries to participate in VPP programs is a great way to make that battery more cost effective so people can get the resilience they want from the battery, and then also get some money that makes that battery more affordable by participating in a VPP program. And so really excited about potential for batteries. And then EVs. EVs are coming. They continue to move pretty fast. There's a lot of EVs out there. And as we make it crazy easy for those to participate in these programs, we're going to see yet again another large chunk of capacity come online. And there's more things coming. So I don't see there's any real barriers to growth. We've got a goal of getting to 100 gigawatts by 2030, and I don't see any barriers to getting there.
Have batteries made your job harder or easier?
There's a maturity that needs to happen in this industry. So, the IoT systems on DERs of any type, batteries, EVs, whatever, needs to get more mature if we're going to make this a power plant-like resource for our utilities. And so I think that that's the biggest thing that has made things hard at times, is that the data systems need to be really high reliability, low latency. But we're getting there.
Yeah. Laura, have batteries made your job easier or more fun?
I'd say more fun.
Yeah.
It was interesting, thinking about what's coming in sort of innovation, and there's definitely a lot of work that we're doing on batteries, right? In terms of making sure, for example, like predictive capacity dispatch, applying that to batteries. Looking at the telemetry data and things that we can do there. There's a lot of work that we can do, and we're spending time thinking about what are the interesting things that we're going to be able to do for the utilities, what are the interesting things that we're able to do for the homeowners. And I am glad, I was just thinking as you were saying, what's the missing piece? I was like, do I say opt out?
Say it.
Say it, I know.
Yeah.
And I was laughing yesterday in the panel, I think, it was your panel yesterday from Sunrun, and he was like, if there's one more utility wants to do a pilot, I'm going to, lose it, right? And it's interesting too, and I've had that moment, where my kid's school is closed because of wildfire smoke, and I live in the rainforest, and then the utility is like, we're going to do this one more pilot, and then I want to think of, this was, for example, for time of use rates, right? And I've been in the industry a long time, not just on DR, on all kinds of engagement products for customers in the energy space, and we have lots of examples of this working already, and we can do it, and right, if there's ways that they can opt out, and the more partnerships that we can do, so that when people are buying these products, they have the option to just get synced up right away, because the benefits, as we keep saying, that they're there for the customers, they're there for the utility and the grid when we get these devices in people's homes connected.
Yeah, it's a marker of my age when I remember looking at the possibility of there being the existence of a behind-the-meter battery that a customer could install and purchase, and then now the proliferation and the growth is almost feels exponential.
Yeah.
And I think once you realize the capability of these resources, I thought in the report that you guys put out on the state of the edge, it really sort of hammered home on the fact of the versatility of these resources. And this was even more bright in my mind the other day here at the conference when I was thinking about all the different utilities and the different type of operating systems and the different needs they have. It is truly the most flexible resource. have you seen, you know, any examples that you've seen where maybe you've turned a disbeliever or a non-believer into someone who believes based on, you know, your experience, Paul? Because I think you and I probably go back about the same amount of time.
Yeah.
I'm curious, like, what that transition has looked like for you and for Energy Hub, and then with your partners.
Yeah, I mean, I spent a good amount of time talking to folks who are grid operators. You know, these are people who, you know, grew up in or their careers started in the nuclear Navy, and then they went to grid operations. They're sitting in the control room trying to figure out how to run the grid. And, you know, these people are naturally skeptical of some newfangled thing trying to, you know, interfere with the grid operations. You know, I was on a panel recently with one of my colleagues in the space, and he said just that, like, the VPP is the most reliable resource I have in my resource stack, because every time I call on it, it's there. Whereas natural gas plants are out sometimes, nuclear plants have to refuel. Other plants are not there sometimes. And so I think there is a real transition for people realizing that this is a highly reliable resource. What's interesting is that happens even in the midst of the fact that people opt out. And we actually really work hard to make our programs so that it's actually fairly easy for people to touch their thermostat and say, hey, it's really not a good day for me to like have my thermostat adjusted. And from our perspective, it's no big deal, no problem. That's totally fine. And we know that like 5% of people or so are going to do that on any given day. And we build that into the forecasting models that we provide to our clients, our utility clients. And so they know how much resource that they've got. It's a predictable, reliable resource, even in the midst of people having the freedom to opt out, which is great.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense, and I appreciate you sort of, you know, drawing that parallel and speaking about, you know, the folks that are charged with keeping the lights on and making sure the system operates effectively, safely, and reliably. I think the more resources we can give them, the more data, the more evidence and use cases, I think the better it will be, not only for those utilities and market operators, but for the system and society as a whole. You know, we're entering in our last 90 seconds. I could spend all afternoon talking to the two of you, but we are entering about the last 90 seconds of the podcast. And I just wanted to check and ask each of you, 30 to 45 seconds, you know, one key takeaway that you have for audience members and listeners regarding the possibility of VPPs providing affordable, reliable capacity in the U.S.
Yeah, I was actually just thinking that I wanted to get in at the end, and I was thinking of the, you know, how we want to 5X it and the things to remember, and that, you know, right now, for a lot of the programs that we're talking about solar panels or EVs or batteries, right? These are only currently, you know, not available. It's not everyone in the United States that can necessarily buy these, and so to remember around affordability and equity, and that we have, you know, a decade of research on how to do programs for multifamily, for renters, for low incomes, and so we just need to copy those best practices to get these folks into DR and VPP programs, and making sure that the benefits are flowing back to those folks as well.
Love that. And I mean, I think in this time when we're really talking about the grid's constraints that we have, the need for new capacity, you know, we've seen over and over that VPPs are the fastest to build, most reliable, most cost-effective resource that utilities have available, and we just need to do more of it.
Well, thank you so much, Laura. Thank you, Paul, as always. Good to see you both. Thanks for everybody for joining and listening. Thank you for joining us here at the Power Up Live stage, presented by Wärtsilä and produced by SunCast Media. Hope you enjoy the rest of RE+.
Thank you, everyone. That was so great. Hey, stick around. In just 2 minutes, we're going to have the team from SEIA coming up here and giving us an update on the state of the states and the legislation happening state by state across the country. This is going to be a 1-hour segment, and they're going to go deep into each of the legislation priorities, each of the advancements, the strikes and gutter balls across the country. So this is going to be a really interesting one for all of us who are not policy wonks following Washington, D.C. every day. These guys are going to give us the crib sheet on how to interact with them state by state. So stick around. They're going to be up in just 2 minutes. We are back at the Power Up Live stage, sponsored by Wärtsilä Energy Storage and produced by SunCast Media. So thank you all. Wow, it has been a jam-packed day. We've got the team from the Solar Energy Industries Association with us today. They are going to be giving us a readout, a political readout and legislative readout, state by state, state of the states. This is an important one because, Jacob, I don't have time to read 1,000 pages of legislation news coming out of Capitol Hill. You guys do that for us. So a little light reading, I'd imagine, at 10 p.m. that night for the rest of us.
Absolutely.
You guys are living and breathing it for us. So we appreciate everything you're doing for us in the industry. I wanted to hand it off to you. I'm really interested to hear the good, the bad, and the ugly, right? Take it away.
Great, thank you. Yeah, hi, Jacob Weinberg. I'm the Senior Communications Manager for the Solar Energy Industries Association, SEIA. We're really glad to see you all here. SEIA is the trade association for the solar and storage industry, and happy to be co-hosts of RE+, so love to see you all here. I'm here with 3 members of our state affairs team that leads advocacy in local and state governments around the country. I'm here with 3 folks, Will Gell, Caitlin Vincent, and Daniel Giese. I'm gonna let you introduce yourselves and tell folks what you do and what states you're working with. So, Will, let's start with you.
Sure. Yeah, happy to be here. My name is Will Gale. I'm the Senior Manager for the Intermountain West region at SEIA, so I primarily work in Arizona, Colorado, Nevada, then a little bit in New Mexico and Utah as well. Yeah, excited to talk about the last year and what's ahead.
Hi, I'm Caitlin Vincent. I'm the Southeast Regional Director for our State Government and Regulatory Affairs team. I cover all the way from Virginia down to Florida and then over to Louisiana, and I end right where Daniel begins.
You know, active at PUC, ERCOT, Texas legislature, you know, just a small state, not a lot happening there, right?
So let's start with something easy. How's RE+ going for you this year?
It's been a great ride.
It's been good. Yeah, we were walking around the showroom earlier, seen lots of good companies and SEIA members, and you know, happy to be here.
Yeah, it's been great. We're in one of the states I work in, so we had some Nevada legislators out, which has been really exciting for them to walk through the show floor and see what the industry's up to these days.
Awesome, awesome. Well, yeah, let's get right into it. We're going to start by talking about what happened in the state legislatures this year so far. A lot of them are kind of done with their work. Of course, our work doesn't stop there. But let's just go around the table and talk about, you know, the big stories that folks need to know. Daniel, can we start with you?
Sure, yeah. So we had, you know, wins and losses. I'd primarily say a lot of wins. We saw at the beginning of the legislative session, so if you don't know, Texas is a biennial legislative session, meaning, you know, it's every other year. So we had session January to June of this year. And so there was just an onslaught of negative clean energy legislation, which was filed. So happy to report that nothing, you know, negative passed for the industry. You know, a lot of reasons why that happened. And so we also got a lot of wins as well. There was a lot of positive legislation passed to streamline local permitting for rooftop solar, some battery safety, fire safety, and decommissioning legislation that was passed. And that was really driven by the industry. And that's kind of what we've seen. Stuff that works well is like a mature industry is, you know, they're the ones who take control. They don't wait for legislators or policymakers to say, hey, y'all need to do this. Like a good industry shows up and is active, you know, to policymakers and presents them with solutions to issues. And that's really what we saw, and that's what a mature industry does, and that's what, you know, the clean energy industry is in the state.
Love it, yeah. And Caitlin, how about you?
So I cover 11 states in the Southeast, and yeah, we're all wrapped up for the most part at this point. Virginia is one of our most active states and one of our priority states. And this year we had the joy of a short session, so it was a whopping 45 days. And unlike Texas, we had a lot of very positive clean energy legislation that was introduced. And Not all of what we were hoping for to pass was able to make it through this year, but we'll talk about that later. We did have some really great wins. One of the big ones that our members were very pleased about and that worked on a lot was a VPP bill, House Bill 2346, and it pushes one of our largest utilities in the state to file a petition with the State Corporation Commission, which is Virginia's version of like a public service commission or a public utilities commission. To evaluate additional technologies that can be added to optimize energy usage in the state, including virtual power plants. And so we're seeing a lot of virtual power plant legislation introduced across the country, and Virginia is happy to be, one of the leading states on that as of this year. So that'll have to be done by December 1st. And then South Carolina, we saw a huge energy omnibus bill, House Bill 3309 come through. It was, like I said, an energy omnibus, so there was a lot going on in there, but we did get some great wins for like competitive procurement and some utility scale benefits. And that one, we had some great remote net metering language put in, and I think there was a little bit in there around distributed generation as well. Georgia, we can talk about a little bit more later on because we had some great legislation up that has been a little bit delayed. They have a 2-year session, so we're hoping to see it come back next session.
Yeah, and I think one thing that you're speaking to is that we are pushing a whole lot of different legislation and trying to make any positive movement that we can. And similarly, virtual power plants, for example, we are also advocating and still organizing around legislation, including in Illinois, where our state affairs team member is in here right now. But Will, can you tell us a little bit about what happened in your states this year?
Yeah, it was an active year in the Intermountain West. Nevada's an every other year session like Texas, and it was an on-year, so that kept us busy for sure. Some parallels too to, I think, things going on in the other states, specifically in Arizona. There was sort of an onslaught of negative bills filed early on in the session, and really were successful engaging kind of across the clean energy industry to defeat those bills. Secured a lot of vetoes from Governor Hobbs, which was a really important backstop there. There were some bills we wanted to see passed that didn't make it through, but yeah, in Arizona, really the story was on defense, particularly on the utility scale side, on citing bills and things that would have made it more difficult to build clean energy in a really difficult time in the state. So that was really positive, though obviously the start of the session was stressful with all those negative bills introduced at once. But Colorado, we had some proactive wins, which was nice, particularly on consumer protection legislation. SEIA has developed model legislation on that topic and has worked really closely with a large group of members over the past number of years to develop that legislation. And so we were able to work with our partners at the Colorado state affiliate, COSA, to get that bill over the finish line, made some specific modifications to fit the Colorado market. But yeah, really pleased to see a consumer protection bill that we think sets a good example for the nation passed in Colorado. Yeah.
Exactly, and talking about, that kind of builds off what Daniel was talking about as far as, taking initiative to make sure that we are a responsible and industry that can continue to grow. Daniel, can you talk about the consumer protection?
Of course, yeah. The industry came, rooftop solar is so popular in the state, so we were able to pass legislation for consumer education, for, developed by the PUC of questions people should ask, installers. And additionally, industry-driven consumer protection was passed as well, which is just a great thing.
Sure, yeah, it's important. Obviously, folks in all these states are really interested in seeing what benefits rooftop solar can provide, and it's incumbent upon us to make sure that they have a good experience with ethical, responsible installers and sales folks. So that's great to hear. Caitlin, could you tell us a little bit about what happened in Alabama?
Yeah, thank you for mentioning that. I totally breezed by it. So it wasn't anything that personally I can take credit for, but I did want to highlight that Alabama passed a great bill, Senate Bill 304 this year, and so it creates the Alabama Energy Infrastructure Bank and the Strategic Energy Infrastructure Development Fund. So these will be financing energy infrastructure projects across the state, which will be extremely timely for them because they have multiple gigawatt, like double-digit gigawatts coming into the state, and it'll basically be completely doubling their load with data centers being built. So really excited to see this happening there.
Nice, nice. And also, Nevada passed some good decommissioning and recycling legislation?
Yeah, I think there was a really proactive bill that we supported. Assemblymember Watts led that for us, but really kind of leveraged SEIA's expertise on our technical services side, so folks who really know the codes and standards, know the best practices on decommissioning. So it's a really important thing that SEIA can bring to state legislatures across the country. And so, yeah, we were pleased to see that pass, and it includes sort of a nudge towards PV recycling and opportunities for folks to get more engaged in that market across the sector. So, yeah.
Yeah, and SEIA recently released a report on circularity to make sure that we can be as sustainable of an industry as possible. You can check that out on our website, seia.org. But what this speaks to is that this is something that we've been working on for a while. This isn't a new thing that we just thought of, a month ago. So that's great to hear. Could you tell us a little bit about the decommissioning and recycling stuff that happened in
Yeah, so
Texas?
we already have existing decommissioning standards for wind and solar in the state, and the industry this session, throughout a lot of interim committee hearings last session, a lot of legislators were very, interested in what companies will be doing in the future with batteries. So we worked with stakeholders throughout the interim and in session to pass the same sort of decommissioning standards for battery projects that wind and solar do. So it just shows that, legislators are interested in the stuff that these companies are doing, and they're the ones that need to be the ones driving that.
Sure, and of course, we're realists here. It hasn't all been perfect in the States. There's been a couple challenges.
Very uneventful year in solar policy.
Yeah, we didn't necessarily bat 1,000, but let's talk about it. What were some of the things that we were working on, didn't quite get across the finish line in your states this year that we're going to keep working towards?
The one that comes to mind most quickly for me is streamlined permitting that passed in Texas, but on the distributed generation side, we were not able to get that done in Colorado this year. Colorado is a home rule state. There's a lot of kind of unique things about the market and how local permitting authorities, the authorities local permitting and jurisdictions have. So, yeah, something I think we'll look for in future sessions, but weren't able to get that one done.
Yeah, I think a lot of our wins can also be losses, but maybe I should say challenges, a better term than losses, just the amount of legislation that was filed. So in Texas, anyone, you can file however many pieces of legislation you want, and we just had an incredible amount of, anti-renewable energy, anti-clean energy legislation filed, and so that, there was a lot of educating that had to be done during session to defeat all of that. So, that was a win, and that nothing negative was passed, but just the fact that, that persists is a challenge, and it's, likely to still be a challenge going forward. So we just have a lot of educating to do. Unfortunately, there's a lot of misinformation. I'm not saying anything that y'all already don't know, but, that'll be a challenge going forward.
Yeah, the misinformation is always so difficult to overcome, and the amount of meetings you have to do to beat that is great. So we had a couple. I think that this just speaks to the size of my region. We had kind of just some disappointments. Like in Virginia, there is a huge amount of legislation going on around siting this last year, and we had a lot of industry collaboration and support, and unfortunately we weren't able to get siting reform passed. In Virginia we had two bills, so one was strictly siting reform, and then one was like a standards ordinance that we were really hoping to see, because there are unfortunately a number of moratoriums going in at the county level in the Commonwealth, and it's prohibiting continued construction in the industry, and then also the ability to meet energy demand and to meet clean energy goals that the state has. And so that was disappointing to see happen. We did have a lot that was good though, so we'll continue on. Georgia has been working for quite a while to pass community solar legislation, and there has been a ton of also industry collaboration there as well, and we feel like we're getting close. It didn't make it through the finish line this year, but it is a never-ending push. And there was, unfortunately, a really devastating blow in North Carolina with Senate Bill 266. So North Carolina has they have intermittent energy goals from a bill that was passed, I think, in 2021. And so Senate Bill 266 removed those intermittent targets and really just is going to be very devastating for the state from those impacts. It was vetoed by the governor originally, and then the veto was overridden. So it was very eventful. We're really disappointed to see that, but we will continue to rally as an industry and figure out how we can make the most of it as we do.
Yeah, we really saw both the good and the bad of the veto pen this year in states around the country. Will, you talked about Governor Hobbs in Arizona, and then, of course, Governor Youngkin signed some good things and then also vetoed some things as well, right?
Yes.
But it speaks to the importance of state leadership and building those relationships. And I hope one thing that folks are taking away as they hear about what the team has been working on is we're really looking at what are the big issues that are affecting our industry, whether it's streamlined permitting causing delays or increasing costs, both for the installer and the person who's actually trying to get it on their home, or it's these patchworks of siting regulations at the local levels where we're trying to standardize that to give companies some policy and regulatory certainty so they can really build and continue to deliver the clean energy that folks are demanding. We're working in states around the country to do that. So another place our friend Leah isn't here right now, but she was able to get a streamlined permitting bill passed in New Jersey rather as well, and she's also working on some of the recycling legislation in Pennsylvania too. So we still got things cooking in the states.
Yeah, that's encouraging because there's challenges, but also obviously people want this product, and we're delivering it.
Yeah, and what's good happening in other states is they're great examples for us to be able to build on in states where they haven't gotten to that point quite yet. So it's all interconnected.
Yeah,
that's an energy pun.
And so what were some of the strategies or tactics that you guys found most successful this year in terms of building coalitions, building relationships with the right legislators and so forth that you're planning on really carrying into next year?
Keeping it as local as possible, keeping the story as local as you can. We funded a study before us and partners funded a study before the legislative session in Texas that showed that there almost $30 billion in tax money going to local counties. It's not money going to the states, it's going to school districts, to hospital districts. Mostly this is in rural communities. So a lifetime of current clean energy projects are almost $30 billion in Texas. And including that, we also did a study on how much money landowners are getting as well in these communities. And it's it's a little over $20 billion in the lifetime of projects that, and that's with a B, that people just, property owners are receiving from these projects. So having that information on hand was just, ammo for the legislative session. And so there was legislation it was probably one of the worst ones of the session. It was to create a permitting and siting regime in the state. Right now we don't have one. And so that was, designed to slow down clean energy growth. And so us partners, just a diverse group of industry people, landowners, local county officials, rural community members came and we had a really incredible hearing on the legislation. Over 100 people showed up and it wasn't industry people. There were industry people, but the vast majority of people were people just that cared about this issue, either because they're making money off of this off this issue, and it's local communities are also getting this tax money. So the legislature needed to hear that, and they did. So
that's so impressive. Not to put you on the spot, can you talk about how many gigawatts there are now in Texas?
So installed capacity, it's over 40,000 megawatts, and
up to nearing 45, according to the U.S. Solar Market Insight Report for Q3 2025 by SEIA and Wood Mackenzie.
Yeah, and so ERCOT almost hit 30,000 megawatts last week in one of our hot summer days. So it's growing.
Yeah, we're
Such
really
a great talking point.
Yeah, we're really seeing that the benefits that solar and storage provide to both affordability and grid reliability in Texas. We're kind of seeing very clear examples of that on these hot summer days, and just as we're seeing it in states around the country, not only in these folks' regions, but also up, even in New England or CAISO in California, really crediting the storage for making sure that we are able to meet demand. And certainly, we're working on passing policies that create an environment where we can continue to deliver the energy that folks need. And obviously, you may have heard there's been some, trials and tribulations at the federal level, and that's why this state and local work is so important and needs to be invested in. And of course, there's policy and laws that we are fighting for, but then there's also a lot of other work as well. Can you tell folks about, what you got going on right now?
Can I go back to our tactics?
Oh, my bad.
Sorry.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay. I know we really wanted to make sure that we were able to shout out our member companies that are they're the backbone of the ability for us to have successful advocacy, because they're the ones living the stories that we're telling to the legislators when we're talking to them about how important these businesses are and how impactful they are, like what Daniel was just talking about. And so, especially like in North Carolina with Senate Bill 266 and it being vetoed and then overridden, we were able to, internally we had our external mobilization team put together issue advocacy campaign around this, and we were hopeful to support our North Carolina affiliate who was an exceptional leader on this, and then they really rallied our business owners in the state, and there were lines out the doors of committee rooms when this bill was being heard, to the point where the committee members were like, we're going to take this bill off the table. We don't have time to listen to all these people give testimony on it today. So our industry really showed out and forced for that, and unfortunately, the veto was overridden, but that'll happen, and it was, fantastic to just be able to try out some new tools internally that SEIA is developing and working on to continue to be able to support folks in a variety of ways. So that's what we did in North Carolina.
Yeah, there's so many of our SEIA members, like their companies are either international or they're in other states, but oftentimes they have employees that are, they have an elected official in the state where they have projects. And so they really got engaged, and it was really, really amazing.
Yeah, the digital organizing tool that Caitlin's referring to is Solar Powers America. We've started really using that in different states around the country, and during the reconciliation fight in DC, we sent about 60,000 letters from folks around the country to targeted members of Congress telling them to not do what they ended up doing. But Will, can you talk to us a little bit about what worked for you?
Yeah, it's a really similar story, and I think one really important message that we also have been kind of trying to get out there with our members in the Intermountain West is like, these companies who are doing this every day are the experts. And so there was a consumer protection legislation bill in Nevada that wasn't like from our model legislation, but we were able to work closely with the bill sponsors and like really talk about what the provisions meant for leasing and third-party owned systems with no foresight into all the changes that would be coming on the federal level, but we're able to protect kind of leasing as a viable option in the state, and that would have been really detrimental had we not been involved. And it was a lot of our members in the weeds in the policy about, actually how these finance products work. The solar industry is obviously so diverse and mature at this point, but that kind of like really nuts and bolts, getting in there, explaining to members and their staff what these policies really mean. It typically starts with good intent around many of these topics, but how that actually gets implemented in the day-to-day out there, I think that message can't come from anyone but our members.
Yeah, that's true. I've heard a legislator say, we're going to pass this bill, and if I do it, I'm going to do it wrong, because I'm not in this industry. That's why I need your help.
Mm-hmm.
So,
yeah, the collaboration between ourselves and then like our members who are showing up in force, and by like in force, I don't only mean like physically, but the amount of time that they're spending reading this policy and dissecting it and going to their developers and making sure that they're understanding it in the correct capacity of how it'll be impacting the work that they're actually doing, and then the hats that a lot of these developers put on to come in and read the policy too is always very impressive. So, it's a huge team effort, and then our affiliates are also so integral into the successes that we're able to have. So I think we're really lucky to be able to have the setup that we have.
Absolutely, yeah, and we also, I think Texas is a clear example of this, Daniel, but we also saw other industries that folks might not expect show up when it was most important, because they realized how essential solar and storage are to meeting energy demand affordably.
yeah, of course. I mean, there's so much load growth in the state that, if you move a massive facility to Texas, what do you need cheap power prices, and, where does cheap power prices come from in the energy industry? That's us. So, we're very important to the state, to the economy.
And of course, aside from legislative advocacy, another tool that we are really working on is on the regulatory side. Can you talk about what you're working on now?
Yeah, I'm happy to start. I mean, the regulatory kind of workload never, unfortunately, unlike legislative sessions, doesn't subside ever.
No.
And there's always a lot going on, and I think some common themes across the country these days, particularly something I've been spending a lot of time on is there's a rate case going on right now in Nevada proposing changes to net metering in the netting period, demand charges for residential customers, things that would be really harmful to not just the economics of solar, but just energy affordability more broadly, and the ability for folks to be able to control their energy bills and make their own decisions about energy use in the state. So that's been a big focus for us. Intervened in the case, did expert witness testimony, and just kind of waiting on a decision here. But yeah, those things take up quite a bit of time and energy.
Yeah, that's a common theme. We're also intervening in a case in Texas, trying to defend solar customers by they're trying to do a demand charge in the same way they're trying to do there. We'll be working on DER interconnection rulemaking, just trying to streamline interconnection for small, residential and commercial residents under 50 kilowatt systems. We'll be working on what's called firming, a topic that you may have heard of, rulemaking on legislation which passed a few years ago, and that regulatory schedule is now coming upon us. So we'll be working on, in the rules to defend the industry at the PUC, and yeah, so it's a robust regulatory cycle. And also, that the work at the legislature still, while they're not in session, they're still doing things, interim hearings. So we'll be involved there and educating and just doing our best.
We're always doing our best. So we, in our regulatory space, are rolling right out in Virginia. We're rolling right out of the Appalachian Power Company net energy metering docket that just filed its decision, which we were very pleased with. It was a great success for what we were advocating for on preserving the status of NEM currently with them, and it was hopefully also precedent setting for the Dominion NEM case that we are rolling right into later this month, but that won't conclude until late next year. And so Dominion they're proposing an instantaneous 30-minute interval net billing period, and so there's quite a bit in there. It's going to be very fun to get involved in, and the Georgia IRP just had its stipulation put forward as well, and there were so many great advocates in intervening in the Georgia IRP, and we had a very small portion of it that we were successful for the most part with. We had been advocating for an additional development of another virtual power plant program with them. There is one that will continue to move forward from a previous IRP. We asked for some rollover that we got, and to not have to invest in application fees for projects that aren't approved for RFPs that were put out. So we're pretty happy with the outcome of that for the most part. Yeah, the regulatory work doesn't ever stop, but the amount of cases going on in Virginia right now is intense, and we're just involved in the 2 this year, but there's an RPS case, an IRP, there's rate cases, there's a shared solar, which is community solar, minimum bill docket going on, and then there is one other one that's happening too. So these all tie into each other, and we only have enough bandwidth to do the 2.
Well, and part of the one takeaway from that is, you got to prioritize and be realistic about your goals. Sometimes you're just simply trying to stop bad stuff from happening, and sometimes you're trying to proactively, push the industry forward. So that makes a lot of sense. For one thing for the non-experts here, could you maybe explain a little bit about what rollover is in the context that you were talking about?
Yeah, so Georgia, in their last couple of IRPs, they've had proposed goals of megawatts to be put onto the grid, and they haven't met that amount. So I think that there was, if I recall correctly, around 149 megawatts that were being rolled over from the last IRP into this IRP that are eligible to be bid on for projects.
Cool. And of course, another area in which we have an opportunity to make some difference is advocating to governors to use their executive authority to again make sure that one, to mitigate the negative impacts that we're seeing from federal legislation that's really driving up electricity prices across the country. But we've seen some great leadership in some of your states. Could you talk about that a little bit?
Yeah, we've been really encouraged by some governor's actions lately in the Mountain West, particularly with Governor Polis in Colorado. Kind of as a response to the reconciliation bill, he really sought industry feedback, lots of different stakeholder feedback, him and his staff, about what can we do as a state right now without passing new bills, without new kind of regulatory dockets, like what's in our power today, and what can we direct agencies to be working on going forward. So we were really excited to see him issue an executive action to encourage the whole of state government to get projects online and qualify for ITC, PTC, those federal tax credits, to make sure that energy stays affordable in Colorado moving forward. So that was really important leadership. And then here in Nevada, Governor Lombardo, again, totally different political perspective, but recognizes the importance of solar to his state and powering the significant economic growth that the state's seeing. So we were really pleased to see him send a letter to the Trump administration on the kind of BLM, the federal lands issues and the permitting and siting issues that are going on, really with a, I think, thoughtful perspective on ways that the administration could be working with project developers and making sure that that process is no more onerous than it needs to be, and that the state can not just meet its clean energy goals, but serve really significant demand that they've never seen before. So.
Sure, and so with what we're seeing out of DC, SEIA is really doubling down on state and local advocacy, and so let's talk about what's next. What you guys got going on? What are your priorities?
Well, like I said earlier, we're still going to be having to combat misinformation in the state. There's going to be a lot of new elected officials in Texas. There's bound to be more retirements coming in the legislature, and a lot of movements, a lot of other people running for higher office. So that's going to present challenges as well, having to educate people that a lot of these people, they don't work in the industry, they don't work in energy at all. They have a lot of different professions, so it's going to be a lot of educating. So that's and obviously, like we said, regulatory schedule does not go away either. So
one of our, as I was talking about earlier, one of our largest issues is siting in Virginia. So we have been spending the off-session months in Virginia working as industry, working with other stakeholders in the state as well to put together a plan for 2026 and for a hopeful approach with a new governor that we're fingers crossed, thinking will be much more amenable to advancing clean energy legislation. Not that we didn't have good wins this year as well. So we're really paying attention to the election, very involved in that, and then making sure that we're setting a good tone with an incoming governor to be able to provide education to her and to her staff and her incoming administration. And I say her because both of our candidates are women.
First time in the Commonwealth's history in Virginia.
I don't doubt it. So we're really rallying around that. There's some great, well, hopefully it'll end up being great distributed generation legislation that we're hoping to be collaborative with. There's long duration energy storage that we anticipate will be coming back for 2026. We've got some really great solar and battery storage champions in Virginia, so we're just excited to continue to work with them and set hopefully a really productive landscape. And then, as I had mentioned too, we'll be very actively involved in the Dominion Energy net metering case. Georgia also has some interesting elections going on. Their Public Service Commission has 2 commissioners that are facing some very interesting races currently. They're both being challenged. And so we will see how that shakes out as well here shortly. And we'll also be hoping to see some productive movement on community solar in Georgia too. So we've got a lot going on. There's no rest for the wicked.
Yeah, no kidding. I think a lot of common themes, like siting is going to be a big topic, I think, in Colorado this upcoming legislative session. I think from my perspective, implementation is still kind of what we're focused on in a lot of states in the near term. We're in an off session in Nevada year, so we have a little more bandwidth to do education with lawmakers and also start to kind of develop policy ideas and get people familiar with things like virtual power plants, other distributed generation, front of the meter opportunities that we haven't seen in the state. So there's great examples we can pull from Texas and from the Southeast states and be able to use those examples as we educate folks about what the potential for the market really is here in Nevada and other Mountain West states. I'd say the other thing it's kind of in the progress of, we're working on it right now, but also we'll continue to be working on it in Colorado, is there's a lot of bills passed in 2024 that are now in the regulatory phase. One that's just, I think, particularly exciting is the VPP docket, where we're seeing pretty good movement towards robust compensation, easy access for folks, not punitive tariffs compared to what were filed. So I think we're hoping that will kind of spur a good program uptake in 2026 and beyond.
Sure. So it's not enough to the work doesn't end when you pass a good bill.
Right.
It's really about making sure that it actually gets implemented well too.
Mm-hmm.
And of course also, sometimes you got to take multiple cracks at it. We can't expect to just pass everything we want the first time around.
Right.
And the education side is so important. And in Virginia, not only is the governor up, but all statewide seats are up, as are all legislative seats as well. So we're gonna have some educating to do, but
Yes.
it's fun.
It'll be a great little shakeup that we'll see in November, I hope. So we're excited. It's been nonstop paying attention to all of that. And like I said, we have some really great solar champions. So really hopeful that we can continue with that in Virginia as things move forward.
Yeah, so that leads to another question I had. Obviously, again, we're realistic about the challenges ahead. We're not pursuing gung-ho, proactive, great solar legislation in every single state, and certainly the relentless attacks on solar and storage from the Trump administration are not ideal, but there's still a lot of reason for hope. For me, one thing that gives me hope is the 37,000 plus people here at RE Plus, that an industry that's 37,000 people don't attend a conference of an industry that plans on going away anytime soon.
Right.
Absolutely.
But what's giving you guys hope?
The 30,000 megawatts of solar, that save us in the summer in Texas, keep our ACs running. I think if any state is in a position to sort of weather the storm right now, it is Texas, just because of the interconnection in ERCOT, just the how quick you can do that, the load growth, and just the demand is there. Like, people want that. So we're in a good position. Obviously, there's going to be challenges, but I think Texas can weather that storm.
Yeah, I think that Daniel said it perfectly. We are genuinely really weathering the storm right now, and it is a hell of a storm. And I think the resiliency among the industry, like you said, having the massive amount of people that we have that have showed up for RE+, is it bodes well for what we're going to see coming forward. And that definitely gives me hope. Seeing a lot of women on the ballot gives me hope, always, and seeing how much the states are actually, they're paying attention to what's happening around them. So it's, they're not living in silos, or they're attempting to not live in silos, and are trying to make sure that they're paying attention to what's working well around solar and around storage, and what these new technologies are available to them, and how we can really bring them around to be benefiting consumers and keeping load growth met.
Yeah, those are both really good points. And I think, Caitlin, what you said earlier about like solar champions, I think that really gives me hope, is that there's a lot of really hardworking state legislators, regulators, their staff who, they see the value of solar in part because of the experience they've had with the projects in their states and in their communities. So the work that our members do, whether it's putting panels on people's houses or out in communities, building utility scale solar, and those communities seeing the tax benefits, the increased investments into local community organizations that come from our companies doing work there. Like, I think that's really what gives me hope long term, as like those enduring relationships are built on the successes of the industry. And I think where we can continue to support those solar champions is obviously important, but also just recognizing that as we look for new opportunities, like they're also great messengers for us in a lot of different ways.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's definitely incumbent on us to continue to be able to provide them insight to how this OB3 will be impacting them at the state level, because it's a big shock for a lot of the state level legislators too, because they're not federal policy people. They have to understand it just like everybody else that had to dissect it too. And so I think we've been given a really great opportunity to be able to be messengers on what is in the bill, what is bad about it, and then what they can do to continue to be those champions for us. And I think that we're really seeing such a great turnout of that in the States. So we've got a lot going on.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think, one thing that struck me that isn't necessarily obvious to the general public, especially because of kind of the hyper politicization of energy at the national level, is all of you have given examples of bipartisan support for the industry and recognition of the important role that we play in the economy, and again, making sure we meet energy demand. And another piece that I think a lot of you are hearing, certainly in Texas, certainly in Virginia with the data center alley, is the AI is coming, the data centers are coming.
They are coming.
And we got to meet demand one way or another, and really the road to meeting that demand in the time frame needed.
Yeah, these companies show up. They don't want power in 5-6 years. They want power within the year and now, and that's the only way to do that is solar and storage.
Yeah.
So it just that story writes itself.
Absolutely. I think we all have our own version of how we say that. Like, it's going to take 5 years to get a gas plant online, but we can have solar in the ground and up and running in 18 months.
Yep.
So it's it's just the facts.
Yeah. And the other piece that gives me hope, at least, is the rest of our colleagues at SEIA.
Correct.
Are also doing amazing work. But of course, the trade associations are great when times are good. They're even more important when times are tough. And so it's important for folks to consider joining SEIA For sure. You know, we got our booth over right in front of Hall C on the second floor here at the Venetian. And, you know, we certainly hope that folks will, you know, take it seriously, the opportunity that being a SEIA member presents. So any final thoughts, guys?
Thank you for everyone that's listening for being here at RE+, and thanks for the work that you're doing to continue to make sure that we're as resilient as ever. We have to be scrappy again, not that we ever stopped, but we're going to continue to get after it. And thanks for letting us talk about everything that's going on.
Absolutely.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, join SEIA. I want to see you in Texas at a Texas Lobby Day during the next legislative session, and you know, talking about what the great things that the industry does for the state, helps the economy grow, cheap power prices for everyone.
Hell yeah.
For sure. Yeah, can't say better than that, other than we're in Nevada in the Mountain West, obviously important region to see us. So thanks to everybody for being here, and you know that legislators that I've had out this week, you know, I think they've been super impressed just to see like this is a really mature industry, and we have both power, to deliver power in the near term and also power politically. So it's encouraging.
Yeah, and since we are a mature industry, we do act like it. We need to continue acting like a mature industry by getting involved, with political giving, in the communities where you're located as well.
Yeah, contact your legislator. Make sure you're registered to vote.
Awesome. Thank you, guys. Well, yes, this is 3 members of SEIA's hard-hitting state affairs team, and thank you for joining us here at the Power Up Live stage, presented by Wärtsilä Energy Storage and produced by SunCast Media.
Thanks, SunCast.
Thank you.
All right, welcome, welcome. Day 2 is essentially over.
Oh my God, it has gone by so quickly.
Yeah,
I can't believe it.
Like my voice, it's almost gone. I'm Nico Johnson, your host for the Daily Roundup. I'm here with my illustrious co-host, Sylvia Leyva Martinez, the host of the Interchange podcast. It is so wonderful to spend time with you and to get to share the stage with someone so brilliant. Thank you for taking the time to come over today. Have you been busy podcasting today?
Oh my God, so busy. Like, it's just been like one interview after the other after the other. I mean, I cannot complain. It's been amazing. Like, I love, when I come to RE+, it's amazing to have these conversations. And this is my first time podcasting from the event. So I think it's like a completely different way of seeing what's going on the show floor.
I'm so proud of you, really.
Thank you.
And all that you are managing in your life, all that you are making happen, and how your career is escalating. So I want to, and you actually, who did you interview? You actually did an interchange from the stage today.
Yes, we interviewed, it was Ryan and Neil from Hithium.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, so it was really good, like interesting what they are developing on the energy storage front.
And they answered all the fiat questions?
I think to the extent they could.
Yeah?
Like,
did you press them hard on?
No, not really, but
course.
it would be unfair. So.
It would be unfair. But I mean, they're certainly killing it. Like the little chart that shows like where the cells are coming from. Hithium they've got a bunch of lines going to it. So it's impressive. I can't wait to listen to that one. I think I was either stuck in one of these rooms. All right, if you have been watching along, you know that we have our swag contest in full swing. Tomorrow, we're going to announce the winner of the swag contest, and we had so many things dropped off. I actually wanted to just touch on a few of them really quickly, starting with this one. I actually think that it's important that you have a good bag if you're going to give away bags. I didn't get a Franklin bag this year, but honorable mention to Franklin, it's really shiny. But this one is literally the one that my wife lost at a park, and I had to go back to get another one because I like it so much. How odd is that? I think this is really clever. Every drop counts. Solar ROI. This is Omnidian. Thank you, Omnidian. Let's see. SEIA leather. This is like at least pleather coaster. I just wanted to say that if you are looking for the best mug in the industry, Brady & Jen has a mirror. And this thing keeps coffee hot for 24 hours. This is the third one that I've gotten from them, and I'm coveting it. It is my absolute favorite. But because it's my favorite doesn't mean that it wins the swag contest. This is really cute. What do you think of this?
That's really, oh.
Hit the legs. It's little slap bracelets. Isn't that cute? So if
for
you're
anyone who has like kids,
if you're gonna go for if you're gonna go for kid swag, this is about as cute as it gets. Let's see. This is a cool T-shirt. How's that?
I love that.
Man grew.
I would wear it if I could fit.
This is Solar View. Really good. This is probably the best T-shirt we've gotten. Man grows up or evolves into a solar warrior. Let's see. And then on the other side, True Grid has the best polo by far. This is a Brooks Brothers polo. It's super nice. This was the best Vegas style swag, also Seg Solar, but it just says Seg Solar and it looks like the Vegas sign, and it's a little refrigerator magnet.
Good souvenir.
My kids always ask for these. Let's see. That's it for that. I wanted to show you this because Wärtsilä is our presenting sponsor, but they also brought so many good snacks, and this is their Oreo milkshake cookie. If you haven't tried this, it is fantastic. I got like 5 for my kids. Open Solar is keeping things on the level. It's really good.
I see what you think.
This is my favorite hat so far. Mars Energy Group. Black, it's very simple and black, and it doesn't scream company brand. And then this just might be my favorite. These guys came over and they dropped off a custom Pringles that Pringles made for them. This is a company, Furukawa Electric Group, out of Japan, and they said that this is only available in Japan, but they brought 500 of them. So.
Oh my God.
Little did they know, Pringles are my favorite snack. So a lot of people playing to my favorites. I don't know how everybody knows what my favorites are. Maybe I tell them. Anyway, the swag contest has been a load of fun. I think that all of these are great examples of like swag that is worth investing in.
Yep.
That's why we're showing it off. Did you have any favorite conversations of the day?
Actually, yes, and it was my final interview.
Yes.
I interviewed Steve Munson from Conresnik.
Yes.
And I loved it because I feel like most of the conversations have been with like, developers, OEMs, CPCs. But on the investor side, like I had the impression that investors were being more cautious in like with all the changing policy environment. And he gave me a lot of hope. He told me like, no, we're not backing down on renewable energy. Like investors are still interested in continuing developing or investing in projects. But there's also like part of the conversation that we had yesterday, like, yeah, there's interest, but in projects that are a bit more advanced, under construction, things like that. So there's a bit of slowdown for earlier stages, but to me, like, my main takeaway is like interest is there. And that's going to be one of the main drivers to continue seeing more solar, wind, storage in the near future. So I'm feeling really hopeful.
That's really encouraging. The interview that I thought went the best for me today, at least, and one of the things that I took away from it, John Zahurancik always comes up with really like these quips that I remember for a long time. He's the president of Fluence, and he said that when the first 10 years of battery storage in America was actually, it was in fact to offset intermittency, but it was not to offset renewables intermittency. It was coal and nat gas intermittency, and I thought, this is a story worth telling. So I'm gonna pull that clip, and we're gonna give it to Solar Boy so he can run it on TikTok because he's got a huge crowd there. Anyway, there's so many good quotables that we've gotten this week. By the way, public service announcement in 20 minutes if you're over in the Venetian, because if you're over here, you're certainly not gonna get there in time. There is a diversity and clean energy reception. It is from 5:30 to 6:30 in the San Polo Ballroom, Level 3, Venetian. Diversity and clean energy reception worth attending.
Awesome.
Let's see. I think that's it for announcements, and let's go to our first guest. We're going to welcome our first guest to the Daily Roundup presented by Honda, and that guest is Laura Cornish. Hello, Laura. Laura is Director of Product at Uplight, where she leads the team shaping how homes become smarter energy hubs.
That's right.
Yeah.
Great to be here.
You have been a busy bee.
I have been a busy bee.
Yeah. You've been talking everywhere, and we finally wrestled you down to come back to the Power Up Live stage because you were here at 2:30.
I was here at 2:30.
Yeah, and I really appreciate you taking the time to come back. Laura, you said this morning that homes. Your other talk was this morning. I just want to make sure. Okay, perfect.
Yep.
So you said in your other talk this morning that homes are becoming dynamic energy hubs. What does that mean in practice for families and for the grid?
Yeah, so for families, it means that they can take, their appliances and increasing the distributed energy resources that they have, and they can get them connected to utility programs. So it means that instead of having, these things in their homes that aren't connected, and they have to sort of manually use to make their homes comfortable, they can get them connected to these programs, and then all of a sudden in the background, their appliances and their distributed energy resources will start making their homes comfortable, and it'll shift their energy use to when it is cleanest and cheapest. And so those are the benefits for the homeowners. And then for the grid, it means that as we take particularly folks with sort of solar, battery, and EVs, what could potentially be pretty problematic for the grid sometimes, but it means we can get them connected to what we call the demand stack, and that means that they're connected to utility programs where they can get enrolled in time of use rates, critical peak pricing, demand response, or VPP programs, and that allows the utilities to then shift lower energy use overall, shift usage to off-peak times, and flatten peak demand. And it also gives them sort of monitoring and observability of these assets that are out there. And critically, that enables the utility to then meet their grid reliability and clean energy goals. And this then allows them to defer building investments in transmission distribution, and that in turn enables them to keep the rates low. So there's really like a lot of benefits once we can get folks onto smart energy homes. We still have a ways to go in fully realizing that vision, but really a lot of potential there.
Love it.
That is fascinating. I keep saying this when we bring these guests up, but I want like 50 minutes instead of 5.
I know, right?
Yeah, it's fascinating.
So I guess like an interesting part for home energy management is obviously like the relationship with the utility, but the core of it is the customer,
Absolutely.
right? So like what makes these systems work or not, since like the foundation of all of this is how the customer interacts and reacts to the system.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that the most important thing is it has to be easy. So it has to be easy to enroll,
Yep.
and then it has to be easy and like we want it to be a delight for folks to use their smart energy home hubs and participate in these programs. And so that means that we really need to focus on protocols to allow it so if someone buys an appliance from one manufacturer and another appliance from a different manufacturer, they're not having to open 6 different apps and read 6 different terms of reference. We just need to make it really simple. And it needs for these folks, it just needs to feel like it's operating in the background and optimizing for what they want, right? And the utilities and the grid and the homeowners, there is a lot of overlap in what they want in terms of like how they want their home to be comfortable. And then I think the home energy hubs can really optimize for those areas where there is some tension in some of these places, but we can really optimize that. But it has to be easy. And we're getting there, but we could do better because it's still a growing space.
Yeah, and it seems like the key is developing a product that people want to use.
Absolutely.
And it's easy to implement, so then that way you can scale it to the pace and the level that you want to.
Absolutely. While understanding what they've signed up for.
Yeah, exactly.
It's incredible. I think the statistic, and it might still be true, you'd know better than I, the average homeowner, including myself, thinks about their electric bill 7 minutes of the year.
That's the statistic.
Something like that.
Yeah.
So over the next couple of years, how are you seeing the market evolve and develop into products that the residential homeowner is really going to value in the 7 minutes that they think about it? Or perhaps even make it more valuable and make them think more than 7 minutes about it.
Well, we need to reach them where they are. So there's always going to be the super nerds, right?
Yeah.
Who are like the early adopters who want to log in, do their 3-factor authentication and whatnot. But we just need to send the information to them. So we need to be sending them really engaging emails, not too often, or notifications on their phone, and even just telling them like what is happening and giving them the option to log in, giving them the option to change it, but not expecting people to have to do work.
Yeah.
It should just happen. And then on our end, as we have more and different types of appliances in the home, like who knows what new cool thing is going to come out in 10 years, right? We just need to do the work on their behalf to get it connected into, the ecosystem so that it just appears in the app that they're already using.
Well, Laura, it's exciting to hear the work that you were doing. We were talking offline about you're handling sort of the auto grid integration into Uplight. It's been a little over a year, so it'd be good to know what the next acquisition is going to be. In the meantime, thank you for helping ensure a more sustainable, easy to manage residential home energy experience.
Absolutely. Thank
Laura
you so
Cornish,
much.
Uplight.
Thank you.
Awesome. So our next guest, I'm really excited to introduce her. Please welcome to the stage Melissa Baldwin. She's a senior VP at Tigercom, where she helps leading clean energy brands connect with communities, which is so important right now, customers, and the broader marketplace. She's also the host of the Scaling Clean podcast, the latest episode with Dan Sugar and Nick Cohen, highly recommended to the audience. So when she interviews in that podcast top leaders from across the clean energy industry.
And it is very good.
He's very good.
You
started relatively recently, right?
Passed it to me this past spring. We announced it at Clean Power in Arizona. And it's been great. I really enjoy talking to these CEOs about the business of running their business. And you know what? There's actually a lot of trends that we see. When I ask most CEOs who their mentor is, do you know who it is? It's their mom or dad for more than half of the CEOs that I talk to. They cite their parents.
So, Melissa, in the podcast, you've spoken to dozens of clean energy leaders. So what themes or habits are you seeing as recurrent to making it key to be a successful leader in the industry?
Oh, it's such a great question. So there's a couple questions that I ask every time we do this podcast. One of them is, do you think that the key to success is what you choose to do or not to do? And I got to tell you, I see a good ratio here. So a lot of times the gut reaction from folks is what you choose not to do, right? So you want to prioritize the things that you're really good at. But I also see a few people who say, you know what, it's a little bit of both.
Okay.
Because yes, you want to prioritize, but another theme that I've seen from several CEOs, and this is when I ask them the question, if you could go back in time to when you founded your business and give your former self advice, they say, I would take more risks.
Yes.
So the idea that, maybe that crazy idea, you're too scared to take it, but You want to go ahead and take more risks.
Yeah.
That's
I think.
really, oh, go ahead.
I was just going to say that piece of advice is the number one I get as well. I will never forget Jeff Greenfield said, who actually within a year of having told me this, he did sell his business, but he said I would have raised money sooner, and I would have had so many more happy Christmases. And I think that's just great advice for entrepreneurs. But yeah, it's always the rear view mirror that allows you that flexibility and comfort to say, wow, I really didn't push the envelope the way I probably could have known what I know now.
Well, and human beings were risk averse. One of the things that I learned, I was just at the HubSpot inbound last week, so I am now 2 weeks away from family. But one of the things that I learned from one of the sessions there, which was actually with Amy Poehler, love her. Good Hang is a good podcast. But there was a neuroscientist interviewing her, and she said that it's actually really good when we fail. So human beings were wired to be afraid of failure. But when we do fail, our brain releases this crazy cocktail of neurochemicals that train our brain to remember things. And so it's actually a really good thing to fail because that's how you grow, that's how you learn.
That's a good thing you brought that up, because one of the things that you guys are very good at is communications in times of crisis and uncertainty. It's one of the things that Mike and TigerCom and you all now as a team have routinely been brought in for. We're certainly in a time of uncertainty in this market. I'm curious, the common messaging that you find recurring, sort of coming up in the boardroom when you're meeting with some of the top brands that you guys represent?
Yeah. So we work with a lot of developers, and we have a special community engagement division of our business that's been growing. In fact, Ayelet gave a training on Monday this week. Shout out to Ayelet Hines, who's leads that division of the business. And what we see, what we've learned with developers recently is that a lot of times our developers, when they go into a community, they'll start with a message of, I'm going to create this many jobs for you, or I'm just, I'm going to contribute to your tax base, I'm going to help you with these things. And what we found is that people aren't home to hear that if they haven't gotten past their objections. And a lot of times they say, I don't know you, you're not a culturally credible, you don't look like me, you don't talk like me, I don't understand you, so I'm not believing anything you say. So what we found is that what you have to do is address the objections head on first. Just say, hey, I know you might be concerned about farming, let's talk about that, let's talk about how we can help farmers. Get ahead of that, and then they can be home to hear the benefits.
So it seems like one of the disconnects, or what I get from that, is like developers just arriving to a community without even asking what the community needs. Like, how are you gonna help solve a problem? Or actually, you come up with a solution, but it's completely misaligned to what the community needs, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
So in that case, like, what is the first step that developers should be taking? Like, what are they doing wrong right now, and how is a way to fix it?
There are some so to answer your first question, what are they doing wrong? I think the classic thing that developers have done wrong, and I think this comes out of an era of low friction permitting, which we are no longer in. But they think they can sneak in, like Elmer Fudd, be very, very quiet, and they don't think they're going to poke the bear. But the bear has already been poked, because over 30% of communities already have a ban. And if we extrapolate that, that's based on a USA Today poll that was a year old. If you extrapolate that, it's up to 45% in the next couple of years. So almost half of communities are going to have some kind of ban or restriction. We're talking like 1,000-foot setback, unworkable conditions. And so what are they doing wrong? Again, thinking they can go in and be quiet. They need to just go in, start having conversations openly with people in the community, with leaders in the community, and identify like what are the real actual needs there. Do they have issues with wastewater? Do they have issues with getting broadband, getting internet? Like, what is the problem you can solve for that community? Don't just assume it based on, some corporate projection that came down from maybe even another country, but really get in touch with what are the actual needs in that community.
This is amazing. Like, thank you for sharing all these insights. It seems like this is a reminder for everyone here that leadership, messaging, and interaction with the community, they all need to work together, right? Particularly now in these uncertain times.
Yep, that's right. Well, thank you guys for having me. This has been terrific.
You are amazing. I can't wait to hear all the podcast interviews I know you've already got teed up.
Yay.
Thanks for taking time to come up,
Great.
Melissa.
Good to see you guys. All right. Have a good one.
While we wait for our next guest to come to the stage, which is none other than Solar Boy, Derek Mast, I just wanted to remind folks, Melissa is a podcaster. Obviously, two of us are up here podcasting. We have our podcast partners wall over on the right. If you haven't subscribed to every one of these podcasts, you absolutely should. I see a number of the folks standing here like Tor, Valenza, Tim Montague, Sean White was just around. Please subscribe to the podcasts in our industry because we do all of this work to try and keep you informed. Help us by not only sharing, but letting us know how we could be doing it better. Solar Boy, welcome to the stage.
Thank you so much, and I hope you still feel that way here in a couple of minutes.
I'm nervous.
Two.
I'm not going to deny it.
Day two of Would You Rather.
Here we go. So again, for those who weren't here before, this year's posed a lot of challenges, impossible decisions with difficult options. So in the spirit of that theme, we are playing Would You Rather here in the middle of the daily roundup together with Nico and Sylvia. Thank you for being my guests. As I am now the host, you cannot turn me off, basically, is how this works now. So, Would You Rather? It's a game of strange situations that reveal the heart of the player, where we will not judge them for the choices that they make, because the choices are all terrible. Nico and Sylvia will be posed two options, and they must pick one of them and give the reasons on why they think it is the least bad option.
Be as nervous as I am.
They can ask clarifying questions to try to make it better for themselves.
Can or cannot?
Yeah, can.
Okay.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Absolutely asking, but it's still trying to like oil a square wheel. You know, only get so far. So as a reminder, the audience can also get in on this action. Tomorrow we will be picking. You should change the camera angle to include this QR code here. You can scan that QR code, submit your own Would You Rather questions. And if
Can you zoom in on the QR?
If you are selected, you will get some Solar Boy swag. I will send you Solar Boy swag as long as it's within the US, because I can't be bothered to figure out how international shipping works.
All right.
Okay.
Roll it.
That all out of the way. Nico and Sylvia.
Okay.
I promise I love and respect you both. Your second question of the week. Would you rather be the spokesperson in a nationwide pro-oil advertising campaign or
pro-oil?
Nico, I just want to mention here, quick before you kill me, that I really appreciate you platforming the Franklin like shiny bags in the swag contest last year, because this year my wife is swimming in shiny bag options and she is in heaven.
Yes, amazing.
And I love that you did that for me specifically. Just wanted to mention that.
Question two.
Okay. So first question, either be the spokesperson in a nationwide pro-oil advertising campaign.
Okay.
Or have to publicly give a gift of appreciation to Donald Trump in the White House.
Oh my God.
Two simple questions, really. You know, it's not a big deal.
All right, so read them out loud.
Now,
again.
here's the thing. So, be the spokesperson in a nationwide pro-oil advertising campaign.
Does that mean we have to actually be pro-oil or just be the spokesperson?
You would be the spokesperson. You would have probably a lot of money delivered on your doorstep in order to say pro-oil.
So in the same way that Joe Rogan is now proffering that climate change is not real and showing this graph, including to Bernie, and ask him if he's seen this, like, if I were paid enough, would I do that?
Well, you would either have to do this.
Okay.
Maybe there's money involved. That's not the premise of the question. But
Got it.
Or
I'm asking if there's money involved.
Or have to publicly give a gift of appreciation to Donald Trump in the White House.
What does gift of appreciation? Does it have to be a good thing?
Yes.
Or something this guy bad this guy says good?
I mean, Tim Cook offered like this weird glass and gold sculpture to Donald Trump publicly as like a, I don't know, Apple is still one of the good guys, and you shouldn't make tariffs against us, sort of a thing. So that's sort of a thing.
It's a one-time gift to Trump.
So that is the thing. Like, this is the difference from yesterday.
Yes.
Yesterday was very much like something that happens for the rest of your life.
Yeah.
This is something that happens kind of one time, but could follow you the rest of your life.
Definitely the gift to Trump.
Yeah.
Final answer.
So tell me why. Tell me why that's a better option.
I want to hear your answer first.
No.
I don't want to unduly sway her answer.
No, to me, again, the opposite. And to me, like, very straightforward.
She works for Woodmac. Of course she'll take the oil.
Oh my God, I feel offended.
Saucy.
I do power and renewables, Nico, I remind you.
Gracious me.
For an oil and gas analyst company.
No, it's like, I mean, it's very straightforward for me. I'm Mexican. I don't want to give a gift to Trump.
Yeah, no,
so
that's
like, if I have
I'm
to
American.
decide-
I don't want to give a gift to
Well,
Trump.
the rest of your country will be giving gifts to Trump. They're called tariffs.
They can do it instead of me,
That's
so
right.
I'll leave it to them.
That's right.
So yeah, I think like once I could be an oil spokesperson,
Okay.
I think I could live with that. I don't think I could live with.
It's okay if you
like
can't
the
live with
picture
that,
with
like-
Trump and.
It's neither of them are
Do I
supposed
get
to be.
Do I get to pick when I give the gift? Is there a time?
Oh, that's a good question. So when would you pick it if you had the option to pick it?
April Fools? No.
So we could.
No.
That's pretty funny.
That's pretty good.
That's pretty great. And you could actually probably do that for the pro-oil campaign too. So you could say like 30 years from now when oil is kind of irrelevant, maybe that makes it a little bit better.
Yep. Okay. So it would be either April Fools or when we have become more than 50% of the U.S. grid with solar and battery power combined.
Yeah.
We're already 83% of all new generation, but I mean all combined generation.
Yeah.
I would happily go give him a gift of appreciation because it would remind him that nothing he did can stop what we are about.
Yeah. That's such a great way to turn around. I love you guys. Thank you so much for this opportunity.
Dude, thank you.
Thank you.
I'm really so glad that we asked you to do these. This is
excellent.
Fun.
I'm so glad. And remember, there are answers already in my inbox. There's one that will win. You are competing against that one.
That's great.
So
scan the QR.
Give your options now, because at 12:30, well, probably like 10 o'clock tomorrow, I'm going to cut it off. So.
Nice.
Yeah.
I'm really curious to see the results.
We go live at 12:30 tomorrow. Please send us in your answers. And go subscribe, like, and share Solar Boy on TikTok, Instagram, YouTube, and everywhere else. And if you don't, you have to dye your beard.
Yes, absolutely. Those are the rules. You didn't know that before you came here today, but I will be seeing a bunch of dyed beards, I'm sure. Thank you, Nico. Thank you, Sylvia.
Thank you. Thank you, Derek. So, next on the stage, I'm pleased to welcome Pierre Lafarge, co-founder and CEO of SparkMeter, where he's focused on scaling distributed energy.
Sorry.
Oh, okay.
It should have said SparkFund.
Okay, sorry, SparkFund, where he's focused on scaling distributed energy resources to deliver grid capacity and reliability. Welcome to the stage, Pierre.
Thanks, Pierre.
Thanks for having me. Sorry.
I also will note that you're now sandwiched between two South Carolinians.
That's right.
Really?
Hasn't happened all week, but that just happened.
That's right.
Awesome.
He's got a palmetto tattoo on his leg.
I do.
Oh, what?
It's hidden. Palmetto, I'll show you later. It's hidden beneath these sexy green layers.
Okay.
Pierre.
So, Pierre, you said that utilities are no longer just gatekeepers, right? They're buyers, so they're becoming more active in the market. So what's shifting inside them that makes them finally start to take VPPs seriously as operational assets?
Yeah, well, first of all, load growth is the thing that's shifting.
Yep.
Utilities are designed as public purpose regulated entities, and they were given a pretty specific charter, right? Buy things that are lower cost, lowest cost in fact, and most reliable. And the reason they do that is to meet the needs of a whole society, right, of a state. You got to keep the lights on, you have to have an economy, and fundamentally, that charter was meant to be rigid precisely so they couldn't go outside of it and then push costs to people who are more vulnerable, right? So that public purpose orientation made them gatekeepers in one sense, but I'd say that type of public orientation is exactly what you'd want out of any sort of chartered societal monopoly. What changes, though, is when you have to grow the grid and there's economic development and opportunity and jobs that can come to your state, all of a sudden you want every available means to build capacity.
And it seems that at this point, like, the economics are there, so it's like undeniable the value that they bring to the market.
For the last decades, without load growth in particular, distributed assets were not lowest cost and they were not more reliable. We've done a good job as an industry bringing that cost down. I think we still have work to do. And now, particularly, grids used to be built to handle the peak. And I think the next chapter of grid history is going to be all about system utilization. So focusing on getting more out of the grid we have and selling more electrons over those wires.
Awesome.
So VPPs over the last few years have been more or less developed in some sort of cooperation with and sort of testing the edges of what utilities would allow. and trying to figure out what market mechanisms would work. You've been able to work on specific solutions that prove that DERs work best when deployed through utility procurement programs. Right. What's the difference when this kind of program comes to fruition, and how does that change the way we can scale the long-term value of VPPs?
Yeah, well, you put these assets into the direction of travel that utilities were designed to handle, right? They're system operators and they're system planners. Yeah. Yep. And it has a big pro and a big con. They're one of the few institutions in our society that can still do long-term thinking, right, as a part of their structure. The problem is that means that when you think over decades, it feels like you're slow in the moment. And so fundamentally, when a utility thinks about incorporating these assets, you get the opportunity to put them into planning. So a distributed capacity procurement is all about putting hundreds of megawatts or gigawatts of distributed assets, say batteries, connected assets, VPPs, into utility planning at the beginning, so the utility can understand where they should put them, where they have the most impact, and then actually they become inputs into interconnect. So a key thing to understand about the DCP is if utilities put batteries all over their system, we're going to both utilize the system better, but you're going to be able to connect more generation resources to it from wind, solar, and gas.
Amazing. So I think, is it possible to tie that to one, you were in a session yesterday on distributed capacity procurement, sorry. So any main takeaways that you could share from that discussion and how it is evolving with the conversations that you had on the show floor?
Yeah, we did a really interesting white paper with SEIA, really getting this concept out there, trying to define it as a big umbrella, right? The distributed capacity procurement is not just a Spark Fund product. Yep. We focus on the deployment of medium format, front-of-the-meter batteries. So think 1 megawatt kits on pads hosted at customer locations. But the distributed capacity procurement is really a broader way for utilities to put all of the value that this industry has into their planning and become the best wholesale buyer of our services and products. Yep. So what Spark Fund does is help organize competitive procurements that let people bid into these opportunities.
Amazing.
Pierre, thank you for taking the time to come up and share. I actually was not even aware that distributed capacity procurement was like a Spark Fund titled thing.
Yeah, it's not. That's good. We're trying to make it a bigger umbrella term.
I mean, to create something that feels like it becomes ubiquitous is that is indicative of like the kind of business building that we need in this industry. So thank you for that. Thanks for the leadership that you're doing, specifically around helping the industry understand how to put assets, I mean, to use your words, in the direction of travel that utilities want them, right?
The most important thing this industry needs is predictable wholesale offtake, right?
Yeah.
That's what we're trying to do.
Pierre Lafarge is the CEO of Spark Fund, which also has Spark Meter.
There you go.
And
thanks so much.
Changing the way VPPs work with utilities.
Cheers. Thanks, y'all.
Cheers. Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, last but certainly not least, I want to welcome a friend to the stage, Mr. Brian Wagner, President and General Manager of CPS Americas, the market leader in C&I string inverters across North America. Brian has been in the solar industry, gosh, almost, I believe, for as long as I have, certainly almost 2 decades. Brian, it's good to see you. I'm amazed that we were able to get you to get away from the booth.
Yeah, first time.
Every time I walk by, it's just like there's a line of people. The CPS booth is humming.
Yeah, great to see you.
It's good to see you
once again, old friend.
Well, you guys have been on the floor, for 2 full days. How do you feel about the energy, the resilience that you're hearing and experiencing of all the folks that are coming by and talking there in RE+?
I think the industry as a whole is, every year, it seems like there's the beginning of the year, the middle of the year, the end of the year. They all have their different sets of challenges, and I think, fear creeps in for everyone, right? False evidence appearing real, I've heard people say. So for us, I think this year with Liberation Day, April 2nd, that was the first kind of big day for us, and then obviously the OB3 that came, July 4. So it's kind of beginning, middle, end. We're getting towards that end, and the energy the last couple days has been tremendous to kind of lift up our spirits and collectively hear the confidence that still exists from so many different groups, right? Investors, your developers, your EPCs, your O&M providers, everyone has a different take. So,
do you feel like now that things are starting to clarify, there's a sense of momentum from customers?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, even inside our company, as you know, we call it the light speed power of momentum. but when we work with our customers, we kind of bring them into that, or they bring us into that. Yeah. And when you kind of get your collective mind working well together to kind of outflank some of their competitors, or we outflank ours, winning is fun, as we say, and losing is, not usually. So if we kind of focus on that winning culture internally and with our partners, it tends to work itself out.
That's good, because the momentum is ultimately tied to how your customers' needs are evolving and how you guys are trying to meet it.
Yeah, and actually related to that, like you mentioned all the changes in policy, all the uncertainty that the industry is facing, and CPS as a market leader in the C&I inverter space, like you have a very unique perspective on how customers are changing their view on system design, on deployment. So could you tell us a bit more about that?
Yeah, I mean, C&I, commercial, industrial, traditionally where Chint cut its teeth, got its start from, was where we grew up. But nowadays, we actually are in the process of shipping almost 700 megawatt project with string inverter.
Wow.
So I don't think we're necessarily C&I solely anymore. But yes, market leader. I think we just, in 2024, had, thanks to you guys, put out your report, 42% market share for three-phase string. We do expect that, to even maybe increase this year a bit from this large project that we won. But hey, if we could win one or two of those every year, I mean, I think we're off to the races. So
absolutely. Yeah. Well, you mentioned some big wins. The year has certainly been illustrative of the solar coaster. A lot of ups and downs. Absolutely. Is there a big win or a highlight for the market generally that gives you optimism about the future?
I mean, I would say it's that one. Yeah. That was, I would say, really competitive process, and I would say something that took about 5 years.
No way.
Of work. Working with the different partners and the sophisticated supply chain that Chint has, but it's moving all the time, and I mean, I think that was probably our most momentum we've seen in a long time. But sometimes those projects that are, I guess, like maybe right now for us, skidded string is the next big thing. Yeah. So we're putting string inverters, our 250 kilowatt 600 volt on a skid that's shipping to the site, dropping down like a central. So maybe that's only a 2.5 or 3 megawatt skid, but that is becoming, like, in my opinion, like the future of solar to speed things up. And now you're learning with Safe Harbor, there's some benefit there.
Yep. Amazing. I remember a couple of years ago having a conversation with you where you essentially predicted utility scale projects, 5 megawatts and up, are going to start using string inverters the way they were back in Germany in the aughts.
Yes.
And it seems to be that you've a little Nostradamus moment there. You're finally getting your wish.
Thank you for calling me that. Yeah. I mean, well, so in the company we call it last mover advantage. I mean, I think it's kind of a well-known thing, right? Is that if you survive long enough, and we got great friends all over the industry that have seen our ups and downs with the products. If you survive long enough to kind of persevere through that, you have to run a successful business, which I think is always underestimated, because in an inverter business, the margins are basically nothing.
Right.
So if we can continue that, the last mover advantage offers the technology advantage of being there, and just larger, clunkier, more cost, not as cost competitive to maintenance and to service. That's kind of where we live now.
Yeah. Well, it seems like developers are buying into the thesis.
Yep.
Yeah. Brian Wagner is the president and GM of CPS Americas. Hey, Brian, I wanted to take a minute and while I've got you up here, give you a special gift, because I know that you played baseball, and as you can see, Jeremy is wearing our new 10th anniversary SunCast team jersey.
Okay.
So on behalf of the SunCast team,
so
and thank you for all that you've done for SunCast.
Yeah.
And for the Power Up Live stage. This is our 10th anniversary team jersey for you.
Love that.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh. Thank you.
You're welcome. Well, thanks for joining us as the final guest on this day's Power Up Live Daily Roundup. Thank you, Sylvia Leyva-Martinez, for joining as well. I'm Nico Johnson, your host, and I hope that you are now not only entertained, but better informed about the things that are evolving in the industry. We will be back tomorrow at 12:30, right? 12:30. One more wacky question from Solar Boy. And Sylvia and I are going to do our takeaways for the week. So don't miss it as we break down everything that we've witnessed this week in the final daily roundup tomorrow at 12:30. Thanks for tuning in, and have a good night.
Thank you. See you tomorrow.
Bye-bye.